Hello, hello, hello. Been a little while. Haven't done any streaming, whatnot. I'm out and about. I was going to try to get the drone up and going. Ended up running into a technical issue, and it's not going to work. Not the way I envisioned it working, so just the way it is, I guess. Figures. But, hey, it is what it is. So I am going to try to figure out something else. But I figured I might as well sit here and come in and at least say hi and hang out with you guys, because I was planning on streaming anyways. Not exactly what I was planning, but I had this really cool thing where I don't know if any of you guys have heard of Restream. Yeah, that's cool, you all. Restream is kind of like StreamYard in a sense that it allows you to kind of do the StreamYard panel thing. But Restream has a feature where you can sit here and you can have an outside source. Hi, Italian Princess. Hi, Simply Wicked. Hi, G-Gab. Restream has a feature that you can go in with, like my drone. My drone has to use an RMTP server to transmit to. So like to YouTube, I use YouTube's RMTP server to do my drone. But if I could have done my drone to the server in Restream, that would have been great. But unfortunately, their cheapest plan doesn't let you do that. Doesn't let you do that. So you have to buy one of their higher end plans, and I'm a broke ass streamer. So, they don't even offer you one option to do it as, as a little streamer. So it's kind of a downside. It is what it is. Yeah. So yeah, can't do it the way I was hoping to do it. So it is what it is. I'm gonna flip you guys around. We're just gonna kind of drive around and talk and shoot the shit. And I don't know. I am using StreamYard, so maybe I will. I'll do a panel. I'm not usually known for panels. I don't usually do them too often, but figured that, what the hell. Seems to be that's the popular thing. Everybody's doing panels these days, so what the hell. So I don't know. Hi, Hugh. Let me flip this camera around real quick so that way you guys aren't watching me, because I'm going to turn off this. I got to turn off this cab light. So I can't have you guys. I don't want you guys just looking at dark. So go for a little bit of a drive. So yeah. So today was supposed to be, I was going to do a little testing. I was going to try to see about, running the drone and figure out a way to be able to keep streaming. Because the sad thing is I like doing the drone footage for you guys, but right now I have to do a dedicated stream just for the drone. And, whenever I cut away from the drone footage, I've got to cut away. So unless I do a sophisticated like OBS setup, and have a laptop all set up and stuff like that, there's no simple way to just do it. Does that make sense? So, yeah. So I got to figure out. That's what I've been trying to figure out. It's an easy way. I guess it could be an after dark. I'm got a little bit of a nap. I don't know. I'm just kind of out and about. And, I wanted to stream anyways, and I just haven't been in the right mindset to really talk to you guys and, you know, be my normal self. I really kind of, you know, got into the gutters and really kind of let my brain, you know, run away and get kind of depressed. And, you know, and today I just, you know, I woke up and I took a shower and I sit here and said, Eric, you need to stop doing this. You know, this isn't helping you. You know, you're not being constructive, and you need to get back to living and doing stuff. So, you know, I got up, I took a shower, I went to the store, I bought some food, I, you know, stocked up the house. You know, I started working on a project, which unfortunately just didn't work out. And now I'm streaming with you guys. So that's what it is. So yeah, I don't know. And I'm debating on doing an actual panel, which I don't know. I don't usually do panels, but you know, we'll see if somebody comes on and says, "Hey, let me on the panel." You know, I mean, it's technically all set up. All I got to do is put the link out there. So we'll see. I don't know. Otherwise, we're just going to kind of bop around and I'll just do my normal thing. Hi, Wendy. Yeah. Should grab a soda or something to drink. My project tomorrow is I'm going to be working on the mobile Wii Boost, when I can take into that bar with my buddy Stogie, so I can sit here and I can actually stream in places where the signal's kind of crap, where I have signal but I just don't have quite enough. You know, I've got a mobile 12-volt power supply. I want to try to do something where I can take that with me. You know, because if I'm planning on going down to Mona's event down in Branson, Missouri, and I can't always guarantee that I'm going to have good service. So, you know, I'm trying to figure out how to make my capabilities, pretty much you can dump me anywhere and I can stream. So, you know, figure if I can get that technical thing worked out, then yeah. Adorable, deplorable. So yeah, that's just kind of the topic of today. Just kind of driving around, shits and giggles. I'm gonna grab some soda. That's cool, Wendy. I lost all my phones. Oh, there's one. Can't watch my own stream. I lost all my phones. Is the Dodge running? Dodge is running just fine. Dodge, I need to say, and I need to change that intercooler because I'm still running on the one that I fixed. You know, I gotta sit here and pony up and just buy the replacement. Although I think the replacement, or I think the repair I did is a pretty good one. So I don't know. Dodge is running. But I actually I'm gonna get to doing some repair work. I was gonna go for a motorcycle ride today. The weather didn't play fair. I think I'm just gonna record it because I'm having problems streaming it, and I'll probably do it as a premiere, and then just sit there and kind of enjoy it with you guys. So, hey Shelly, how you doing? So yeah, I'll probably do it as a premiere while I still work out the technical bugs. I may go up to the Door County, show you guys some of the trees and some of the windy roads up there. I don't know. Still trying to figure that out. for some of the windy roads up there. Of course. I don't know. Yeah, I know. I echoed. I was going into my other app so I could look at the chat. Hi, everybody. Local live, yeah. It's so much easier to see the chat in on a regular phone. Yeah, it's kind of, yeah, Wendy, you're right. Kind of like Mystery Science Theater. You know, pre-record it, then I can stream it, and then we can all just kind of sit in the chat and shoot the shit. That's kind of how those premieres work. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just kind of reading back on the chat. It's a little hard to sit here and see what the channel says on the little StreamYard screen. Yeah, I might do a panel. I haven't decided yet. I'm thinking about it. Depends on who all comes on. I guess my name was thrown in the ring. I guess Ant wants to do a panel with Wizzy, but he doesn't want to go on Wizzy's channel because he doesn't want Wizzy to be able to just hang up on him. So I guess my name got thrown in the ring for doing a panel for them. I don't know. It's not planned like right now, but you know, who knows? I'm doing a panel. You never know. They could both decide that they want to join in. I don't know. But that may just be a shit show. Local Live wants to join a panel. I got your contact info somewhere, don't I? Don't I have your phone number? I thought I had your phone number. Where's my other phone? Need several spectators, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you could do it. You could only do it as a chat because you really can't talk through a Premiere. That's the downside. You know, it would have to be like an OBS type thing again or something like that. I'd have to set up a whole computer, kind of like Tommy Temper or any of them do, where they can watch a video, but then they can still talk about it. Or like Wizzy does. I'm eventually just going to have to bust down and make an OBS installation. I don't know, shits and giggles. What the hell? Yeah, problem is it doesn't matter. All right, screw it. Let's. I'll put the link up. We'll do a panel, shits and giggles. I gotta put my headphones in.
Understood, Grant. Only
547
is big badass Buicks.
Shut up. I had another phone go nuts. All right, give me a second. I gotta sit here and actually get my my headphones connected to this phone, so that way you guys will be able to hear me, and I'll be able to hear you. Okay, hopefully that connected to the right phone. Can you guys still hear me? Okay, well then hopefully I'm on the headset. Let me I gotta connect this real quick. There we go, connecting. Connected. Refresh. grab the link real quick so I can post it. Stop. Mute. Enter studio. Shits and giggles. Invite. Copy to clipboard. Post a comment. Paste. Okay, I guess we're going to do the whole panel thing. This should be fun. All right. Links posted. Give me a second. There it is. Pin message. Here we go. Hey, look, it's Look Alive.
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm on. I get to pop your cherry the same way I did with Freedom Joffrey, so that makes me 2-0.
Well, technically you didn't pop my cherry because I've done it before, but I'm also not. You're gonna have to hold on 1 second because you're not on my headphones. Give me 1 second, real quick.
Okay. Change my camera settings so you could see me. Whoops. There you go. You get the Blair Witch treatment. Oh, I'm in the dark. Yeah, this is a Blair Witch.
Go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
I got the Blair Witch. So I don't know. Wait, this is the bright. I paid $50 for this tack light, and I tried to set something on fire by putting it next to a sheet of paper, whatever. Like this bright. See, like this bright thing. It didn't work. Like the commercials at midnight, and this tack light. It's supposed to light like if you put it next to like a cotton or whatever, it's supposed to light on fire. It didn't work. I tried it already. So me being a pyromaniac, so trying different things. Yeah. Well,
yeah,
I'll have the lighting.
They do make some bold claims.
Yeah. I haven't tried running it over with my foot.
How you been, Look Alive?
Yeah, I've been worried about you because I know you haven't been on and I haven't seen any morning beach scenes. And I figured I hope this guy, because I know you've said before when you guest on panels that I guess before you kind of joined the TPC or like watching all this convoy stuff, it was just, I don't know whether or not I want to call what you went through the past week of not seeing you as like a relapse, but it concerns me about like how you disappear. I know I'm not trying to be Dr. Phillips here, but I always like to come at you like we're family more than just friends, So I figured it just kind of concerns me seeing of how you're kind of out of the mix for a minute. And I just want to let you know we're here for you. I'm saying that in a platonic way, not in a homoerotic way. So that's why
I hear you. I hear you. I mean, I'll be straight with you. It definitely was different. Being gone for 5 months, having your life be completely different, and everything, to coming back to home. There's a big adjustment there, and I mean, among some other things that were going on in my life, just kind of, takes a toll. I mean, I didn't believe it. Some people were sitting here talking about it, and I didn't believe it. But it's a completely different life change. It's like all of a sudden, you were doing this, and now you're completely doing something different. And it really throws you. I mean, it is what it is.
I think I've made new. Go ahead. Sorry, I interrupted.
No, go ahead.
I was about to say it kind of feels like, I mean, along with like networking or just making new friends, I know you kind of put life on hold going to Hagerstown. It was almost half a year, and then you came back home. That's why I was bummed out about the whole birthday thing, because the way you described it, it sounded like you had an expectation. And if I see you in Branson, I guess I could wine and dine you if I see you there, if we catch each other at the same time. I'll try being there for election day for the red bloodbath. Hopefully that happens in Congress with the supposed red wave or tidal wave. Unless, of course, there's like voter fraud, which most likely there will be.
I mean, I'm planning on being in Branson the entire time. So,
nice.
You know,
That's cool.
I'm gonna be there for the entire event because that's my off season, anyways. I pretty much decided. I mean, everybody sits here and thinks that my working for the dump truck thing is my job. It's a job I do for extra money. I have other jobs that I'm doing to survive.
Yeah.
So I've decided that this year I'm just going to take a break from that.
Sure.
Because there's just so much shit I need to get back squared away. I mean, a lot of things broke while I was gone. A lot of stuff got neglected for those 5 months.
You're away from home, that's
really,
why.
Yeah, and I just really need to take that time and fix all that stuff. You know, yeah, it sucks. I'm missing out on a little bit of extra money, but that's exactly what that dump truck job for the asphalt company is just straight up extra money. So everybody's like, oh, well, you're not back to work. No, I'm back to work. I'm working. I'm just doing other stuff. I'm not doing the dump truck thing right now.
Yeah.
So
you're going to be there the whole entire week. It'd be like, dang, it's like, that's commitment right there. Cause I'm planning, well, at least I'll probably be there the 8th and 9th. I think that's the days of the convoy itself. I'm not going there just for that reason. It's just the dates themselves is that it's going to be around election day. And then the day after, which I don't know, will be the celebration of the I'm just kind of theming it myself. It would just be the celebration of the red wave should it happen. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I don't know. I kind of figured if I'll do kind of a marathon like Brett, like Canadian Brett does with like his 30-hour. I don't know whether or not I'll do a viewing party. I most likely will. But yeah.
Oh, I so gotta sit here and bust Brett. I mean, I've already done the 24-hour. Then he's saying he did his 30-hour, and it's like now that's like challenging me. Now I'm gonna have to do like a 48-hour. I mean, we're gonna keep pushing this crap, you know. But I'm gonna keep it so I have record. I'm gonna do it in like 11 hours and 58-minute increments.
Oh my God!
So I can keep it. Well, the problem is that if you go over 12 hours, you lose it. So
yeah, it gets cut up.
I'm going to do it like 48-hour part 1, part 2, part 3, and then just cycle it every 11 point whatever hours.
Oh my God!
Yeah. So yeah, me and Brett.
It's a competition. I got you. Oh
I guess we got Hector hiding in the waiting room. Let's bring him along.
What's going on, Hector? I'll say that before. Yeah.
So,
hey, Hector.
Hey.
What's up?
Hey, how you doing?
All right.
Welcome.
Thanks.
My face. Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Welcome to the panel. This is Eric's first panel. He's a guest on a panel. This is his first time hosting.
No. This is not my first time. I did one panel back in Hagerstown when I was at the AFC camp.
Oh, gotcha.
I did do one panel there. But so this is like maybe my second or third. I haven't really done very many.
Yeah, everyone's into it now.
All right.
Seeing how we were just talking about this person, this will be fun to have this person here.
Oh.
Hi,
hey, Mona.
Hi,
hey.
everybody.
Hey, Mona.
I was literally just talking about you.
You
Welcome.
were. I just came in.
Yeah, no, we were just talking about your event.
Speaking of who?
Me coming down there to stream, and that I was planning on being there for the whole thing, and we were literally just talking about it.
Well, I'll tell you what. You heard I got the base camp. I went on Google.
I have not.
Okay, I went on Google Earth. We was given 80 acres to use from the 4th to the 12th.
Wow,
well, that's cool.
Wow.
And
that's
I went on Google Earth, and on my Facebook page, you can see the link to it. Honey, it's got river access. It has a big pond.
Ooh.
Plenty of room to park the vehicles and camp. Soup Mama, they cut off a flat spot and made it so Soup Mama could set up her kitchen.
Yeah, she was on today.
Tables and everything. That's right down by the pond. There's lots of firewood around. All we got to do is it's already down. We're not going to cut any trees, but there's a whole bunch that are down that really need to be cleaned up. So there's plenty of firewood.
Cool.
I'm hitting the businesses up if they will donate us a outhouse. Okay, we'll put their advertising on the outhouse
Okay.
and we'll stream it. That they
Okay.
donated us an outhouse.
Huh.
Okay.
Cool.
Well, that'll be pretty cool.
You know how.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So
I'll
I've
listen.
been trying to figure out, am I bringing my camper, or are we staying at this place that you were talking about? Have you figured that part out yet?
We're staying at this base camp
Huh.
Okay.
on this 80 acres. We're 40 minutes from Branson.
Okay.
It's Springfield. It's Springfield. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the south side of Springfield off of Campbell and 160.
Okay.
Great access. We can go into Branson two ways from there. We can take 13 or we can take 65. It's equal
60.
distance from there.
Yeah.
And I think I landed me a band tonight for the hootenanny at the ballparks.
Ooh, cool.
Yeah, that hootenanny. See, if I was having a rally, I would have to have a permit for a rally.
Yeah.
But I don't need a permit for a hootenanny.
Yep.
And if I was
We'll see how that works out. I'm hoping that it works out in your favor, but
Me too.
We'll see what happens. I am really hoping it works out.
all they told me was that we would have to obey the traffic laws.
Yeah.
And I've already got signed permission from the owner of the ballparks for the ballpark's back parking lot and for the St. Louis field. And he sees cha-ching because he's going to keep his restaurant, his bar, his pizza by the slice, his concession stand, his arcade, and his laser tag open for the event.
Oh, cool.
So he's a smart, shrewd businessman. Okay.
Yeah.
Uh,
Sure is.
He gonna make money off of this.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So he signed the paper. I got the written permission to use it. Same way I got written permission from the landowner for base camp. I got it in writing that we can use it. So
Cool.
the people of Branson, the businesses are excited about our convoy of Branson. But we're not going to call it a convoy, guys. Because too many people think a convoy is made up of nothing but big trucks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
It's going to be a hootenanny.
Yeah, well, actually, on the 9th, that's going to be our tour. We're going to tour Branson. There's no law against touring Branson. We just have to obey the traffic laws. That's all. But we can still be long and loud and proud. And many of the people here, everybody I've talked to who actually works and lives in Branson is just excited. It's been a long time since we had a great cruise. We used to cruise 76. Okay? On Saturday night, we would cruise 76. Well, it's been a long time since we've had a cruise. And that's what this looks like to them. This looks like a loud, proud cruise.
Cool.
And so, and then our hootenanny, everybody's liking that. It's been, oh goodness, it's been probably 40 years since this town. We used to shut down Commercial Street and Main Street downtown, and we would have our hootenannies. During the day, we would have our three-legged races and our gunny sack races. We used to have our pie eating contests, and and then at night we'd have a hootenanny. Everybody bring your instrument, you sing, you dance, you have a good time. Okay,
cool.
It's a party in the streets. Well, we're having a party at the ball field. Okay,
all right.
And that singer that was with the convoy for a while, Steve Spurgeon, he's flying in to spend the week with us.
Cool.
And I got some old singers from way back when. They're called the Melodies, and they're members of the Old Country Hall of Fame.
Oh.
And he's a veteran, and he's with the I met him at the Disabled Veterans meeting. And we're going to try to get some kids to make up cans. They're going to make up cuss boxes, and we're going to have our cuss pops. That's for the disabled veterans. Gas bill. You know, they drive a lot of veterans around to their medical appointments.
Sure.
And what we're going to do is we got a cuss cop. So if you get caught cussing, it costs you $0.25.
Oh.
Every
time somebody uses the F-bomb, we're going to let them
Wow. Jesus fucking Christ, man. I'm going to be fucking broke by the end of this fucking convoy. What the hell?
Oh,
I better bring
my God.
$500 freaking dollars.
Yeah, I better bring
Part of my
100.
goddamn language. What the
Jeez.
fuck?
You got a choice.
Mona,
you can watch your language.
Watch.
Ah.
I watch it come right out of my mouth. Fucking
I know. So I suggest
the
you
fuck?
invest in some rolls of quarters, buddy.
Oh my God. Jesus.
Jeez.
It's for a good cause, guys.
Yeah.
Okay?
Fucking
It's
A.
for a good cause, okay? And then one of the kids got to catch you. So the
I better get all my fucking shits out right now.
you better.
Get it out of the goddamn system already. Jesus.
Yeah.
Fucking A.
But it's kind of it's my way of having the kids get involved and help out
Get
the
the kids
DVA. So you got a choice. You can watch your mouth or have a pocket full of quarters.
Yeah. Dollar bills for me.
Dollar bill,
damn.
y'all.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I'm going to have to do it.
They're just going for the one word. Okay?
Oh.
Just the one word.
What,
Okay.
fuck?
Yep.
Ah.
I just had to clarify that we were talking about fuck.
Yeah, talk about the same word.
The F-bomb. Yep.
Fuck.
Oh,
okay, gotcha. Fuck.
Jeez. Yeah, everything else is good, so I can still say things like shit.
Fuck.
Yeah. You just got to get out of your system, Eric.
Well,
Yeah.
frack it.
Yeah, at least shit's still good.
No, see, I'm gonna go all what is that? Battlestar Galactica. Well, frack that.
Well, see, that's not a cuss word.
Yeah, I know.
They can't charge you for that one.
I know. Frack that.
But I think it's going to be fun watching you guys all figure out how not to say that as a byword all the time.
Well,
Oh my God.
what the fracking crap is that?
Yeah. It's going to be fun for the kids.
I know officially have made fuck fracking.
Yeah.
If you decide to run off a roll up and just look around, make sure there ain't a cuss cop watching you.
Oh my God.
So like in real life, it's all good as long as the cops ain't around. Gotcha.
Right. Yep.
Oh,
If you
jeez.
get caught by the cuss cop, you got to pay.
Yeah.
Sit here and see a cuss cop and be like, you gotta get the frack out of here.
Yeah.
Kick him off. Be like,
That's
sorry, bye-bye.
Just
No
remember
5-0 here.
them quarters go for a good cause.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Get to and from work, to and from the doctor and stuff.
So the whole so like you said, the whole streamer thing is not gonna happen now. So
Oh,
it's just
yes!
whatever.
Yeah!
No. You were talking about that place that you were talking about getting just for the streamers.
Right, but that ain't gonna happen.
That's what I was checking on. Okay. So
That
bring
ain't gonna
a
happen.
tent, bring a cabin, bring an RV, something.
Bring your little generator so you can charge up everything because this is boondocking. Okay?
So basically what I did for 5 months in Hagerstown, what? And going to
Basically,
California? Oh yeah. I have no idea. I got no idea how to boondock. What the
right.
fuck?
It's like none of us have ever done that
Yeah,
before,
what the
right?
fuck? Boondocking? How the hell do
It's
you
kinda like
boondock?
Branson. That's kind of like saying Branson's never seen a traffic jam.
Yeah.
Okay.
How am I gonna boondock?
Huh?
Jeez, how am I gonna boondock? I don't know how to boondock.
Right.
Yeah.
I have
Oh
no
my
idea,
God.
man. What the hell? Boondocking.
Hey, you know.
How uncivilized.
I think we boondocked as neighbors, didn't we?
Yeah, I don't know. Something like that. Yeah. You were there. I could hear you.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah.
That's funny.
That's funny. Yeah. So we're gonna do some boondocking. Gotcha.
Cool.
And we
I
gotta
think you
get
can
us some.
handle that.
We gotta get us some outhouses, you know.
I don't need one. I got one built into my camper.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, I've got one
Sweet.
built
That-
into my camper. So
Yeah.
you know, you're gonna have. I'm gonna have a lot of new friends. You know, especially at like 11, 12 o'clock when it's like, oh man, I gotta use the bathroom. It's all the way over there. I don't want to walk to it.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I don't know.
You'll be creative.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go out and water the lilies.
Not me. I got a bathroom.
Oh, I know. And
Yeah.
anyway, but that's and then we're trying to find somebody to donate us a big water tank so we can have water. A lot of these
Sure.
farmers got big water tanks on their trucks. Okay, they go out and fill their cattle tanks and stuff. I'm
Sure.
sure once I get it out there and it gets a little closer, somebody's going to say, "Hey, I'll fill up the water truck and bring it."
Yep.
Good old boys. I mean, there's going to be a lot of locals there. And the people are going to show up just like they did at Hagerstown, where they just show up and visit and enjoy a fire and then get in their vehicles and go home.
Yep.
It's that too.
I'm just trying to pound down this burger quick.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Is it from Culver's? Let me guess. It's got to be from Culver's. It can't be A&W.
No, it was McDonald's. You saw me?
Oh, you went not Culver's? Oh.
No, it was McDonald's. You saw me buy it. It was just quick and dirty.
Yeah.
I was doing it quick and dirty.
Oh my God. I tried their fries once
Sure.
late at night. They didn't change out the grease. Needless to say, that was an eventful evening. Yeah. Speaking of outhouses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You might want to
Yeah.
park close to one, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh. Wait, Mona, quick question for you. For bobtails, do we park in Springfield or the Branson ball fields? Where's the bobtail?
We're gonna, when we gather up for the hootenanny, we're gonna use the ball field parking lot,
Okay.
and then I'm still working to get the Whitewater parking lot for overflow,
Sure.
and then I'm also talking with Faith Life Church, which is right there, for
Sure.
overflow parking.
Okay.
They're not worried about it because you're not going to be a truck carrying a 50-foot loaded trailer.
No, it's going to be a bobtail only. So it's what's that? Only I don't know if there's a weight limit at all to any of the part of getting there. I think it's like 65. So I think I'm just
Well,
going to be
I mean, your average bobtail's anywhere from about
17 tons.
20,000.
How much do you think a tour bus with 40 people and all their luggage on it weighs?
Probably about the same as a bobtail.
And we've been, I remember when I parked 31 buses just in Shoji Tabuchi's parking lot for just one show.
I saw Brett was in here stalking my chat. I was busy ordering food, so I didn't say anything to him.
He's probably watching. He's not in the chat, so he's spying on it.
Oh yeah,
he was my panel guest last time I hosted.
Yeah.
Yeah, he goes on all the chats, at least the Canadian ones that were on today, and then he plugs other channels, so he's pretty cool. He's a channel plugger.
No, I know Brett. I know
Yeah.
Brett. I know all about Brett.
Yeah. There are a lot of Canucks that were out and about today, especially if you were in the T-Dot. If you're familiar with what the T-Dot is.
I was watching one of the channels. I gotta look at my phone.
Yeah.
But I was let's see.
They were in Toronto. That's the T-Dot. That's what they nickname it. Java Fun 69. That's a big channel.
Yeah, I don't follow him too much. I mean, I've seen him. I popped
Yeah.
on a couple times and just said hi, but usually he's on at different times. Times where either I'm off or on somebody else's panel or doing something else. So
Yeah. He's
I
got a
don't see
big
him.
subscriber
look,
base.
There's Brett. Oh yeah, he's got a pretty big subscribers. I only heard of him through Polish.
Right. She was she was in his truck during the convoy, so that's how he got all the attention. Yeah. So good on her.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Anyway, Polish.
Oh, VIC BC Live is one of the people I was watching today
Yeah.
up in Canada.
Big BC Live. Yeah, he's out there in Vancouver or Victoria. He's out there in Western Canada. He's out there by the Pacific. He's on the West Coast.
Yeah. Hi,
Yeah.
Brett Boyle.
What's up, Brett?
I put that address in the private chat for you, Eric.
Okay.
I put my phone number there too, so you now have my number.
I saw that.
Yeah. Here it is
I
now.
saw that.
Yeah.
Here, I want to do this. This is me, isn't it? Is this mine? I know nothing. This is so much work. It's so much easier to join somebody's panel than to have your own.
Yeah.
You know?
That's why that one loudmouth, what was her name? Mr. Kitty or Missy Kitty she was a good guest, but she was a loudmouth. But to have her host her own, which she hasn't been around for a while, I know it's a different animal. That's why she claimed herself to be like a professional guest. So she wants to be like she wants to be kind of like whoops. I could hear myself echo.
Oh, that was because I was sitting here logging in from a different thing.
Oh,
gotcha.
gotcha.
I was just posting VIC BC's live link, and but I had to go in on another phone and pull it up. And as soon as I pull up my stream, my audio was going, or your audio was going through that phone. I picked up on my mic. See, I love being a guest. Just being a guest, it's so much easier.
Yeah. There's less work. It's like going to a house party. You don't have to clean up when you leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, my moderators, they have their own moderators, so my moderators don't have to do anything. I can say whatever the hell I want because technically, people may not know I'm there, so I can, I don't have to watch my P's and Q's. I mean,
yeah. There's some channels where the only people there are the wrenches. That's why on my channel, as small as it is, I don't have any moderators. Nobody's a moderator on my channel. So yeah, it's a free for all. It is a wild, wild west over on my channel.
I'm kind of surprised Brett hasn't tried to sit here and come on here yet.
Yeah, try to chime in.
Yeah, it's okay.
He might be feeding his cats, or he might be at the CBD store. I don't know. He might be a little busy.
I don't think he uses CBD.
Oh,
I think he uses the full strength stuff.
Oh, he uses the good stuff, the full strength. Yeah.
I don't think he fucks around with that CBD stuff.
It's too fake for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Someday, like I said, when it becomes fully legal, I may choose to try it. But
it's hard to if they make it fully legal. Like if you work in Denver, how do you drug test people then for like a job? Yeah, that's the hard part.
They just test for opioids. They quit testing here in Missouri for THC.
Yeah,
a different test.
I mean, I guess the thing is that I got the same issue that I had before. Is that if I try it and I like it, I'm going to want to do it. Yeah. So that doesn't really change if even if they change the laws, it's still that devil I don't know. As soon as I open that Pandora's box, now I've got a situation where now I've got a new addiction. Because I can see where I would like it.
Yeah.
But
I can't do it. I can't do it because of my line of work. Because it's just random.
Yeah.
Drug screenings.
Yeah, same here. That's why that's part of why I haven't either.
That's all right, guys. I got a card for it. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. For is that for glaucoma? Something like that. Not saying you have it, but I know that some people do it for that very reason. So it's medical.
Yeah,
I mean, I get it.
Mine's for insomnia, and I only get the kind that puts me to sleep. Okay, and I only do it before I go to bed. It's a medicine to me. It's most often it's just a medicine.
So if I decide to, Mona's got the good sleeping medicine for when I'm down there.
Yeah. She's got the Ambien. She's got the good stuff better than Ambien. Be like, oh.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it will put you to sleep.
Oh wow.
And it lets me sleep all night long, which is something I've been known to be wide awake for up to 10 days at a time and not be able to go to sleep.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's something.
That's natural. That's not taking anything else, you know.
Yeah.
So they put me on sleeping pills, and I took one, and I was sitting in my chair looking at a curtain. The next thing I know, I'm in my RV parked down along the river, and it's 3 days later.
Oh my God.
And I'm like, I don't need those.
Yeah. Jeez.
You know, at least when I do my wacky, honey, I go to bed and I wake up in the same bed I went to bed in.
Oh.
And I wake up and I got everything in my house. I tried one other time. I'd been awake for like 10 days and I had to get my body to go to sleep.
Oh my God.
I broke down and took one of them doctor prescribed sleeping pills. When I woke up, I had the clothes on my back, the pillow under my head, and a blanket. Everything else in my travel trailer was gone. From the microwave to all the silverware.
Jeez.
And it just so happened I had a girlfriend who stopped by and said, Mona, you weren't right. You were throwing everything out the door. She said,
oh, jeez.
I picked everything up, packed it in my van. Are you ready for it to come back in your house? I said, I thought I lost it forever. What happened? You know?
Oh my God.
Yeah, I weren't taking those. Those immediately got destroyed.
Jeez.
That's funny. Hey, Tara, I'm just driving around. I was going to do some testing with a different program, and it just didn't work out. And it's Tara from the airport.
Yeah, yes.
Chef, yeah.
I might be
where I was going, so I was just letting her know. I'm just screwing around. I'm literally a block away from my house. I'm just driving around in circles, trying to figure out what the hell to do. I don't know.
Yeah, he's driving around for the panel. Yeah.
Yes, Kimberly, I know what you mean.
Tara, I might be in your neck of the woods in a few days throughout the week. Not, I think 3 days from now. So like on the 20th, what's that, Tuesday? Already, I might be in your neck of the woods. So I better ask this now whether or not you're going to have that day off, because if not, then I'll reroute myself outside of Hagerstown. But if you're going to be at work on Tuesday, then I'll see about making my way there and make myself a little field trip to Airport Grill.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got some good food there, man. It feels too upscale to me, but that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, it does. It feels like I should be wearing like a suit.
No. I need a sport coat when I walk in.
Just dressed up more than I am, you know. But the food's good. I really do enjoy it.
Yeah,
Damon, I think it's Damon. I personally like ambience. I want to try to get a doctor to give me some.
You know, that's
I
prescription.
only have one side effect. Don't keep me awake.
Oh my God.
You're in trouble. If you keep me awake on Ambien, man, you know, you're in trouble. I'm not. Yeah, I don't. You know, I get really horny on Ambien.
Oh my God. I dated a chick who was that way with Molly. Don't ask what I was doing dating her, how I met her, but yeah, that's
Molly. So
yeah. Well, she told me anytime that she was on the any of that stuff or whatever, that she it's kind of like when a cat goes through in heat. It's like she was as a human. So I was like, yeah, she was supposed to give me some on my birthday once, but she never did. She chickened out. I said, oh my God. Yeah.
Hi, Chuck. Yeah. No, I found that out. I found that out the hard way. I sit here and
oh my God.
I sent videos to like a whole bunch of people in my contacts list, you know.
Oh jeez.
Of me and the person I was with at the time doing something that probably shouldn't have been videotaped in the first place. My inhibitions were gone.
Yeah, I'll say.
It all sounded like a good idea about that point in time.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a blue pill.
So
it's
yeah.
What's up, Ed?
It's not a blue pill. No, it definitely is not a blue pill. I don't need that.
Ah, yeah.
But
What's
yeah,
going on,
no.
Ed? Yeah.
Hey Ed, how you doing?
Yeah, Ed is in the house.
Hi,
Yeah,
Ed.
yeah.
Hi, Kimberly.
Ed's truth is there. Cool.
Yeah.
Uh,
So
yeah.
yeah, no. But I really do. I do need to get. We got a new sushi grill place. That's kind of a weird combination.
A sushi place in Wisco. That's interesting.
A sushi and grill.
Not a grill at runways, but it's a grill.
No, you get it like sushi's raw food. So now
Yeah.
you've got raw food with cooked
It's
food.
me.
It's like, well, doesn't that kind of go against each other, Oh, well, you can have your fish any way you want it. Well, either cook it or serve it raw, here you go.
Wait a second. So you mean to tell me that there can't be such a thing as a solar powered gas station then? If we go along this Green Deal stuff?
There could be.
Yeah, I mean, those kind of go against each other if you think about it, but the gas stations have charging stations too. So it's not too out of the ordinary.
I mean, your biggest problem with using solar is
You
depending
need the
on
sun. Yeah.
is you need the sun, and it depends on when. The problem with solar is there's no storage.
No, there's no
solar-
yield. Yeah, it doesn't
No.
pull enough energy. Yeah, it doesn't
No.
pull enough. Same thing with wind farms.
No, what I'm saying is I could hook up 1,000 solar cells together,
Yeah.
and if you're not using that power right then and there, it's just nothing, because there's no. That's why a lot of these cheaper setups do the back feeding to the power grid, is because there is really no storage system right now. It's when you're making it, you have to use it. Unless you've got a battery bank at your house, like a Tesla.
It's like a match then. It's like a match is what you're trying to kind of say. It's like a match, lighting a match.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some cool technologies out there, though. There's
Hydrogen fuel cell?
No, I was actually talking about where they use the reflector style solar, where they superheat like salt brine.
It's called
So
the
that's cool.
Stirling engine.
Oh no, that's not what I was talking about. Stirling engines are kind of cool, but they'll actually superheat salt brine, and it'll hold that heat in a kind of like a lava type form, and then they can tap off that heat source over the night and still generate electricity.
Sounds like geothermal.
Yeah, but they use reflective solar cells to heat it. So it's not really geothermal because it's artificially.
Thank you.
You're
Kimberly.
artificially heating it by that. So there's that one. Otherwise, there's gravity. There's gravity setups. You can sit here and kind of like an old grandfather's clock. You know how you got the one weight that drops.
The pendulum.
You could set up no, not the pendulum. The weight.
Oh.
The
I
pendulum
got you.
is what the pendulum is what times the motion. The swinging, the distance that the pendulum
Jenny.
swings back and forth.
As far as I know.
Sits here and sets how long the second takes.
Love
but
you
the
too,
weight.
Kimberly.
The counterweight, that's your
Right.
energy source. And every day you have to wind that. You got to wind that up. You got to pull that weight back up so that it can drop from gravity again. Well, you can do that on a bigger scale by using like an electric motor that's solar powered to winch up a huge weight up into the air, and then use that weight, pulling down on, through gear ratios and stuff to spin a generator to generate electricity, once the sun goes down. So
yeah, because that's when power is needed, as far as when people are home and not at work. As far as running the AC, if you're out in California, what you're doing out there, I don't know why, but or if you're charging a Tesla, that's usually done, when you're home from work.
yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that could be done too. You could kind of like how people used to have all chimneys for the longest time. You could have a wall where you.
I miss
just had,
chimneys.
where you could have like a really heavy weight that went up like 2 stories, and then just have a gear reduction box, and hook up solar, and then you could be generating your own electricity at night. So
Yeah.
I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm literally just driving around.
Now you're looking for a quick trip for a banana. That's what you're doing.
Oh no, I was already there. I could have gotten a banana.
Yeah, they actually
I
have soup
Got
there.
a banana.
I'm gonna let y'all chat. I'm gonna head on out of here. I love you
Ah,
all very much.
We love you
Okay.
too. I can't wait
I'll
to meet
see
you
you in
in
November.
yeah,
I'll
a
have
couple
a hug
months.
for you, local. I'll have a hug for you. I promise.
Oh,
Thank you, Mona, for coming here and promoting the rally.
yeah.
I appreciate it.
I appreciate guys yakking about me before I got here.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
are definitely one of the hardest promoters that I've seen promoting anything. Because
Yeah.
I constantly, every panel that I see, you're out there promoting this. So I mean, you are, what is that guy's name? The guy that was the hardest singer in the thing. What was his name?
Elvis?
African American guy. No, he was an African American guy.
Barry
him
White?
No, they called him the hardest guy in show business or whatever. Mona probably would have known.
All I know is it's a passion. I just
James
want
Brown.
to fix my country, and the
James
best way
Brown,
to fix
that's
it
it. Yeah.
is get
Yeah.
Americans to loving one another again.
Yeah.
Okay,
The Hootenanny.
a
The
hootenanny.
hootenanny.
Ooh. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, a hootenanny. I'll see y'all at base camp. Okay.
Yeah,
Love
we
you.
will see you.
Bye, Mona.
Okay. Bye.
Yeah. Oh, there she goes. Now it's back to being a sausage fest. Awesome.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. We'll get somebody that'll want to come on.
Yeah. Maybe
Some
Ed
point.
might want to
I've
come
been
on or
enough
Brett.
Other people's panels.
Yeah. I've hijacked a lot of
That's
other
still a
people's
sausage
panels
party,
too.
though.
Yeah. It's not the Pecker convention.
It's all good.
Yeah.
I
I can't believe, as I was saying before, they got soup at Quick Trip. I don't know whether or not
It's a
that's
damn shame that
Yeah.
the flag, they got it down for maintenance. Otherwise, I'd go sit over there. I don't
they
know.
got the flag.
Yeah, the cutie flag, the really big one that's supposed to be like the biggest symbol of freedom in North America or whatever.
Oh, cool.
They're maintaining the pole. They're doing pole maintenance. So.
Oh, I remember that. Like you'd end your live streams with the pole facing the pole. Yeah.
Yeah. I was going over there showing the flag and stuff. I was gonna see if they wanted to maintenance my pole, but I don't know. I figured that probably wouldn't go over very good. Hey, can you help me do some pole maintenance?
Yeah.
I decided
do
not
some
to.
pole dance.
It was probably not a good idea.
No. God. Yeah. So Taylor, I want to ask her in the chat. You're going to be at work there on Tuesday. I'm looking at my schedule because I'm actually looking at the load board now and see if if you're going to have that off, then I'm going to have to go elsewhere. But unless she's too busy to answer, if she's too busy to answer, then so be it. So I'm just looking at the load board right now to see what could take me to Maryland. Oh, these are some really shitty rates.
Adorable, deplorable. I'm assuming, possibly repainting the pole, greasing whatever pulleys, changing out cables, maintenance. Maintenance.
Yeah.
I guess that makes sense, right? Maintenance. I don't know.
It's,
I can see the flag's not flying today. So.
Is that because of the Queen?
No, because there's a
okay.
sign that specifically says it's down for maintenance.
Oh,
It's been
gotcha.
down.
All right, none of that
And I
Queen
think it
crap.
was even-
Yeah.
Well, hey. Why are you saying it's queen crap? No, I'm just asking, seriously.
No,
Why
why is
saying
it down
it's
for the
queen
Queen?
crap? No, you were saying
No.
none of that queen crap.
No,
Like,
because
if
we're not a
was-
monarchy. We're not a monarchy in this country. So that was the only reason why. Because Canada's part of it, and I don't know.
Okay.
I've looked to see whether or not the monarchy system is obsolete at this point.
Okay.
just because of the background. I mean, you could believe what you want to believe about the matriarchy. What is it? I guess it'd be a patriarchy now because it's a king instead of
Yeah.
a queen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't be offended by that if that rubs you the wrong way or what have you. But
You know, my whole philosophy kind of is just that, you know, you may not like somebody, you know, when they're alive, and that's fine and done. But once they're dead, they're just dead. You know, it's just like that. At that point in time, you just let it go. You know, it's just okay. It is what it is. You know, let it be. You know, and you know, it is what it is. It's like some people will sit here and feel like once somebody passes away, that's their time to sit here and really talk bad about something. Maybe there's some secret that they were keeping in, or I don't know, whatever. It's just like, you know, hey, they're dead. This is the time. It's that person may not have been the greatest person, in this aspect of their life, but you just focus on what they were good about, and you just move on. It's not. It's just there's no point in speaking badly of the dead. Whatever the case may be. It just that's all it is. That's the only thing. It was like what I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? It's like, hey, she's dead. Just let it be.
No, point taken. It's been 10 days. It's like a 10-day funeral, and it's nothing against the queen, like when she was alive or what she did or her actions. It's the fact of the monarchy, of just the monarchy system itself. I mean, it's like in this country, if one of the Kardashians were to die, Lord forbid, it's like that would be on the news all the way through Christmas. It'd just be like, it would be nonstop. It would be more than just on TMZ. I mean, it would just be, because they're kind of like this country's equivalent, at least I think, the way they look at least as far as the socioeconomic caste system, because they're not public officials, but Yeah,
I mean, my understanding is they really don't wield really any superpower. Most of the power is in their actual government now. I mean, they're more of a, I don't know, welcoming committee in a sense. I mean, in all reality, every time anybody comes over from another country, they're part of the welcoming. Come meet this person, shake their hand, say hi. They're like the welcoming committee in a sense. I mean, I believe they still probably have some influence, but they're not the government. The government runs the country. So, I mean, they may be able to try to persuade or sit here and, say and use their influence, but to what level does the king, queen, whatever that whole monarchy really have over the country anymore? That's the question.
Isn't that how it is with Hollywood? Or Hollywood, they're not. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same. In a sense, it's the same thing. That's what I was going to kind of go with. You get somebody that's super famous, but I mean, I'm pretty sure they've got a little bit more influence. I mean, they probably have some, but I mean, really, the country is controlled by the government now. So it's they gave up a lot of their control. You know.
I use Hollywood.
They don't have any.
Yeah, I'm using Hollywood as a reference because they have a lot of lobbying money, and so they kind of shape it. They especially shape the way how California is, but just how they're like a media wing, or like they're a very, very big part of media. So luckily there's platforms like this that like take away from that legacy type, and then social media. And so we don't always have to like watch TV or have Netflix or Hulu or go to the theater. It's like, this is like our form. This is like our peer-to-peer entertainment here, because we don't need them.
Yeah. I was kind of laughing. Polish Agnes was sitting here, and she was kind of, talking about how she doesn't really watch TV and whatnot. And
good for her.
She was kind of on there sitting here saying, yeah, people shouldn't do that. And I just kind of plugged in there that, and they probably shouldn't be watching YouTube, because YouTube is kind of like the new TV. I'm like, Polish, shut up. You're sitting here killing yourself here. You're telling your viewers not to watch you.
Yeah, no, TikTok. TikTok is worse than Twitter. Yeah, TikTok is worse than Twitter. TikTok teaches you, I mean, that's just like a dumbing down of society, the way that I look at it. I'm not on TikTok. YouTube has shorts anyway. So that's like ScrewTube's way of competing. or trying to be, trying to compete with it.
I mean, I enjoy TikTok here and there, because it is a little short thing, and you can pretty much get away with anything almost on TikTok.
Pretty much, yeah, except for killing someone.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, even then,
you can put whatever videos you want. See, closed for service.
Oh, is that the quick trip?
Before? No, that's
no, it's a flag.
I'm at the big pole.
Yeah, a lot of symbolism there.
Holding arm to arm to be able to actually go around.
Oh my God.
Dude, the pole's 11 feet wide.
Strippers.
It's 11 feet wide, man. At
oh
its
my
base,
God.
It's 11 feet wide. You're not gonna.
Hold on.
You can't fund it.
Yes, I still have my logo on there. Oh, that is so awesome. I did that yesterday. It is still on there. Yes. I love that logo. That logo looks so cool.
Yeah,
I found it yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up, Brett? Yeah.
Oh, I don't think I have a logo on mine. Let me see what I got. Nope. See, I just got an icon.
You could have a picture of a wrench.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Oh, you got nothing? Oh.
I'm not fancy.
That sucks.
Fancy.
Oh. Yeah.
So yeah, no, I just figured I'd pop on. I was gonna be all excited, and I was gonna test out all that stuff, and you know, and do all that stuff. But I figured it was a start. Like I said, I just haven't been happy for a little while, and was kind of moping around, and not taking care of myself. So I got up off my ass and went to the store, got some food. Decided to start working on some projects, and try to get my butt in gear. So, even though I hit a little bit of a roadblock with what my plan was, it just means tonight I'll go home and I'll try to figure out another way to do it.
Sure.
It just sucks.
Sure.
I guess it's a feature request. So hopefully maybe that Restream will eventually open it up to the lower tier. But I mean, right now it's that feature I wanted to use is only available for the higher end packages where it's like $50 and $60 a month, and it's like, well, screw that.
Yeah. With Restream, you could actually hijack someone else's panel. Jeffrey did that to me as a way to thank me for popping his cherry as like his first guest when he did his first panel. So that was a few weeks ago or a couple weeks back. So he found out a way, or he figured out how to hijack my panel if I do Restream. He knows how to do it. What he does is that he'll take it over, he'll bring in his subscribers, and they take over the chat room. Well, even though I don't have nobody, well, except the last time I did a panel that was StreamYard, though. I had the most people in my chat room. That was like 5 people, all 5 of you. So that was like a new record. But he figured out if you're using Restream, someone else can Restream you and basically bring in their chat to take over yours, so they could literally occupy your panel. Yeah.
Well, okay, yeah, so they can join your chat, but I don't get how he's taking over. I don't understand.
With that one, what he does is that he'll Restream your Restream.
Sure, I get it. I get that part.
Yeah, and with the panels that he brings in, basically your chat becomes his chat room. It's hard to describe it, but I guess I don't know what other way. I guess yeah.
Because because his chat integrates with your chat. I get that part. Because Polish was complaining about that to a point. She sat here and said that that part of the problem when she was on, I think she was on Grey Wolves, and I'm just going to use that as an example because I know he uses Restream. One of their moderators was able to block comments from her chats, and it looked like she had done it. So it had given control to moderators of whoever was running the Restream. And and so that was a downside. So I like I said, the only reason I was interested in Restream was just the fact that without doing an OBS type setup, I would have been able to use my drone to go into the Restream app, and then been able to sit here and switch, kind of like an OBS, where I could say, okay, well, we're going to watch this and flip, just like I can go in here and I can go and I can click on you and I can go like that. I could have done that. I could have done that with the drone.
Oh, to add it as another. Okay, that would have been cool.
And then I could have sat here and then I could have been like, okay, well, now we're going to sit here and we're going to switch to this view, and I could have just switched around. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So I could have.
I got to look into the drone. Yeah.
Yeah. Then I could have used Restream and had the multiple streams, and then be able to just switch. So I could have had my normal camera going, like this. Like let's say you're my normal camera, and okay, there's my normal camera. Blah 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 blah. And now I want to sit here and I want to switch over to my drone. So now, look.
Yeah, it's the drone.
There's the drone footage, Okay, well, the drone, the band. So now let's go over to this footage, And I could have just used it to change camera views. You know what I'm saying? I could have ported in multiple cameras and then just sat there and used it kind of like OBS does, where you can switch cameras.
I have to invest in a drone. Yeah, I got to do that one of these days. I know what you're saying, though. That sounds cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it would have been a cool feature, but not for $50 a month for a streamer that's not making anything. If I was making something, that'd be a different story. If it was like, if I could sit here and say, oh yeah, it's part of the operating cost, and I just took it off the overhead of what I was making per month, then yeah, I can justify it. But right now, just being what I am, I can't justify it.
Sure. Kimberly Sweethead, she takes exception to what I guess what you said, and to adorable deplorable. Yeah, you are right. I was actually rated. My panel was actually rated. I don't know if that's like the same verb, being occupied or being rated, being spammed. Yeah, but yeah.
I'm gonna see what Kimberly has to say.
Yeah.
Let's see. I have modded in Grey Wolf. Never happened. That is something totally different. You are talking about. I don't know. That's just a story that Polish told me. That she was on one of those type of restreams or whatever, and she put her correct credentials in and stuff, and then her viewers started chatting, and whoever was running the actual restream had control over blocking or removing comments that her viewers had. That's what she told me. So whatever the case is, that's what I was told. So nah, there, Kimberly.
Yeah.
You got a problem with it? You talk to Polish about it. No. You no. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Polish. I'm just recycling information that I got from somebody else. I haven't had it happen personally, so.
Hey, Queenie's in the house. Hey, I got something there for you, Queenie. You know that one dude who actually did the hit job on you. What's that, Maverick Multimedia, or what's his face, the real monotone dude? He actually went back on his hit piece on you, and he said, you know what, there's people out there in Canada, because I watched the stream. I wanted to call into his show and complain to him, to his ear, about why he did that to you without giving you a voice to call in and to defend yourself. Queenie, if you're still there. So he went back and he said, well, there's some people here in Canada that have taken it upon themselves to let themselves be known, and how nothing happened on 9/12. It was the day after 9/11, which I think he wanted to equate you to be some kind of extremist or something like that, which equals domestic terrorist. I mean, it's all these different buzzwords to label Ultra MAGA in this country. So he kind of went back on what he falsely accused you of without giving you a say. So there you go, Queenie, is that your actions have been justified, or at least on his channel. So I guess whether or not he went back on what he said to you before, but you've been exonerated because of what happened on 9/12. Comparing, I mean, because what he did with you before was that was an absolute hit piece. So, yeah. So you're a cool channel. It kind of sucks of how you're putting videos now on private because the trolls get into you, but It was really cool watching you. Yeah.
Hey, you all.
What's up?
You got a boom mic?
I have you on my plug-in. I have you on my earbuds. Oops, whose dog is that? I do not have a boom mic, unfortunately. I've been meaning to.
All right. No, I was just wondering because it's kind of sounded like you had your boom mic in front of your mouth because it was getting a little bit of wind noise, like you were yelling into your actual mic.
Oh, sorry about that. I was holding it under my chin. I have earbuds, so I'm doing this for like volume.
Yeah, I got you. No,
Yeah.
Yeah, you're loud. You're loud.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're fine. But yeah, I was picking up some wind noise from like you
breathing,
blowing into your mic as you were talking. You must have had like pointed right at your mouth.
If I do the wireless buds, they run out of juice when I'm on these panels. I'm like, sorry, I got to switch up to. And I accidentally bought some. I accidentally bought some skull candy. They're apple only. I should have looked at the back. I'm like, damn, I have to return to the store now. Yeah, it sucks. So it's super. And
it's apple only.
yeah, that's one of the things I'm worried about these charging stations with the e-cars. Every car brand's going to want their own. I said, are these charging stations recyclable? Because otherwise, these landfills are just going to be stockpiled.
Well,
Seriously.
no, that's not really true. The only one that's on a priority or proprietary system is Tesla, I believe. I believe all the other companies use a standard or use adapters from what's an industry standard already for their plug. So there's Tesla, and then there's this other company, and whatever that company is, the other style charging setup, they have adapters for all the other companies. So it's just Tesla that's kind of got their own thing. But part of it is also Tesla's got their charging system set up so they can do what they call supercharging. They're cranking out like 400 amps DC, into their battery packs. That's why they can charge in 30 minutes.
Sure.
They're cranking out some serious straight out power.
Juice, right.
And unfortunately, the other companies couldn't take advantage of that. So that's where they've got their specialty plugs.
I got you. Huh. Jenny, are you referring to today being Constitutional Day? Because I've stopped watching the 76ers. I mean, outside of the J6ers, but as far as like the other group, because they've now like splintered into like, well, I think Bunker Hill's already gone and done with. But if you're talking about Constitutional Day being today, yeah, because the only channel really I think is Glory B. She's the only one left that even bothering whatever. Hey, what's up, Trace? Queenie, are you talking about the root beer at the A&W? Okay, that's the root beer, but there are also restaurants too, because I've only seen one in Wisconsin, which is it's down there by exit 333, or it's down there by it's not Racine, is it Racine? The A&W, it's the one by across the street from the Quick Trip.
There's do you know how many A&Ws there are in Wisconsin? You're like the one in Racine. I'm like, there's like millions of them.
Yeah, because
I've done A&Ws right up in Manitowoc. I mean, there's A&Ws everywhere. There's one out in Kiel. They're all over the place.
What do they serve there? I mean, are they a competitor to Dairy Queen?
A&W.
What are they? Besides a root beer, I know they're root beer, but what's their franchise?
It was kind of like Sonic in a sense.
Oh.
It was the old 50s car hop. You used to be able to go up like you go to a Sonic, and you'd have the little menu board, and they'd come out on roller skate type things, and they'd bring you your food to your car type setup, kind of like Sonic does now.
Gotcha.
I mean, a lot of them have gone away from that. Now they're actually just restaurants. But I mean, it's burgers, hot dogs, chili dogs, root beer floats, kind of Sonic. I'd say almost Sonic could probably be their closest competitor, or Dairy Queen. Dairy Queen if they serve food.
Yeah, Dairy Queen's trying to get into the food to take on Culver's. Yeah, I've never been in an A&W. Maybe I'll just do that, just to say that I've been to one already, because I've seen them around. I just never gone in, but I know it's basically the root beer brand, and it's a store. So
I like A&W. If you go into one, get my favorite. It's called a black cow, and if they don't know how to make it, it's basically have them mix up a root beer float.
Nice.
Have them sit here and take a root beer float and mix it into it like a shake. You know, with the like the blender. You know,
Sure.
like to do a mixer. Oh my God, it's such a nice. It tastes like a root beer float all the way through.
You okay there, Hector? Looks like he came back. He might have been pinching a loaf or something.
How you doing, Hector?
All right.
So it looks as though our Canadian neighbor Queenie was assaulted at an A&W. That sucks. I don't know whether or not she wants to talk about it. Yeah, I know. Why an A&W? Just be like, and she says that A&W and KFC have joined together. Huh.
Yeah, that sucks.
It is National Constitution Day. Yesterday was Mexican Independence Day.
Yep.
They're pretty much taking over this country to get revenge on the 1846 Mexican-American War. That's pretty much their vengeance. Oh my God. Yeah, so I'm sorry. Yeah, the cops took them 4 hours. Oh my God. Talk about defund the police. I think Canada's way ahead of us on there. I'm just reading Queenie's comments.
Hi, Tracy. I'm just kind of scrolling through. Well, because I kept on driving, I wasn't really paying attention. Damon, Queenie. Hi, Queenie. Raised country. Hello.
Yeah.
Adorable,
Queenie was put on a hit piece. It was just some dude that.
No, I've seen.
Yeah.
Her and Brett got put a big old target on their back, and that Carl guy has just been just going after them. That's like his new life and mission, or his new mission in life.
Oh my God.
No, literally. I mean, he did one on like Polish. He did one on like Dosho. He did one on, he's kind of done one on, whoever.
He hasn't got around to me yet.
But well, you're small potatoes still.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think you're a real streamer until he's done one on you.
No, that is true. Yeah. Yeah, that's got to be my rite of passage. You're right.
So Brett and Queenie should take that as a badge of
honor.
Of pride. They made it to the real streamer status.
That's funny.
So
oh my God.
I mean, I don't know, but yeah,
that's when you know you've made it, when Carl's onto you. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
You go on his website, and holy crap, he's just it's just link after link after link. Holy crap.
Yeah.
But
oh my God.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever. It is what it is. Like I said, I actually enjoyed his one he did about dough. That I think that was the best one he did. In my personal opinion. I really do. If you look at the amount of time that he put into it and the effort and the length, and that one's like a full out production. Some of these newer ones, it's kind of like just kind of like he slaps them together. They don't have the quality that one does. But hey, it is what it is.
Sure. How did Queenie get into the private chat if she's not on the panel? She got back there. Oh no, wait, that must have been
because she's in the actual channel. That's why.
Oh, gotcha. I got
She wants to come on the stream.
Oh, cool.
Hi, Queenie.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for the plug there, Kimberly. Hey, what's up, Queenie? Well, welcome back. Oh,
look at you! You made it to the big time.
Yes.
Come on,
Rolling
guys.
with the big boys.
You got Carl making videos about you.
She got Carl.
That's Hunter Stanton. Get it straight, guys.
Okay. So,
oh my God! So you got assaulted at the root beer place? Do you want to talk about what happened, or is it too?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I came on here for.
Okay, thank you.
There was some suspicious activity that was going on at the legislature, apparently. And so, of course, I jumped in my vehicle, rushed down there for support and some muscle. But I dropped my sister-in-law to get her nails done so I could go and check out the situation, be some eyes and ears. And I whipped a shitter over by the mall, pulled into the A&W across from Portage, and parked to go to the bathroom because I really had to go to the bathroom, but I was going to get something to eat. And there was a white girl in there, and she overstepped her power tripping issues. and we got into it, and she threw those little table things that you put on the table for when you're waiting for your meal and they come and grab it. The
little number
numbers.
things. Yeah, the number.
Yeah,
placards.
so she threw that at me, right? So then, well, of course, me.
Oh my God.
You don't come at me. I fucking grabbed her and I ripped half of her hair out. And I
Oh
gave
my
her
God.
But
Jesus.
then two people jumped me. Two guys jumped me from behind. One was the East
Guys
Indian
jumped you?
worker.
Oh,
Yeah,
Jesus.
yeah. So then they took me down, twisted my knee. So then I was kind of unstable, but I jumped right back up and I started to fight again.
Oh my God.
Because she threw a whole big garbage can of garbage at me.
Oh my God.
So
What
I
a
was on the
bitch.
ground. So
Jesus.
so then I left because I was gonna call the cops because I didn't know if they broke my leg. I wasn't sure. I've never broke anything, knock on wood. So then I was waiting for them because she stole my hat that said Freedom Fighters Canada on it that I got from my girlfriend, my best friend in the States, that brought us together through this movement. And I was not leaving without it. And the cops wanted me to leave, and they took 4 hours to get to me. And I stayed there and I taped the whole thing because that stupid cunt fucking took my hat, put it on, read what it said, put it on her head, and then dropped it in the garbage.
Oh my God.
So I
Jesus
wanted to go in and kill her. Well, not kill her, but you know what I mean. I wanted to finish.
Yeah. Mess her up. What's up, Wendy?
Yeah.
Sorry.
So then all of a sudden the cops came finally after 4 hours. And I was talking to them, and I came up here for a reason, you guys, to tell my story because I really didn't want to. I'm in a lot of pain right now, and I'm trying to relax.
Thanks for being
I
on.
just got home from it because
Oh
I
my
didn't
God.
get into Winnipeg till 2.
Jesus.
Then when I just got home, and it's 10:41 here. So
Sorry to
anyways,
hear
the cop
that.
comes, and I said to him, I was like, because they were trying to get me to leave. And I said, no, I'm not leaving here. I said, I want my hat. I said, and I'm not leaving till I get my hat. So then the cop comes over and talks to me. He had all my information already. And I told him it was correct. And then I started to tell him my side of the story, and he really wasn't listening at first. And
Oh,
I was
jeez.
getting agitated because I was already agitated as it was.
Ah.
And so he went in there and he's like, I said, she sat there and she was in my face showing that my hat was on, and then she put it in the garbage in front of me. So I said, so don't let her tell you that they don't know where it is because I have it on video. And then they would have it on video in there. So he walked right in and never gave her a chance. He says, where's her hat? I want it right now. So then he came and he talked to her for a minute. He came back outside, and this is why I'm telling you the story, guys. Because I've always said this, there are good cops out there.
Sure.
And when he came and he brought me my hat, he held it for a second and he looked at me. And he knew I wasn't recording anymore because he was being a little bit rude, like he was being nice. And he turned it towards me and he looks at me and he said, this is between you and me. But I support you in this. Yeah. And that's what made me back down because I wanted to press charges. And he said, if I have to press charges on her, I'm going to have to do it to you. And I don't want to do that to you, ma'am. And so I looked at him and I said, me quitch. I said, I'll back down. I said, I'll call corporate in Canada and I'll try and get her job. I said, but I'll leave peacefully. I said, I just wanted my job back. And he said, here it is. And I want you to know I support this. And that meant a lot to me. I'm sorry.
And we support you. Yeah, and that's what we're here for. And we're here for you. We're here to support you too, behind this too. You're not here by yourself in on this, you know? Oh my God.
Yeah, no, that's a sucky situation.
That's
You know,
assault.
I
Oh,
just
God.
I just don't get it. I can't understand why everybody just can't get along. Why everybody's got to be. It just seems like more. Well, it seems like it's just gotten worse. As time's gone on, people have just gotten more and more vicious to other people. It's just just the whole human factor. Nobody sees anybody else as human.
Lockdowns
You
didn't
know,
help.
no,
No.
no, that's true.
Yeah, it worsened things.
That just sucks. Well, I'm
Yeah.
sorry to hear that happened to you, Queenie.
Oh, God.
But
You know
like I
what?
said,
You know what though?
you're a real streamer now.
The cop was really good too, and he's like, I actually asked to come back out here because he goes, I couldn't stand listening to her attitude, how she thought she was better than even me. And I was like, he goes, so I asked to come out here with you because I wanted you to know that I support this. So there's not all bad cops out there, and I've always said that. It's just there's more that are overreaching their power than there are good ones like that fella today.
Yeah.
He brought a new light into my heart because I was feeling really, really left out being sitting there for 4 hours when I was supposed to be doing something else to make sure that the safety of those ladies in those teepees were at par.
Yeah.
And it made me feel good. So even though it wasted my day, I believe the creator had that because it made my heart a little softer again.
And the people who assaulted you, they worked there. It's like they didn't leave afterwards. I mean, they were around for those 4 hours.
She called her mom and her dad came at me too.
Oh my God.
So it was like, but you know what he said? He's like, I saw what happened. And he said, I just, the stance of it is that because you reached over after she threw those things at you, he says you ripped half of the side of her hair out of her head.
Oh, Jesus.
And I was like, good. I should have ripped it all out of her head.
Oh, God.
Well, she at least she left a mark. She's gonna be like, oh fuck, she's gonna know that she fucked up for a little while.
Yeah, she's gonna have to shave her head.
She's gonna be
That's
like,
what it looked like, and the cop was smirking when he said it to me.
Oh
Because
my God.
she tried to say that it was self-defense, her throwing those at me to begin with, because I put my camera in her face. She threw my camera and busted it. And I was like, no. I said, look at her attitude. And then get this. It was all East Indians that were working there and her, the white one. And when there were some Native boys, I caught this all on camera. There were 3 little Native boys, and I was even still telling people because they locked the door so that I couldn't get in. And all I wanted was to go to the bathroom, and they would not allow me unless I bought something. And I out of town, and they were like, you have to buy something. I said, so, and then when I talked to the cop, I said to him, I said, how backwards is that? I said, you're still forcing masks in certain areas because of COVID, but yet you won't let people go to the bathroom and wash their hands, that they have to go and buy something first. I said, that doesn't make sense. And he goes, you know what? You're right. Actually, when you're thinking about that, that is a valid point.
Personally, I think they should make a law that if you've got an inward swinging door, so many of these places have been going to these touchless hand dryers. But if you've got a door that you've got to grab a handle and pull towards you instead of being able to just push out on it, I think they should be required to have to sit here and provide paper towel. Because I don't care if I'm sitting here and I go and I wash my hands and I use the dryer and do the whole 9 yards, and some kid was in there and just crapped on his hand and grabbed that door handle without washing. Yeah. What was the point of me washing my damn hands if he just covered the handle with crap?
Exactly.
I don't use the touch screens at McDonald's or Taco Bell for that very reason. Cephalococcus.
Well,
I think that's what it's called.
I'm fine with that. If you touch the touch screen and then you go in and you wash your hands, you're good. But I'm saying when you're in the bathroom and you've got a door that's facing you that you've got to pull open,
Mm.
You know, I don't think that they should be allowed to sit here and there should be some law in place that says if you're going to sit here and you're going to have an inward swinging door, that you've got to provide some type of paper towel or wipe or something that you can grab that door handle with. So that way, if you washed your hands, you can get out without having to touch a dirty door handle.
Yeah.
Well, that's why
Touchless.
it's a farce. That's what I was trying to point out, and that's what he was catching what I was throwing. I was like, you can't have both. Like, either you want people to wash their hands before they eat so that they're not touching everything and that they're clean, or you tell people to wear masks because COVID's going around. You can't have both of them. And that was ignorant of them. And like I said, if that was an old lady going in there who is disabled, because I have a disability card, on my vehicle. So I was also, I'm considered disabled by Canada. And if I was old and like 90, do you think they would make them pay for their food to go to the bathroom?
They better
You get
not.
what I'm saying there?
Ugh.
Yeah, it's just stupid shit. It's
That's a stupid policy.
Yeah.
You know, I literally swear the government's to sit here and say, "Hey, let's put all the stupid ideas in a pile," and they pick the stupidest one.
Yeah, out of a fishbowl.
Yeah, literally, it seems what this country is doing. It's like, what is the stupidest thing we can come up with? And then they're like, "Yeah, let's do this," and it's like, what the fuck are you thinking? I don't know.
Al Munson's a troll of mine that talks to Escobar and them. Just be aware.
Well, Al Munson's always been fine in my channel, and as long as he's being fine in my channel, he's more than welcome to be here. If he gets out of line,
No,
like I said,
understand.
Everybody sits here and gets their chance. I mean, if he makes a comment, that's fine.
Mine
he's
too.
entitled to his comment. But if if he gets out of control, well, then like spamming stuff, then that's what it is. But no, he's been in here before, and it is what it is. He's talking about the public. That's why he likes the public restrooms with outdoors. It's nothing towards you. So unfortunately, that's between you and him and your chat. That's there. But
no, I'm
everybody's
just
welcome
saying,
here.
Eric,
No, it's
that
fine.
he's attacked me a lot. So, and
Yeah.
I'm in other channels he's in that I mod in, and I leave him.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, be aware of him. That's all.
Well, like I said, I don't get too many problems. I get a lot of people from the left
Papa
and the
Joseph,
right.
Orange Heart, and Shelly.
Okay.
And
Sorry.
I mean, I get a lot of people from the left and the right, and this is kind of a safe space where everybody kind of comes in together, and we just kind of relax and chill here. We don't normally get into the political stuff too much in my channel, so a lot of things that a lot of people fight over doesn't usually happen here. So or we try to have conversations about things that the left and the right can agree on and whatnot. So I see a lot of people that may be causing problems in other people's channels that are perfectly fine here because I accept them, and they respect me and I respect them, and just mutual respect. So it is what it is. But
yeah, I'm just saying he's been known to that. So he's been lots of channels that he hasn't done anything to me and been normal.
Okay, well, we'll let it be. RT3, I've seen those. You're saying automatic door activated by the foot pedal, but I've seen those ones where you're supposed to like catch it on the bottom of the door, grab it with your foot. I don't like those.
Drag it. You have to drag it open with your foot.
Drag it open with your foot. It's like, that's stupid. Hi,
yeah,
Dave.
It's inconvenient.
Yeah.
I said, what if you're on crutches then? What if you're on crutches or in a wheelchair? How does that work?
Yeah. Like I said, the simplest thing is, I mean, I get the whole green thing, hand dryers are supposed to be greener because you're not
Clean
wasting
coal.
trees. Well, you're not wasting trees or whatever, by making
it's electricity.
paper towel and whatever. You're wasting electricity, which whatever. But still, like I said, if you're gonna have it, well then do it like a Walmart.
Whoops.
Where okay, you got an echo going.
Is that me?
Yeah, I think it's coming
so.
through you, Queenie. because I heard myself talking, and all of a sudden, so your face bubble moving the audio. But either you do it like Walmart, where you got the big area with no doors, or you
Yep, that's
just make
pilot.
sure,
Yeah.
or you make or a pilot, or you do it like where you push the door outwards, and then yeah, if you want to do touchless, no paper towel, whatever, more power to you.
The one bad news about air blow dryers is that if someone really stinks up the bathroom, all it does is that it just whooshes, it just circulates the stench. Sorry, I didn't mean to be graphic there, but that's what happens.
They've done tests, they've done tests for those hand dryers, and all they do is blow around germs anyways. No, every single one they've tested.
Yeah, I believe it.
I don't know. Okay, I'm not going to say the ones that have the ultraviolet lights because I don't remember for certain, and I hate to sit here and say certainties if I don't remember. But all the normal ones that you normally see, whenever they cultured them, all you were doing is blowing bacteria on your hands.
Oh, Queenie left the chat. Oh, dang. Hopefully she comes back.
Hey,
I don't know if that was a
BC
technical.
Live. We were talking about you earlier.
I followed his chat. He was on the march. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we were just
he was
talking
doing the
about
march.
how I was on your channel the other day. Okay, bye, Queenie.
Yeah.
We lost Queenie.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah. So
that was a tough story to hear, but unfortunately, that's how people, and especially the fact that she was describing an employee, like an actual worker. I mean, this wasn't another patron. This was actually one of the people who worked there. I said, "Are you kidding me?" I said, "You work there. You could lose your job if you act that way." It'd be like, seriously? I said, "You want to talk about unstableness, if that's a word? Just the weird behavior in some people, especially when you're at work." That was an employee.
It just seems like more and more people are getting more unstable. That's the problem.
Yeah.
It's like that's just an acceptable behavior. Is just to act that way.
No one's really putting a stop to it. That's the hard part, is that they get away with it and they're not really called out on it. So just like, okay, it's a phone call. What's up, Vic BC Live? I followed your, I'm just commenting with the people in the chat. I followed Vic BC Live was on earlier. And what's that? Whoops, Trace Cooper. Yeah, I subbed to your channel. Anyone subscribed to me, I subscribed to you back. So no, Vic BCI was on live early. He has like really high def quality to his videos, and it looked like he was at like some kind of seaport or something like that. So it's pretty cool.
Unfortunately, I popped off just as he was walking over to the ships. I wish I didn't. I would have liked to have seen those, but I was kind of bouncing around a couple of chats. Hi OS. So I popped off just as he was walking over to those ships.
It was like a flag waving at a park. It was like a flag waving thing at a park. That's what Yeah,
it really kind of sucked. Soup Mama and her crew and Polish Agnes all went to that Buffalo, New York or whatever.
Yeah,
they went to that
flag exchange
bridge, the flag exchange, and unfortunately they closed the passenger or the people bridge.
The passenger,
Well, no, the one for people to walk across. They closed that bridge, and I'm sitting here going, God, this has happened so many times to these people. Where they've gone to these different bridge events, like the one in Michigan. It was kind of the same thing. They were standing on the one side, and everything's going on in Michigan, and it's like, or going on in Canada. It's like somebody's just got to coordinate, a couple of pontoon boats.
Yeah, I was about to say because Jersey J got away with it. Like he showed the flag exchange the previous time they were there. They got away with it. And so I don't know whether or not like both sides caught on to it.
Yeah, there's nothing against the law. If you're in Canada or you're in the United States, you can go and ride around the whole lake.
Yeah.
You're not like, it's not against the law to go into the lake, so you take one pontoon boat from the United States, one pontoon boat from from Canada, and you guys just you guys just kind of like ride out into the middle and be like, "Hey, what's up, brother?" You know. And,
Yeah, I figured this is that. Is it true that when you're on water, you don't have to abide by land law? That's why casinos are on boats.
I believe so. I mean,
Okay.
I believe that's part of what it is.
Yeah. So all you got to do is get a boat. Yeah, both sides get a boat, and then just have a beach part in the middle of the waterway.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the Coast Guard going to do? Arrest you all? Be like, all right, fine, arrest us.
Get a couple of pontoon boats and just like strap them together. You know.
Yeah.
You know, just have a big old kind of like what is that, spring break party? You know, down in
Yeah.
you know, just get a whole bunch of boats and just everybody gets on a boat and just like screw it. I mean, it's getting cold now, but during the summer, man, you know, shit.
Yeah.
Just have a big old party in the middle of the freaking lake.
Yeah, just give boat strap-ons. Okay,
Yeah,
that didn't sound right, but yeah.
Yeah, you purposely said it that way, but hey, it's after dark, so we can get away with that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, this is the after dark portion, so.
Oh, it just hit midnight. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, we can talk about strap-ons and all that fun shit.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, now that Mona's off, she's probably listening in, but she's not in the panel, so yeah, we good. We don't have a cuss jar.
Mona's fine. She'd
Yeah.
be like, if you knew what I used to do.
Oh my God, like the CBD. Yeah. Gotta go 3 miles out.
Mona's lived a lot of life. Don't be sitting here thinking that she's some shy innocent little lady there.
That's funny.
I'm pretty sure she could teach you something new.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, that's what she said.
No shit.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
I'm just here at a rest area right now. That's what I'm kind of showing you. That's the welcome center or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know what you call it. It's far. I can't do the zoom feature when I'm on a panel. Limited feature for the camera. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to use that Restream, is because then I could have used something like Prism to stream into Restream. And then I could have had all the features that you're used to having in Prism.
Sure.
But then had the functionality of being able to do what we can do with changing and moving the squares around and doing panels and the whole 9 yards. So
nice.
You know, I was really excited about it, but damn, you know, when I found out it's going to be like $40 or $50 a month, I was like, oh, Jesus crap.
So do like the StreamYards, like to do extended hours beyond like the 20 a month that they give you. I think it's like 10 a month. Rumble doing that live stream. If you want to go uncensor, that's like 10 a month. So there are monthly membership fees to use these things.
It definitely adds up. Like I said, I mean, I liked the option of the Restream because, you know, I could just have, you know, the drone uses my phone and my phone internet. So it would have just streamed to that central server. Then my other phone would have just used its cellular connection. It would have just streamed to that central server and just done it. And I wouldn't have had to use a laptop other than maybe to like control a few things. I didn't have to.
Yeah.
I mean, there are other ways. I mean, I could sit here and set up an OBS setup, or there's other things like OBS. There's paid versions too that I could set up, but then I have to connect through Wi-Fi to a laptop, and then use the laptop to connect to the internet, and then send it off that way. And that it's more complex. You know, Jeff was talking about using a Pi control switcher, and you know, again, then that's you could sit here and do like a Raspberry Pi type setup, and you know that's fine. But again, it's still the same situation. You're still streaming to the Raspberry Pi, and then off you go.
I don't have a laptop.
So, and that's where Restream would have been nice, is because then the nice thing again with Restream is, okay, OBS. Let's say I'm doing OBS, and then I send it out to Facebook, and I send it out to Twitch, and I send it out to YouTube and all that. Well, each one of those from the OBS box is a new a new set of bandwidth that I'm uploading, and from a remote location, that's more load on there. Where
Sure.
with Restream or like this, you stream to just StreamYard or you stream just to Restream, and
Right.
then they do all the uploading to every other platform. So it is what it is.
Business owners. I was just reading the chat, but yeah,
Yeah, no, I'm reading what Jeff's talking about. He's talking about a Raspberry Pi type thing, and yeah, I mean, like I said, I've looked at that, but again, you're still dealing with hotspots and trying to connect the devices to that device, and yeah, it's just. I mean, I actually thought about setting up an OBS server on my server. I've got the capability of a gigabit fiber optic setup.
sure.
I'm only using 600 megabits right now because I can't even justify going up to
Yeah, because you wouldn't use that
a
much
gigabit.
anyway. Yeah,
Yeah, 600 megabits up and down is my bandwidth right now on my
Gotcha.
fiber optic line. So I could set up a server there, which then I could remote desktop into, so then all the power is being done on a server, and then I could sit here and I could stream into that from a remote
Like-
location.
like a
And it wouldn't-
cloud.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it would work like a cloud. It would work like Restream because I could stream in from an external place, but then I would still have to use like remote desktop to sit here and control it from a laptop. So I wouldn't be using the laptop on site, its connection and its power. I'd actually be using the one back at where my fiber optic is set up. It's
It'd be
just a
like go to
matter of
my
setting it
PC.
up. Yeah, something like go to my PC, or I'd actually probably just use something, a little bit less bandwidth intensive, because you
Sure.
really don't need. You just need to be able to kind of click on Windows. It doesn't matter how good the quality is on the laptop,
Right.
as long as you know that you can click on this window and you can click on this tab. That doesn't have to have really good quality. You just need to have enough that you can function the windows. So,
Right.
whatever. But I mean, it'd just be it'd be work, remote
Yeah, it
dedicated server tower. Yeah.
Right. It just
Yeah.
involves a little bit of effort. Now I'm just showing a panoramic view of this rest area where I'm at. There's no truckers here. That might change after. Well, it's after at midnight now, but this place is like a ghost town.
Yeah.
Yeah. So much for the truck shortage. No, I'm kidding. There's a trucker shortage. Oh, speaking of which, I don't know whether or not you. Well, I know we don't talk politics here or what have you, but the railroad
we do
strike
to
that.
a point.
Yeah.
We do
The
to a
railroad
point.
strike that I guess corporate news or wherever I don't call them mainstream because they're not mainstream to me.
Yeah.
When they're on the take of big pharma, is that they're actually back on strike. By the way, there was no agreement. I mean, if there was any kind of agreement, it was short lived. So as far as like if you're gonna order stuff, like as far as like Scamazon or Feebay, it could take a little bit longer after this point because especially if you're ordering overseas, because now all the shipyards are just going to be log jammed because there's no trains running for the time being, and if they are, they're probably running at like a 20% capacity compared to before.
Okay,
because-
but it's not all trains though, is it? I thought it was just a certain company.
If you're talking about like northern
like-
Burlington,
Yeah, I thought it was only like certain, like a certain company. Like if in the trucking world, like saying Swift went under or Swift, disabled. I didn't think it
Sure.
was like the whole. It's not the whole train
industry as a whole, yeah.
Yeah, it's just a certain branch of it that decided they were going to strike, right?
Whichever
At least
ones
that's what
have
I
the
heard.
labor unions. Yeah, whichever ones have the
Okay.
labor unions, then yeah, it might not be the whole industry, but still, I mean, if you want to use Swift as an example, if anything happens to them, there's like a ripple effect.
Yeah.
Because they're huge. They're actually the largest with like the largest fleet. So
Well, I mean, good for them. I mean, at least somebody's decided to sit here and stand up and say, "Hey, we're shutting this shit down." I mean, we couldn't
just
get
like
the
the trucker
truckers.
convoy. Yeah.
Well, the trucker convoy, I mean, really never got big enough. They never shut down. You had the ones that went to DC and
Yeah.
whatever number of them that showed up. weren't working for that period of time. But even at the highest number, what was it, maybe 400, 300 trucks? So I mean, out of how many trucks in the industry, 300 trucks didn't make a dent. I don't think that really made a dent.
Yeah, that is true, but I think it had to deal with just like the border crossings between here and Canada, because that's how I thought, like what happened back in January, February was the, well, even now these days, if you try flying into Canada, I think the restrictions are still, I don't know about the vaccine passport, they might have removed that, so I guess that's a victory.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what it was that the 14-day quarantine, you have to prove negative on the PCR on day 14.
Well,
So
but
I figured
that's Canada. That's not us.
oh, God,
We
man.
can't control that. That's not even something on our political side that we can even. That's Brett Boyle and his crew. That's them.
Yeah,
That's their
that's Vic
thing.
BC Live. That's their problem on that
That's
side.
well. I mean, but I'm saying, that's something they got to fight about.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we just don't go into Canada, and then they don't get any United States products, and they go into poverty, and and they can't feed their citizens, and then the United States just invades, and we have a new territory that we can take over.
It could be the 51st state, or a whole bunch of Canadians are just going to flood in here, so we'll have both sides of the border basically broken down. They'll crash the
Good night,
border on the
Hector.
north side.
Good night, Hector. Yeah. So that'll that's not our problem.
Oh, were we boring Hector? Sorry, Hector, if we were boring or if I kind of left you out. I feel bad now.
Eventually, the United States is just going to invade Canada, anyways. Me and Brett have been talking about it for a while now, and
I'm worried about Alaska, though. I'm worried about Alaska if that happens. They could easily take Alaska because it's between Russia.
I don't know. I don't know. I think Alaska, they're kind of crazy. I mean, they'd sit there and they'd get up on like bears and polar bears and whatever, and like start charging at them with maple syrup on their chests, and Canadians would be all like, ooh, maple syrup, and just start drooling, and just be like won over. I don't know.
They'll send their Mounties at us. They'll send their Mounties at us.
Oh, hi, Deborah. Oh, Brett. Bloody Eric wants to invade Canada.
Yeah.
No,
80% of their population is on the border. Yeah.
No, we were just talking about how the 14-day thing where nobody from the United States is going to want to go into Canada to give you guys supplies because they got to wait 14 days. So eventually, you guys are going to run out of food, then that'll weaken you as a country, and then we'll just invade. That's all. I'm not saying I want to do it. I'm just predicting what's going to happen.
So we know Canada's pressure points is what you're saying. We pretty much know what gets them. Yeah, that's a good strategy. We know how to get them. Ottawa's not too close to the border, by the way.
Oh,
it's like 200 miles from New York State.
That's okay.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Telling you, 80% of their population is by the border. They can invade us any day now. They know that Ukraine's pretty much weakened us.
Invade them. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't know. It'd be kind of funny to see Canada try to invade the United States.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of hilarious.
They'd all be on horseback. It'd all be the red Mounties.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, you look at the counties, the states they have to go through, and the northern states, the northern states are some of the biggest gun advocate states.
Right.
I mean, so
they
it's
have
like,
to.
Okay, you're coming into the border where there are a lot of guns. It's like,
yeah.
Okay, sure, come on in.
So it's like inland. You're saying it's like it's inland that's well armed, not the border. Be like, so the border they're pretty vulnerable.
Well, once you get to Illinois, then you're safe. You can they automatically disarm their citizens for Canada's protection.
Yeah, that's a safe zone across Lake Michigan. You're right. You're right.
Yeah. If Canada wants to invade a part of the United States, we will give you a beeline to Illinois. Go right ahead. Just take it over. You can have California and you can have Illinois. Just take it. We're good with it. We won't
Yeah.
even stop you. We will we will sit here and we will cheer you on. We'll be on like the side of the highway, like, yo, Canada, yeah.
So they'll pretty much just go south on 94 up until they hit Chirac, and then
Yeah.
because yeah, I mean, just let them go south on 94, and then as soon as they cross over into Zion,
Yeah.
or I think, or Rosecrans, I don't know what the northern border is.
We'll even post signs on the roadway, Illinois this way, so they don't
Yeah.
get lost.
Make sure
You
none of
know?
them stop in Wisconsin, though. You have to make sure they drive all the way through. So
Yeah. Well,
that's a stipulation.
I'm pretty sure all the rednecks at all the exits and entrances holding shotguns and everything else. We'll keep them on track. No, You're supposed to keep going south. Just keep on motoring. Keep on motoring.
Yeah, until you hit Illinois, then that's a safe space. That's a safe space. That's a gun-free zone. So that's ripe for the taking.
Brett's like,
That's funny.
they've never started a war, but they've never lost any war that they've entered. Be careful what you wish for. I have no problem with Canada invading Illinois or California. Go right ahead, take them.
Yeah, they could have those states. I mean, they're pretty close. As far as voting patterns, it'd be like, well, they consider that to be another one of their provinces, probably.
The Chinese won't let Canadians have California.
That is true.
Oh, geez. Well, no, they can only have Southern California. They can't have Northern California.
Yeah, they're different. They're different.
Yeah,
You're right.
Yeah, Northern California is, more like the rest of the United States. They're kind of normal. You guys can have like Hollywood and town.
Yeah, pretty much SoCal. Yeah, because if you're
SoCal
talking
and
about
town.
Northern California, that they some of them even still regard Northern California as the state of Jefferson.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, they had a movement where they were trying to sit here and they were trying to they wanted to split California into
They
separate
should.
states.
Yeah, it's too big of a state, to be honest. It's too big to really. I mean, you got to break that shit up, man, because Northern California is a different culture. It's very different than SoCal. So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, but I mean, you get that same scenario, unfortunately, with Illinois too, because oddly enough, if you literally look at, if you ever look at the way the voting goes by county, where they actually show you by actual county,
Crook County owns the
per
state.
county,
Yeah.
you look at Illinois, and really, except for right around Chicago, the rest of the state votes red.
Yeah.
So Illinois itself is not a blue state.
Nope.
It's just the fact that the counties directly around
Chirac.
around Chi-Town, California, or Chicago,
Might as well be
control that entire state. That's the problem.
Yep. Same thing with New York State. Yep. Same thing with those guys over there.
That's the same thing with Wisconsin. Milwaukee controls the state.
Yeah.
The entire rest of the state of Wisconsin can vote red, and if Milwaukee votes blue, we're going blue.
Yeah, Madison's
That's
pretty
what it is.
progressive. Madison's pretty progressive because it's a college town.
Yeah, I don't remember. I hadn't really watched how Madison went in the last couple of elections.
No, Dane's pretty blue. Yeah.
I know. Since Roe versus Wade, if you go on the weekend, you get to see boobies.
Oh, nice. Are they real or are they like trans boobies? By the way,
no, they're real. They're like, I guess it's legal in Madison to walk around with no shirt.
Because I came across one trans who had a boob job, so it was like, get it was like a he/she, but the he had a boob job. I've never seen it before, but they looked real. They were 36Ds, by the way. So
no, these were real females.
Yeah.
Which really just kind of caught me off guard. I was like, okay, you just don't see that very often, that people are just standing there in public with their tops off. And I was doing the
I watched that live feed. Yep.
For the nurses.
The four
and
chicks.
I happened to be just kind of walking around looking for a different area that maybe there was more foot traffic or I had a little bit better signal or whatever. And I happened to walk by and I'm like, okay, there's women naked on the steps of the Capitol building.
You didn't interview any of them?
I went up and I asked them questions. I really couldn't interview them on camera, obviously, because they weren't wearing shirts.
Damn.
But Brett needs to build a wall and get who to pay for it, so the U.S. doesn't get the U.S. to pay for it.
That sounds
Brett.
fair.
Yeah, Brett's so worried about us invading because he knows it's so true. It's gonna
Yeah, it's
happen.
vulnerable around the St. Lawrence River. Yeah, Canada's pretty vulnerable.
In our lifetime, Brett's going to become a United States citizen. He just doesn't.
He could be a
know it
dual citizen, so he could still have his universal health care so,
yet.
and Social Security in this country, so he'll have it best both ways.
Yeah, that's funny. So,
Yeah.
Brett, are you going to come on here or not? I've always been on yours. I mean, 14
Yeah.
hours of being on your panel, and you're not even on my panel. What the hell?
Yeah, that's a record.
I shouldn't have to like beg. I shouldn't have to beg him to like come on my panel. Maybe I don't want.
Yeah, you come out
maybe
to
I
it.
don't want him on. Maybe I don't want him on my panel. I mean, shit. I gotta beg him to be on my panel. What the hell? That's okay. It is what it is.
Oh my God. Just here. Someone called just here. Huh. Whoever just here is.
Yeah. But
Don't have to be a citizen.
I know. I know. I know.
So I figured if you don't have to be a citizen to collect SSI, that means you could get off the plane or the bus and then just start collecting and be like, oh my God, talk about foreign aid.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah,
So,
I'll tell you, I was watching that Anthony
Aguero, yeah, that's tough to watch. Yeah,
and I'm gonna post his link real quick too,
sure.
because if you guys have not seen, if you've not seen the crap that's going on down in the border,
Literally,
it really, what was it, like 800 people a night were shuffling through.
And those are the ones caught on camera, by the way. Those aren't the ones that
was at one location at one border crossing. Yeah. There was like 800 people. I was like, are you flipping kidding me?
It's more like 6,000 a day. Yeah.
I was like, how can all these people coming through, and then he was sitting here, and I'm not going to go into it because he kind of got doxxed for it.
Oh, God.
He got doxxed for it, but, you got this kid that doesn't look right coming across the border being carried.
Oh, right. I saw that.
I'm not going to say what it is because he got nailed for saying it.
Oh, God.
But yeah, it's like, holy crap, man. I mean, and you got that crap going on. And it's like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
It's
we're basically living in the days of amnesty. I mean, that's basically how it's been, for decades on end. And then Trump tried doing something, but they 2000 muled him out of office. So, I mean, he's like the only person who really, I mean, even back in the days of Reagan, he did amnesty back in '86. So that was kind of a cop out. It's all right.
U-Haul, your audio just went to crap. Huh. He probably pulled his audio. Okay, I'm gonna put in Anthony's link real quick. I've been meaning to do it and I haven't. But yeah, I watched it back when First Responder was down there, and I was like, holy crap. I was like, I could not believe how bad it was down there. So if you haven't seen it, it's definitely an eye-opening experience to see, the numbers of people. And the thing that really shocked the hell out of me, okay, here's his link, guys. The thing that really, really shocked the hell out of me the most was I thought it was always people from Mexico. And it actually wasn't people from Mexico. It was people from like other countries like Russia and all over the place. I mean, it was literally people from all over the place, not even Mexico. It was just everywhere else. And it was like, holy crap. And the biggest one was, where are you going? Florida. Hi, Brett.
Hey. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Did I egg you out by coming on?
Oh, no, it's fine. I'm modding, actually.
Oh, who are you modding for right now? Or
So
don't
I've
I
been
want to
in
know?
your, well, no, actually, it was kind of interesting. The other day, the squirrels actually called me and apologized and said they screwed up and they had some problems with mods, and I was right about those mods and stuff, and asked me if I'd come back and mod for them again. So I said yes, I would.
And who is that you're modding for, or don't you want to say?
The squirrels,
Oh,
Freedom
the
Squirrel.
squirrels. Okay.
Yeah, they
All right.
quite like you, actually. Everybody likes you, Eric.
That was the biggest problem when this whole thing hit off. When the Freedom Squirrels started doing their thing, and 1776, it put me smack in the middle because I'm friends with everybody that was involved.
Yeah,
So I really just had to kind of step back and just not pick sides. I mean, when I was in DC to pick up the ambulance, I planned on meeting up with them and saying hi to Jersey J and whatnot, because like I said, the thing that a lot of people don't understand is the squirrels were part of TPC. They went to California with us. I mean,
yeah,
I spent a lot of time with them. And then on top of it, then when I ended up being at AFC, the squirrels were there too. So, I mean, I
yeah,
can't just sit here just because they're doing something that maybe I don't fully agree with, or, I don't agree with the tactics that they're using at the time, or whatever the case is, or on either side. I don't agree with what either side's doing at that particular time. That's a momentary thing. That's what they're doing right now, right here. Okay. But that doesn't define who they are and the involvement that they've had in my life, and that they're still my friends. I mean, just because somebody sits here and does something stupid, I'm gonna do a worst case scenario. I'm gonna say somebody gets stupid, they drive drunk, and they get in trouble for it. Okay. Yeah, they got busted, they're a drunk driver, whatever. Yes, it was a bad mistake, but does that mean now that they're Satan? That I have to hate them?
yeah,
Everybody makes mistakes, everybody makes bad choices, on both sides. I mean, that whole situation altogether was just bad. I felt
yeah.
bad that it was what it was. So, no, I like the squirrels. Telescope. I don't mind him. I
I
wish
see you in
I
I
wish
see
he'd
you
be
in
a little.
Telescope's chat all the time. We have fun in there, actually.
Not lately. I was in there just today. He was on there today. I was actually chatting with him today. But honestly, really, when Telescope kind of really went balls to the walls and really was really aggressively helping Ant and that whole movement, I kind of stayed away from him for a while too. I may pop in and say hi, and that's about it. Today I think was the first day that I really was kind of talking to him
Yeah.
since this all kind of happened. So
I
yeah,
call him Poncho Scope, and he calls me Roller Brett, and we tell each other to go to hell and fuck off and remain
yeah.
cordial and can laugh and joke. Like, he was on my panel on my 30-hour stream, right? Like, it's we get that we don't always see eye to eye, and it's yeah, we're fine with it. Like, it's totally okay.
I just, like I said, my only biggest complaint with Telescope is he pivots. It's like, we have had conversations. Like I said, we've had
Mhm.
conversations, and I finally nailed him down. But it was like, Jesus Christ, why do I literally have to like pound you into the ground to get you to agree to something that every key point that we talk about you're agreeing with, but you just won't come out and finally say that you agree? It's like, we talk about this topic and you say, yeah, I agree with that. And we talk about that topic and you're like, yeah, I agree with that. So do you believe in voter ID? Well, blah, blah, blah. And, this in 1663, blah, blah, blah. It's like, what the fuck does that got to do with what we're talking about? It's like, get back on topic, man. I don't care that Ford made the Model T in whatever year. What does that have to do with voter ID?
Well, the night that we were all on Polish Agnes panel with Wizzy, we talked about that, and he kind of he laughed about it. He was like, "Yeah, I was pretty drunk that night," and I was like, "Yeah, I called you guys both assholes. Like, I sat there and listened to you go back and forth, and then told you both outright you're both assholes." And he laughed about it, right? Like we have that kind of relationship. And I honestly, Telescope is, I like him a lot better when he's not been drinking. Like, yeah, he's and that's no, like, we all have a drink sometimes, and
see, that's the thing with a lot of people.
yeah,
I mean, I think a lot of the crap that Jersey J got was because he would stream when he was drunk, and he wouldn't think before he talked, and he would say some silly stuff, and that hurt him. You know, I think there's a lot of people that really shouldn't. You shouldn't, if you're talking about some serious shit, you know, okay, if you're having a good time and you're at a mud bog and you're just like, whoa, you know, titties, you know, whatever, drink all the fuck you want. You know what I mean? Drink all the fuck you want. When you're sitting here talking about, you know, the government and politics and, you know, and real world issues, and no, that's when you're supposed to be sober, you know? You know, when you're talking about titties, yeah, be as drunk as you want. Or feet.
I know when I was at the protest, I had some issues with some people that were drinking a bit too much, where it's like, you know, at that point I was drinking a lot, but when I went out to protest, I didn't touch a drop to drink. Because the police could come at any time, you got to jump in your vehicle and drive, well, now you get a DUI. Or like you're stumbling, falling down drunk, and what good are you to anybody? Like, you have to kind of be a little bit smarter with the situation that you're in. So I kind of view it from that standpoint, where it's not real smart, but you know, if people are going to do what they're going to do, and whatever. I've had good conversations with Telescope. They usually happen when he's not drinking, and when I'm not drinking as well, in fairness. Right. So, and I've cut way back, but
like I
for
said,
that very reason.
Yeah, my biggest problem with Telescope is that he just, you know, it's hard to get him to just, even though you can tell he agrees with you, it's like he's going to lose his leftist card, you know? I mean, literally, it's like if he agrees with you on every point, but if he finally sits here and says he agrees, they're going to sit here and they're going to beat him up and take his leftist card. So he's got to do whatever he can do. Yeah, I don't know.
Carl would.
Yeah.
Carl light him up. But.
Yeah, you seem to be on Carl's hit list too. I mean, I was on his page today, and between you and Queenie, holy crap, you guys are definitely pissed him off.
Well, we're definitely living in his head, that's for sure.
Yeah, he was on that's how you knew I was on Telescope, because he was on Telescope and you were watching his ass. He was right, because he was giving you shit. You know, he was talking shit about you on Telescopes.
I saw.
Yeah, I know you did. You know, so yeah, he's got his little upside down maple leaf logo or whatever. So yeah, you guys definitely went to war. I mean, between him and Queenie, it's like, holy crap. I mean, normally he does like a one video excerpt about the person, and it's just done. But yeah, he's got, like, you know, what's he up to, like 7 or 8 on you guys so far? What the hell?
Yeah, easily. Probably just on Queenie alone.
Yeah, no shit. So yeah, if that's what it takes to be a real streamer, is to have a video by him. You guys have made it. You have made it to the big time. You are real.
I know Telescope was all jealous. He's like, he only did like 1 or 2 videos on me. You guys have got like a half a dozen. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, I don't know. But I mean, like I said, you know, and I said it earlier before. I'm actually going to post a link to it, because I actually, I saw his video that he did about the Doe Show. And honestly, I will tell you, you know, for what it is, I think it actually was really well done. I mean, it really kind of told a story of how Doe was all kind of for the convoy, and he was actually excited when they were showing up to California, and
the whole 9 yards. And then it really showed the switch getting flipped and how he started going off on everybody. I mean, it was actually like watching like a mini documentary, and it actually really interested me. I was actually really interested in seeing that one.
And you know what?
And honestly, I
agree.
think that was some of his best. I think that's the best one that he did. So I'm actually, if you guys haven't seen this, I'm gonna post.
I agree.
Right now.
I do the same thing as well. I'm not sure exactly what you're doing, but I have it where if I talk about a channel on my, if I'm on my channel, I talk about somebody else, I always post their link, whether I like them or not or whatever. It's only just fair for people to go see themselves, and they can decide their own damn selves. Don't listen to me. Like, you decide yourself. But
So
I agree with you. I definitely agree with you that was something that Carl and I agreed on. Was the, let's say, things with dough.
Yeah.
But that's also one of the things that bugs me the most about him, where why do you got to be a dickhead and do hit pieces and make it more difficult for people instead of using your gifts or talents or whatever the hell you want to call it for good, like to do good purposes and wake people up and like contribute to society instead of like tearing people down and ripping people apart and using people for entertainment. Like, you're not, he's switched. He's not using it for ethical, moral purposes anymore, I don't think.
I mean, I'll sit here and I'll use the same defense I used when I was talking about the Doe Show. I mean, you know, and I'm not saying everybody in the Doe Show is bad. Okay. I mean, I've met a few people out of the Doe Show that are fine. I've had good conversations with them. That's why I went in there. That's why I used to talk to them, and whatnot. You know, whatever Doe is doing, whatever Oreo is doing, whatever any of these streamers are doing, I mean, they found a niche. They've got a following. Whatever they're doing, whether it's, you know, tearing people down and that's the content that those people want, or if it's, you know, whatever, he found that niche and he's filling that niche. I can't be mad at the guy for giving people what they want. He found it. He's making an income. He's making a living at it. He's found a way to live his life and make money doing something where he's online at home.
I can't agree with that. I really can't. It's unethical and immoral. That's like, you know, that's like saying our member of parliament or your senator or whatever is like, they found their niche where they can make money by fucking people over and tearing people down and apart. Like, it's not okay. Like, I understand, but it's not okay, right?
But see, the thing is you don't have to watch Carl's video. You don't have to go to the Doe Show. You know, so if his audience is watching this, it doesn't technically affect you in a sense. You know, if you're just Joe Schmo, now granted,
except that I'm the subject matter.
Well, yeah, but I mean, okay, as a streamer, his viewers may come in and harass us, so that directly interfere or interacts with us. If we weren't streamers, if we were just like Bill Gates or something, you know, then it probably wouldn't matter. You know, or if we were just Joe Schmo or, you know, whoever, and they didn't have a direct way to contact us, then what's it matter? You know, what does it matter what he's saying to his viewers? He found people that are like-minded and agree with what he has to say, and he's making money off of them. Good for him. You know what I mean? That's I guess that's the way I look at it. You know? I mean, do I agree with it? No, but hey, he found people that want to pay him money to watch that type of content. Good for him. You know? So it is what it is.
See it. I see that as that's not contributing anything to the productivity or positive movement of society. It's actually just contributing to its degradation. And that's my issue, where I would actually be quite supportive.
Have you seen reality TV though?
Oh yeah, I know.
It's reality TV. That's what it is. It doesn't, you know, have you seen Big Brother?
I don't have to endorse it though.
Yeah, I'm not endorsing it. I'm just saying, I understand it, and it is what it is.
Oh, I totally get how he uses people for content. Don't get me wrong. I get it. I don't have to like it or agree with it though. And
I'm not saying I like it or I agree with it. I'm just saying I understand it.
Yeah,
So
I understand.
I'm not saying I like it or agree with it. I'm just saying I understand it. And it's like, it is what it is.
I think it's unethical and immoral practices myself. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, but what
I wish.
But what do you
I
do
wish
about
that.
it?
Oh,
you can get all worked up about it, or you can just be like,
yeah, no.
I mean, that's what
I'd rather
I look
just.
at it. It's like
I'd rather just point it out and call it out as what it is. But
I just go, it is what it is, and I let it go. I mean, I don't let it take up time in my mind and my what's that term where you sit here and if you let it run in your brain,
yeah,
I just don't let it bother me. It's like,
see,
Doe did his thing, where he sat here and he got pissed off because I wouldn't sit here and share some piece of software I was using, because I was just testing it. I just wanted to try it, but oh my God, the video quality was like awesome, and I wasn't buffering, and it was working really good. I didn't want to give up the secret right away because I just only been using it for like 20 minutes. I wanted to kind of do something unique, and I didn't want every other streamer to all of a sudden jump on the bandwagon and be doing what I was doing. So I wouldn't give it to him. And then he started slamming me like I was a grifter, and he was calling me a grifter and trying to get me upset by telling me that Patriot Mechanic was a better mechanic and all that crap. And I was like, okay, I'm just done with you. And that's what it's been. I've been just done with him. I have not gone back into his Twitch channel since that incident. I told him I was done with him, and I'm done with him. If at some time, if someday he comes back to me and sits here and says, I apologize for that, I was out of line, okay, maybe I'll reevaluate at that point in time. But I don't, it is what it is. I don't care. I really just don't care about Doe. I don't let him, I don't let his opinion of me, I don't let, anything to do with Doe affect my life. It just is what it is. Doe is Doe. He does his thing. And, if he wants to apologize and, whatever, then yeah, I had a good time going in there. I actually feel bad that, I don't interact with his chat in his chat room anymore because he wanted to sit here and say some stupid shit, It is what it is, but doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I'm bad where I do have a bit of an inner troll, and like I can push people's buttons if I so choose. So I definitely
not Brett.
I definitely, like behind the mirror, for example, I definitely like trolled them for days on end, and I would just do it just to fuck with them. Where I'd go in and just be like, throw a peace sign and some hearts and a globe and say like, peace, love, freedom. And they would talk about me for an hour, and I would have total shits and giggles about it. Like, because clearly I'm occupying space and time in their heads, right? Where it's oh my goodness, like, yeah. And if chat died up, I would do it again just to fire them back up. Because who's trolling who, right? Like, are they trolling me or am I trolling them at that point? So,
but yeah,
I don't know.
I've got that little thing in me too. I keep helping somebody with like their foot thing. I don't know. I know how to push.
Oh, fuck off.
Here and there. What? What's wrong, Brett? I have no idea what you're talking about. What are you trying? Why?
If it makes you feel better, Eric, me and Agnes were talking about babies today.
What? I was just talking about feet. Holy crap! You're onto the babies. Wow. Damn, dude.
Yeah, it was funny because we were talking about the border issue or whatever, and it was like, well, we don't necessarily technically have to cross any borders.
Well, yeah, you get to that little line, she bends over, well, there's still some
See,
crossing.
you get it, Eric. There's get the issues.
There's still some crossing. The border patrol would have to sit here and try to intercept all your little men, because they're trying to invade a United States citizen. Talk about a cock block, man.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Agnes,
yeah,
if you're
sad day.
listening, I'm sorry.
I mean,
She's
yeah,
gonna pop up in chat like, what the fuck?
yeah, yeah, that definitely, yeah, yeah.
Agnes
know
is fun.
nothing.
She's a good sport.
No, she is. Yeah. Yeah, I miss everybody. I miss hanging out with everybody in person. It's nice to talk to them in chat and stuff, and see them on these lives and whatnot. But I truly miss everybody in person. I mean, there was only, unfortunately, everybody knew me in Hagerstown and stuff like that, but I only clicked with a very few people. There was only a very few people that I actually spent actual quality time with, and I miss them. It was nice having them around, and I don't know. I miss my convoy family, I guess.
Yeah, I get that. Very much get that.
Tracy, what's this? What, you and Agnes? I keep missing Agnes live appearances. Okay, I don't know. So Brett,
It's Eric's fault, Trace.
question for you, Brett.
Oh no.
So you're gonna help me try to do my 48-hour live? Not right
48 hour?
Fuck yeah. Hey,
What
I
the
gotta,
fuck?
dude, you pushed it to 33, man. I mean, I'm I'm gonna down this and just be done with it. I'm gonna be like, 48 hours, I'm the king.
It wasn't even my fault. It was yours and Agnes's fault. It was not my fault.
It was not my fault that you went 33 hours. I was just pushing your ass to 24. When you hit 20 and you had 4 hours left, and I went to sit here and have dinner with Saznak, you could have easily sat here and shut it off and not been there when I got back on. But no, then you were back on, and I'm like, well, I'm fucking bored, so I'm just gonna keep on talking to this fucker. And next thing I know, 33 fucking hours later, it's like, Jesus Christ. It's like, well, what the hell? So yeah, no, I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna figure out content, and I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna figure this out somehow, and I'm gonna do a 48-hour stream. Granted, I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna do part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4, so that all the parts stay up, and break them up every 11 hours and 50 some minutes, so I can actually have it all up. I'm not gonna. But I'm going to do it where it's actual stuff that when we start talking about stuff that was in the chat that now we can't talk about or supposedly doesn't exist anymore, Brett.
Yeah, thank goodness for that.
because the video isn't on YouTube anymore, Brett.
Thank goodness for that.
Luckily, there's enough people that were there that can collaborate. Yeah, I don't know. You know what word I'm using.
Collaborate. Yeah.
Collaborate. Yeah, collaborate. What happened? So you can't deny it.
Oh no. Oh no, I'm not like that. I wouldn't deny it. I own my shit. It's all good.
Yeah.
It's I'm actually there's some aspects of that where I'm thankful that nothing got loaded up. And it's like, wow. In other aspects, it's like, well, that's too bad. Like, there's some things that we talked about there that it was good. Like, that should have been like uploaded, but
yeah,
it was all accidental and coincidental and not on purpose. So I didn't do that in any way purposely.
All you had to do was end the stream and restart another one. But you got all excited because you had like
that took a little bit of the magic away, though. I did think about it, but I was like, nah, I'm just gonna let it ride.
Yeah.
It was kind of nice knowing that it's like, hey, nothing we're talking about right now is ever going to be saved or seen. Only the people that are present are going to know what was said, and anybody else isn't. So,
yeah, I don't know. Yeah, one of these days I'm just going to sit here and say, fuck it. I'm going to have a day where I'm just going to be like, okay, I'm just going to sit here and decide, and I'm just going to be like, boom, all of a sudden, just watch for it. 48-hour stream. That's just what it's gonna say. That's gonna be like the title: 48-hour stream. Boom.
I'm
Buckle
not
in.
sure I could have planned
Sit
for it
down,
though, you
shut
know.
up. Sit down, shut up, and buckle in. We're doing 48 hours. You know,
I'm not
and you
sure
have
that would
to.
have
What?
I'm not sure that would have panned out as well as it did if I would have done that though. I almost think it
Yeah.
kind of worked a little bit better being just kind of organic and just let it flow and whatever happens, happens, and absolutely nothing planned. All by the seat of the pants.
Yeah, but if you're going to do 48 hours, you got to make sure that you got 2 days back to back that you don't have anything that you have to do, like go to work. You know,
Well, I guess,
I mean,
yeah, I mean, if you're gonna, yeah, like I said, mine was all accidental and happenstance and just none
yeah,
of it was intended. So
yeah,
it's still weird that people are talking about it still, but
yeah. I just think it's
I,
funny. 30,
I
33
didn't think it's a
hours
big
later.
deal, but a lot of other people seem to think it is. So
I don't know. I just
I
think
don't
it's
know.
funny. Hey, I got to one up you
It was
somehow.
fun. It was
I
actually
mean,
fun.
yeah, it was.
There was a lot of fun people that came in, like came on panel and came and went, and lots of good conversations, and the chat was awesome. And yeah,
Yep,
it was a lot of fun.
yep.
I'm just not sure what it turned out as well as it did if I would have planned it all or had some kind of a plan or was
Well,
set out from the start to make it that way. Like it wasn't until like I was, however, like I was well past 12 hours, like however, many hours I was into it, 14 or something, by the time I was like, well, I'm 14 hours in, like what's 24 hours at this point? Like it's easy
yeah.
to eat up, 4 or 6 hours on a panel. Like,
Well, it also helped that I was like, spoon feeding your panel for a while there.
oh
You
my
know.
goodness.
Well, I mean, no, but I mean, it's nice. If I'm sitting here and I'm on my panel or you're on your panel and you've been keeping the panel going by yourself and then somebody else comes on, that's new life to the panel, because it's whole new conversation, whole new topics. It's a whole new direction than, you've been on there for however long talking about
Yeah,
whatever.
suddenly we're
That
talking
brings
about
on,
fucking
yeah, it
feet
brings
and
on new
freedom
life.
babies.
Huh?
So yeah, suddenly we're talking about feet and freedom babies.
Okay, let's talk about it. What?
We already did that.
What? So,
I'm not getting sucked in.
so are you gonna make the move? I mean, she was
Oh,
just
stop.
in New York. You could have
That's
made
on
the
the
drive.
opposite side of the country. Just stop.
So take a plane.
Jeff, fuck off.
Why don't you go find a moose, and ride your ass over there? I mean, shit, they're
Oh
like
my
all over the
goodness.
place, right? Isn't that how you guys get around? Moose. Do you have like moose trails? There's
Oh,
there's
bloody
no
hell.
like donkeys. Isn't that like your mass transit system up there? Is the moose trails of Canada? You just stand on a corner someplace and
You've seen me drive around, asshole.
a random moose comes walking by and you just jump on and go for a ride. I mean, what the hell?
He's totally seen me driving around.
Yeah, to the moose
Trace,
station.
don't encourage him.
To the moose station. Yeah. You just go get yourself a moose and just go on about your business.
Bloody hell.
If you want the turbocharged version, you go and you get some maple syrup and you
Put it on your chest and
you put it on a stick and you stick it out in front of the moose's face and the moose gets going faster, the turbocharged edition.
oh my goodness.
Oh, Trace is like, hey, we just jump on a kangaroo there.
Yeah.
I mean, the funny thing about kangaroos is, people here in the United States are like, "Ooh, kangaroos, they're so cute," but people from over there, they're like rodents. They hate kangaroos, and we're
They're
like,
assholes, man. They'll kick your ass.
Yeah. Here in the States, we're all like, "Oh, kangaroo, they're so cute." It'd be so good to have a pet. People in like Australia and New Zealand are like, "Man, I wish I could shoot more of them." It's like it's just funny, it's perspective, just hilarious. Brett Boyle, get you a moose and go. Oh, geez, I can't help it. I got to tease Brett. You know, my Canadian brother. You
Who
know,
you want to invade?
huh?
Who you want to invade?
Well, you know, hey, you know, then there'd be more land. Maybe I could get a cheap place up there. I could be like an Illinois person who keeps coming and invading Wisconsin. I could just invade Canada and get some free land or cheaper land. You know, that's my thinking. You know, make it like have a summer home. You know, this is where Brett Boyle once lived. You know, so you're and put like you know, like a really trashy like pole building with like stripper poles, like right where your bedroom was. I don't know.
I wish I had stripper poles where my bedroom was.
Well, you
Just
could.
saying.
They sell them online. It's not that expensive.
Yeah, I'm sure you know all about that.
The strippers just left them there.
I know exactly who to ask. No, Mama.
Who do you ask?
Sorry, the cat's almost timing people out. Not in your chat, somebody else's.
Oh, an apple on a stick, huh? Rip the dog apart.
She's generally pretty good. She's a good mod. She doesn't usually
Hi,
generally
Italian.
time people out.
Hi, Italian princess.
Italian, you have to come online more because let me tell you, Italian Princess and Adorable Deplorable and Jeff like came onto my panel the other night and holy fuck. Like, okay, let me put it this way. I had to go to fucking Cowboys Mosh and go into his chat, escape my own fucking chat and panel just for like some like nice conversation where it's like, oh yeah, this is way nicer here.
I keep hearing about this this Cowboys mash. I actually saw him in I think Polish's chat today. So I went and being that I'm a mod, I can actually go to his channel from, you know, that's a nice feature about being a mod for people that don't know. So
Yeah.
I'm just describing it to other people. Is that mods, if you're in somebody's chat, they can click on your name and they can go to your channel where you can't do that, which I think is a really stupid feature. I would think that'd be nice for anybody to be able to do that, but it's nice being a mod that you can do that. And I actually added him today, so I haven't had a chance to go over to his thing, but I keep hearing about him. I don't know exactly what his whole deal is. I've heard he can get a little rowdy over there.
Yeah.
That's what I've heard. So I don't know how true it is, but you know,
No, that's
I
true.
have heard.
I've been on Mosh's panels lots. It's true.
I've heard he can get a little rowdy. So I don't know exactly what his stick is, and I'm not exactly sure where he's from. But
he's from Florida, and yeah,
Florida.
honestly, yeah, Mosh is actually a good guy. Like I don't want to sit here and bash Mosh at all. And anyway, Mosh is actually a good guy. He does have a heart, and he's a decent person. I have nothing against Mosh at all.
Okay.
His channel is definitely a bit more of a party channel where there's, you know, people drinking and, you know, lipping off. And it's that kind of a channel more where they're partying and doing shots and that kind of thing. Hey, Uwe.
And that's cool. I mean, if I was that person, you know, I'd probably do that too. I mean, I've got friends that's what they've done. I've never been a big drinker. I've always been the responsible one. So I'm the one that always has to deal with the people that get way too shit-faced. So it's never fun for me because I'm the one sitting here dealing with the person that's puking, you know? So I don't like going to parties like that too much because I'm the one that's sitting here stuck cleaning up the mess.
Yeah.
Hi, Uwe. I think that's how you pronounce it, Uwe. Right, Brett?
Yeah, Uwe or Uwe.
Uwe.
Pronounce the W as a V.
Uwe. I don't know.
Uwe.
I'm horrible. Come on, panel. Tell me how to say your name correctly.
He might.
What? I don't
Uwe
care.
is from Germany. Uwe is actually really cool.
That's the guy from Germany. Okay.
Yeah.
I've heard him on panel before. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. So, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't mind doing some fun stuff. I mean, I'm gonna try to do a variety of content. Like I did my sunrises, when unfortunately I missed my moonrise because it was cloudy, so I'm gonna have to wait till next month to get the full moon again. I'm gonna try. I'm not sure how well it's gonna work, but I want to go up to Upper Wisconsin because there's actually a section in Upper Wisconsin that's actually known for stargazing, and I'm kind of curious to see if the phone will really be able to pick up the lights, the actual stars when it gets that dark. I just don't know if the phones are going to be sensitive enough to it, but I wouldn't mind live streaming that.
Excuse me.
I'm going to do a video possibly tomorrow, depending on rain. I'm going to do a video of me on the motorcycle, but I'm going to record it and then premiere it because I'm still having issues with getting it to stream. The phone's too close to my chest, and I'm interfering with the cell service, so I just can't seem to stream it very well when I'm riding the bike. So I'm just going to say screw it. I'm just going to do a record of probably 2-3 hour drive, and I'm just going to premiere it, and then I'm going to just hang out and chat for 2-3 hours and just be like, what's up, everybody? Probably do it that way. I don't know.
Actually pay attention to your chat this time during your premiere?
Well, okay, the one premiere I did, the one premiere I did, I was having dinner with Sasnak. So
I remember. I totally remember.
I wasn't even there.
I know.
I was having dinner with Sasnak. Where was it? Jenny Smith's motorcycle trip with Polish. I don't see that happening. I mean, I just don't.
That'd be fun though.
Yeah, I mean, I think if for some reason she was closer, if I was, it's the logistics. It's my bikes are here in Wisconsin. She's in Connecticut. I think the logistics of that, it's too far. I just don't. I don't see it happening. But it is what it is. Yeah, no.
At least she has her license and does all that.
Yeah, no.
I think that'd be fun.
When I was at AFC, I told Polish. I was showing off my vehicles because nobody. I mean, you guys have now kind of seen them, so you guys know I'm not full of shit. I don't remember the exact number. I would literally have to add them all up. I think it's like 25, something like 25 vehicles. I don't quote me. It's close. It's somewhere in that ballpark. But people didn't believe me, so I started busting out photos. And it was like, oh, here's my bike, here's my truck, here's my monster truck, here's my my mudding Jeep, blah blah blah. And I'm just scrolling through, and I had shown Polish my bikes, and she had told me about that she rode, and she was into crotch rockets, so she had some type of crotch rocket, and it wasn't a bad looking bike for what it was. It's a crotch rocket. I personally don't like sitting on my nuts while I'm riding. It's just, but she doesn't have nuts, so bang on. I mean, I can see why girls, they get vibration right up the, from that riding position. Good for them. I mean,
Love you, Italian princess.
What'd you say?
Oh, I just said I love you, Italian princess. They were lighting up my chat the other night, man, my panel. Like, yeah, I was, like I said, I had to escape to Mosh's. Like, I'm hosting, and I'm like, I'm fucking out of here. And I was like, I scooted over into Mosh's chat. I'm like, hi, save me. Usually
bad.
Mosh's chat's pretty rowdy, and it was like, oh, this is so nice and tame compared to what's going on in my channel right now.
Yeah, well, you were sitting here saying that your channel was going pretty good. I mean, why don't you give me a replay of kind of how your channel was going? Because you said you were talking about real stuff and real solutions. And I mean, okay,
You know
so
what?
what'd you
If you're
guys
gonna
come up
bring that
with?
up, no,
Oh,
if
yeah,
you're gonna
yeah.
bring that up, I actually got in the past 24 hours, I've actually gotten a little pissed off.
Why?
And just shit that's been going on. Like I was in a channel yesterday and I saw mods that were just out of fucking control, deleting way too many comments. And the channel owner's like, I'm not in control. This is all my mods and I don't have any control. And it's like, you're telling your fucking viewers that you are not in control of your channel and the mods are running the show. And the
Okay,
mods are like mass deleting and causing problems. Like, what the
I'm gonna
fuck? Like,
I've ran into that. I ran into that once. Love Stormtrooper, not saying anything bad about him. But I had asked him for a wrench so I could post a link for him or something. It wasn't anything major. It was just whatever. He didn't have any mods on or whatever at the time, and he wasn't going to do it because whoever helped him set up his account set up his mods, and whoever was that parent person was kind of running his channel. I don't know if it's still that way, but it seems like a lot of those streamers that kind of got set up at that last moment kind of were under that authority in a sense. And it was like, well, what the hell? So yeah, no, I kind of ran into that a little bit too. I was like, what do you mean? This is your channel. You can do whatever the hell you want,
yeah, that was my thing where it's like, I don't like that. Like, so it's, yeah, the people that were wrenches in that channel actually all lost their wrench in my channel. Because what I was witnessing was like, that is absolutely not okay. Like,
yeah.
I've modded in a couple big channels, so I understand how it is. And just, it was like, what I was witnessing was not okay at all.
I mean, I'm pretty happy with how things went. I mean, like I said, I think it was a rough start at first. I think, I think people were doing like I said, they were doing what they were doing in other people's channels, and if they saw somebody that was a problem person, they would automatically just ban them because they had banned them in other channels. And my ban list had gotten up to like 125 people, and I wasn't that new, or I wasn't that old of a channel yet. And here I had like 125 people that were already banned. And it was like, well, this, and then I got people coming up to me on other chats and sitting here and telling me, hey, your mods are being banned crazy. And I'm like, well, it all kind of falls on me. The buck stops here. I didn't know how to tell them what I wanted, and I was just letting them do whatever the hell they wanted to do, because that's what they've done in other chats, and that's the only instruction they had. So it just kind of, whatever happened. So we did a reboot. I unbanned everybody, and I just said, hey, this is just where we're at. We're just going to do this. And I think after all this time, it's been a while. I think there's maybe like 10 people that are banned right now, and I don't even know, but I think that's all that's in the list is maybe 10 people. So, it is what it is.
Yeah, so the point of that was I got a little pissed off, and I've had like, obviously Carl has been fucking infatuated with me lately. I can't even get over how many I'm in that guy's fucking head for some reason. I don't get it, but today I was like, you know what? Fuck this. Well, I haven't told anybody this, so you're all just finding out now. While everybody was freedoming today and at freedom rallies and stuff like that, I went through my entire channel and like made like everything private except for a handful of videos. The only videos I kept public were my protest videos when I was down at the border, and the video from yesterday that I was talking to you about watching, where we had people on panel talking about solutions.
Yeah.
And I really kind of want to start being, I watched a panel earlier today, and it's kind of about what you were talking about, where I saw you were talking about yesterday, about people on panels just talking about the problems, and that's as far as they get, and they're not doing anything, and they feel that's as far as they have to take and whatever. And it bothered me, like, because I was just saying yesterday how much it or 2 days ago, I guess technically, how much it like bothered, well, for you, how much it bothered me that I felt like I wasn't doing enough. Like we're talking about it and like we're doing in a sense, but it's like me, myself personally, it was like me, myself, I can do more. Like I know the channels, not YouTube channels, but like the government channels and stuff. Like I know the system, and it was like I need to be doing more and setting the example and leading by example. Like be the change we want to see. Like I was really feeling that. So it was like, you know what, I deleted, like I didn't delete, but I just hid every other video on my fucking channel except for that one yesterday where we were talking about solutions, and my couple protest videos that I did before I even knew I could go live.
Gotcha.
It was just yeah, it was just kind of getting, yeah, I don't want to get away from, because I did hear what you had to say about panels and people talking and like they talk and then they don't do anything, and there's, you know, a large part of me agrees with that. Like
I mean,
they feel like
that just seems
you
to be
feel
what
like
it's
you're
like.
contributing and making this huge change, but you're not really doing anything. I mean, it's good to have the discussions. I mean, we talked about that in that panel where the panel discussions actually are super important and they're very good to have,
Then
and they
what's
do
the next
contribute.
step? You know, that's where
That's
the
right.
problem always comes in. It's like,
That's right.
what's the next
Yeah.
step? Okay, so we all agree that this is fucked up. Now, what are we going to do about it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Mhm.
You know, we can never figure out what are we going to fucking do about it. That's the problem. You know,
Yeah.
it's like we're all good at bitching about what's wrong. We just, none of us have a clue what the hell to do next.
Well,
That's
yeah,
the
we need to
problem.
brainstorm what is the solution, right? Like, and it's, you know, and I do try and do that. Like I've tried to present that a number of times. Like to me, the solution is to politically organize, and you know, out of our protests, we should politically organize, and if we want to get into the buildings to enact change, then we need to elect people to get into the buildings, like through the democratic process. Like if we want to do it non-violently, like it's, I do try and talk and like push for solutions, but it's the fuck me, nobody wants to do it. Like it's really hard to get people on board.
You know what kind of bothers me is since I've been home, okay, you know, the TPC had their big statement about how you know it was a success because we started the state pages and blah blah blah, and you know that's our legacy and that's how we're going to win is at the state level, and I'm part of the Wisconsin state page. I don't see shit going on. You know, it's like what the hell? What the hell is going on? I mean, you know, my friend Chris is one of the state leads for the page in Illinois, and even he said there's really not anything going on. And so it's like, you know, it's like, yeah, we started these pages, but now nobody's really doing anything with the pages. You know, I was to Madison twice, and I mean, the first time we had the nurses there, the second time they didn't show up. You know, they ended up canceling. It was like, you know, what the hell, you know. So it's like I don't know. Hey, Raised, what's up?
Hey, how are you? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine.
Okay. I was having issues with my those ear pod things, AirPods, so I switched. So I just wanted to make sure you could hear me okay.
I can hear you just fine. I can tell you have an accent. Where's that accent from? Do you want to disclose?
Well,
because I'm from Wisconsin. I don't have an accent. I speak perfect English. You have an accent. And Brett's just Canadian, so we just let that go.
Right. I know. I love everybody's different accents. Actually, I was born and raised in Winter Park, Florida, and currently living in the Gulf Coast of Alabama.
Alabama. Okay, so it's more of an Alabama accent? Because I don't think Florida has an accent, do they?
Well, that's kind of funny. When I first moved here and my very first job, the girl was out one time and she was asked, well, who's the new girl working for you? And there was a couple of us working that were new, and she said, "Well, which one?" And they're like, "The one with the big hair and the no accent." And she was
The
like,
no
"Oh, I
accent
know who
accent.
you mean."
Okay, that's
But
funny.
as I lived in Alabama, it's gotten more southern.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but how are y'all doing tonight?
Well, we're just we're kind of just chilling out. I was gonna do some testing, but that kind of fell through because the app I was gonna use didn't have the features I wanted. So I said, well, screw it. I'm still gonna go live. Really, I'd been kind of depressed and not feeling good. So kind of decided I'm feeling a little bit better and just kind of got on my shell today and got motivated to kind of get back to doing shit and Sarah decided to stream. So we're just kind of here. That's just what we're kind of doing. Me and Brett have just been kicking each other in the nuts for fun, I guess. I don't know. So
Pretty
Hey,
much.
yeah,
how's everything with you, Brett?
Oh, good.
Good, good.
Yeah. No, actually, yeah. I know I was bitching about how I kind of was frustrated and like took some wrenches and hid a lot of my shit on my channel and stuff, but honestly, actually really good.
he
As
found
weird
his
as it
secret
sounds.
stash. He found his secret stash of maple syrup. Better.
I guess maybe it's probably more like I feel like I have some kind of a bit of more direction or focus.
Because here's the secret thing. That
Oh
maple leaf
fuck, here we go.
is actually mixed with pot. The Canadian
Pass.
maple syrup is laced with THC.
That's actually a great idea. I mean, CBD, THC, all that's so popular right now. That's actually a good idea.
There you go. Some THC maple syrup and Brett Boyle is all good. That and some feet.
Brett, go talk
You
to
know, when
Let's
I take that idea and run with it and make millions, you're
I'm
going to be
telling
like,
you.
fuck you, Brett.
No, you need
I'll
to
be
do that.
happy for you, brother. I'll be
Hey.
happy for you.
Well, I'll help you sell it down here in Alabama.
Hey,
Perfect.
Brett, when you make millions, you just sit here and remember that I was the one that pushed you to do it. And you just kick me like, $5,000 or something. I don't know. Just be like, yeah, thanks for helping me out. Here you go. Here's $5,000.
And we'll follow
I don't know.
Robert's rules of orders, and I'll second his motion. So there you go, Brett. It's official.
Well,
So, Brett, you said you guys are holding panels to come up with solutions. I like that idea.
Well, I mean, that was kind of the thing that we've been. Well, I guess she was directing that to you. Go ahead, Brett.
oh, I was just going to say, like my channel is very random. I have a very international channel and I like to keep it very random. Like I go on at random times. We have random discussions. So it was kind of a random thing, but I've stressed or expressed many times that I enjoy talking to Eric because Eric understands that it isn't necessarily about right versus left, and we have to bring all of that together. And there is no, well, that's more me, there is no right or left, and like there's a lot of this talk about solutions, and Eric talks about solutions at a municipality and a state level, and I like having those positive discussions about solutions because as Eric alluded to earlier, we can we all know the fucking problems, we've talked about them for hours and hours on end, and I feel the same way where we're not brainstorming and crowdsourcing enough about solutions and real and tangible, like logical and attainable solutions, like not just floating anything that tickles your fancy out there, but something that's actually realistic, that it's actually an attainable goal. Like, so I've wanted to kind of shift more towards that way, and yesterday I kind of hinted towards that, where it's like, we need to be talking about some solutions here. Like, let's focus a bit more on that. And I had somebody come up on my panel that did do that, got city councilors removed, and they did successfully defund their police. And just to clarify, I can't speak for everybody, but in my mind, when we say defund the police, what that means is that instead of getting like 4 tanks, they get 1. Like, it's not take all the resources away. It's just,
That's not really
they don't
defunding. That's
necessarily
just
need
dealing
4
with
tanks.
better
Like,
spending.
Right.
yeah,
But
they don't need 4
that,
tanks. Like, 1 will suffice.
well,
Like,
here's the fun. I watched a gentleman that he's a Navy SEAL, but he's out, retired Navy SEAL, and he got a call from a police department, and they wanted him to help him. They wanted him to come in and train their officers, the SWAT team, and the rest of the department on how to use night goggle visions, because they had just gotten night goggle visions. And he said, those things are about $10,000 a pop. And he said, they wanted me to come in and train. And I said, okay. And he said, I think 150 a head or something to go through the whole training. And because they would come out to his facility, and it wouldn't be him training them. He'd have his guys, his setup and whatnot. And they said no. And he said, you're willing to spend $10,000. And he said, look, if you're in Afghanistan, you need night vision goggles. If you're in urban, like going in to serve a warrant or going in because someone's got someone hostage in an urban area, it's so lit up. So it just, I think a lot of times when we say defund the police, I think we need to, also look at where is the money being spent? Because in any, just like a budget in your household, I remember one time when I first got my first major job out of college, and I spent so much money on food because I was traveling. And I spent so much money on food, and I was like, holy moly. And so when I looked at it, I said, okay, I need to just start taking my food with me. Like, I need to buy groceries, pack my lunch, do all that stuff. So it's the same with something like that. Anyway.
Oh, there's so much wasteful spending in government and
yes, there is,
and everything. And that's such a problem that we need to deal with as a nation anyways, because it's, it's not about no organizations about using money responsibly. They're always about, I got $10,000 budget to work with, and if I've got to spend that $10,000 budget, otherwise next year they're not going to give me $10,000.
Exactly. Yeah. When you have a large budget, it's kind of like, I kind of feel like every politician should have to own a business of their own and then can go into politics, because owning your own business, everything falls on you, and you have to budget your money. You have to, you have to manage all the personalities that you have to do quality. There's just so many things. So, but I think, is there any way possible, talking solutions, to bring the left and the right together? Do you think the topic of term limits could get us started to bridge the gap?
Well, that's something that I've been on the BTM panel with, and with Telescope. Term limits was one that we were talking about. Voter ID. The left didn't seem to have a problem with it. The only objection that I got to it from at least the people that I've spoken to so far from the left was they feel that nobody should be charged for that ID.
Right.
And I'm like, well, I've got no problem with that. So
right.
I mean, if that's the difference between us having voter ID and not having voter ID, is whether or not somebody has to pay for an ID, I'm fine with making that compromise to get voter ID. Another topic was possibly a 6-year term limit for the president, just one and done. Because a lot of the problem that we have in politics is that, a couple of years into whatever office you're in, you stop focusing on your job, and then you're focusing on your reelection.
Yep.
So
absolutely.
that was another topic.
Yep.
But yeah, these are all kind of topics that we've kind of bounced around with a little bit. But again, it's something that the left and the right can seem to agree on. And I know Brett hates hearing the term left and right, but that's just the way things are right now. That's how
Well,
we define it
you've got
for the
your
moment.
independence. I think your independence
Yeah,
would be on board with that as well.
I know it's like scratching nails on a chalkboard every time somebody says left and right to him, because he doesn't
Yeah, it
like
is.
that.
It really is.
But I mean, that's
sorry.
just how people define it. So I mean,
Yeah.
it is what
What
it
do
is.
you
I get
say?
it.
So suck it up, Buttercup.
Brett, how do you?
No, I totally get that's the terminology, or like it's how, if you say that in order for people to kind of identify with what you're trying to get across. I very much get it. I totally do. I hate playing that game, because
Yeah.
I hate where it's ingrained into us, where in order to get involved into politics, you either have to choose left or right and automatically hate the other side. And that just to me is just so counterproductive.
But-
like it's like you have to butt heads with your fellow citizens in order to feel like you're important or doing something, and to me that doesn't make sense. Like,
oh, she just bounced out. But if she comes back in, but to get back on the topic of what she was talking about, and hopefully she comes back and I can bring her back into it.
she probably kicked herself out back to it.
Yeah, I think we just really need to find a topic, and that's really the thing, is that we've got to figure out the topic that the left and the right can agree on, and which topic is the one that we want to start on. And that's what I've been calling these common core issues, things that the left and the right can agree on, but that's what we need to do.
Common ground.
Common ground. And we really just need to find to like set up a panel and get more people from the left and more people from the right involved. And that was one of the things I liked, that it was kind of happening at BTM before they went on the full offensive against 1776, is that those kind of conversations kind of were going on in that chat, because that's more of a leftist type page or YouTube channel.
When I went into that page, it was, I guess you could say that about any page, but it's the negativity around any page right now. I mean, I guess the trolls are always going to be there, but when we're trying to just keep tearing people down, we got to start injecting positivity to push the negative out, because at heart, everybody's trying to do good and do better. So we just got
I'll disagree with that.
You will?
Because from what I've been seeing the past week or two, there's definitely not people that are trying to do good and do better. Like, there are definitely people that are actively trying to rip and tear people apart and love the chaos and love the fighting, and they are not interested in peace and harmony and freedom for everybody. They're very much against that. It's sad, but it's true. I mean,
Lee Mossman, I like the idea of paper ballots and hand counting, but I don't know. I don't know that the left does. The problem is there's going to be certain topics like abortion, gun rights. There's just going to be certain things that the left and right are just not going to see eye to eye on. So
start with something basic that we
we got to start with basic things.
That was me actually the other night, where I was talking about something super basic, because I've noticed maybe Eric, you've noticed this, you've been hanging out a bit now in our little Freedom Fam Jam that we have going on worldwide. Eric's kind of noticed lately, we have the Australians and the Canadians, and there's Finland and Scotland and the US, and it's we have this worldwide fam jam going on, and it always comes back to food. No matter, it's amazing how often the chat and the conversation always comes back to food. So I was trying to float out there that we should start having more barbecues and these food pavilions or something, because it's you can always connect with people on food levels, where it's hey, try this, isn't it good? Wave a flag, what are you about? Oh, we should end mandates, whatever. And we shouldn't be telling people what they can and can't do with their bodies. Most people can agree on that. I don't want you to tell me what I have to do with my body. that's something a lot of people can agree on. Like, and food is kind of that. It's a universal language. So, yeah, we do definitely should
Yeah, like I
have
said,
that
here
common
we have,
ground.
there's a lot of fish fries. There's a lot of steak Rotary thing. The Rotary does a big steak thing to raise money for their charities that they support here locally. With the schools, like helping, like, maybe the city baseball team. They don't get a whole lot of funding because it's not coming through the schools. So they help with that. They help with the school that ran out of the air conditioning broke. They fixed that. We have those. So that brings, those type of things do bring people together, because the state Rotary cook-off thing is huge. It's absolutely huge. I mean, it started out as this little thing, and I mean, now it's just huge. Well, of course, we didn't have it the past couple of years, so of course this last one was huge. But things like that, that's a great place.
Well, there's in the past couple of years, we've had a lot of they've tried to break the social connection. So anywhere that like conversations were happening and taking place, whether that's a pub or your kids' sporting events or the playground. I don't know about you guys, but our playgrounds here were all like cordoned off in yellow tape, and kids weren't allowed to play, and like parents couldn't come sit on the benches while their kids played. And so anywhere that a conversation could happen and taking place, those are the things that were like axed. Like,
Now I did see, let's see, Jeff with Travel Fund 69. He was in a march today in Toronto, so they were getting together. So I think people are still getting together. We just have to make sure we get outside of our echo chambers.
Are people talking? Yeah, are people talking about politics? That's the thing. Is even
well,
before
I think we are. I think we just got to get our echo chambers.
Well, it's a bit different now, where we've had our, like, the Canadians had their protests, like you were talking about, Jeff, and I follow, Chris and MBC and Jeff and the people that were there.
I happened to on, and Chris was there today.
Yeah. But it's the hell was I gonna say?
About coming together, the marches, the talking, and Eric said, are we talking about politics though?
Well, because like I said, you were saying, okay, that the whole everything that happened kind of split us all apart. But then I was kind of going
the social
back to,
connection.
But I was talking about before, were we really talking about it then either? We're sitting here saying, oh yeah, well, we all broke up, so now we can't talk about it. But if you really look beforehand, were we really talking about it in the first place? So really, did us breaking up change the whole thing? Because were we actually talking about politics prior to it?
I honestly, I do believe we absolutely were. Where a lot of the,
but that's just because my family does. So, but go ahead. I'm
well,
sorry.
I was just thinking about how they, like, you were closed from pubs, you were closed from, your church or religious gatherings, and playgrounds were closed, and sporting events were closed, and schools, and, parent meetings, and everywhere where you would have a conversation with your fellow citizen.
Yeah, but
those are the places that were canceled. It was that social connection
to the people that had the same views. You weren't talking to people from the other that didn't share your views.
No, that's the point I'm making. Where if you have a kid who goes to the playground and you bring your kid to the playground and you're of opposing views or differing views, you suddenly now cannot have that conversation at that playground because the playground is closed. Your kids can't play together for you and that other mom or dad to sit on the bench side by side and have the conversation. Same as in a pub, same as in a sporting event for your kids. They broke that social connection.
I personally
didn't want us having the conversations.
I would see people talking about very generic conversations. Politics is just, at least in my neck of the woods, that's just something you just don't talk about. 99% of the people didn't know who was a Biden voter versus a Trump voter. People weren't displaying either way. I mean, it was pretty much a ghost town. You didn't know who was voting which way or what. There was just nobody really promoting either or. There was just no real political talk. You talked about the weather. You talked about very generic crap.
Now, in my
people weren't
circle,
talking.
we were talking about it because we were involved in city politics. So we were talking about it. My best friend that I grew up with, she's Hindu. We were talking about it because I was asking what the heck's going on over in
But
India.
were you talking to people? Were you talking to people from the other opposite view? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, my best friend, Paul. Yeah, my best friend. Yeah, she's Democrat. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she's totally Democrat. Yeah, totally. And
yeah,
then,
totally.
Yeah, totally.
I just like how you say like totally. Yeah, like totally. Okay,
Yeah,
go ahead.
she is totally Democrat. And then my other friend that I talked to, he is older. He's in his 60s. He was a teacher, high school teacher. Him and his wife both were high school teachers in the next town over. They're Democrat, and I talked to them, and they actually helped us. This was interesting. So they're Democrat, and my brother-in-law is Republican, and he'd been on the city council for about 20-something years and was up for a re-election again. So they helped us campaign. Now he's Democrat, she's Democrat. My brother-in-law is Republican. I had to help go door to door. And so he showed up to one of the first things, and I didn't know who he was. And because we had campaigned in the past, this was our third campaign. And so I saw him looking at the map, and I was like, he's looking at the map, and I'm in charge of going door to door. So let me go talk to him. So sure enough, he was a bus driver. So he also taught, but then he also drove the bus. So I said, well, you seem to have a handle on this, and I'm in charge of door to door. So can we team up? And he said, absolutely. So we got a group together and got our stuff and started going door to door. And I mean, he got us through that neighborhood, which is a very awkward neighborhood to go through. It's tons of hills and valleys, and it's a lot to go through. Got us through that. And then when we finished with our campaign, his wife got tapped on the shoulder and asked to to be on the school board. And I was like, holy moly. So we turned around and helped them campaign. We set up their signs. We got every place that we were able to get our signs. We turned around and said, hey, can we have permission to put their sign in there? And it didn't matter if these people were Republican. They said, sure, absolutely. We know you, you know them. Good. We're good to go. So, it can be done. It can be done. I think we make it more difficult than it really needs to be. But you have to be willing to have the type of conversations that don't get down in the gutter. And that's where a lot of people like to go, because that's that ad hominem attack. That
you have to be that person that hasn't drinking the Kool-Aid and is willing to actually listen to somebody talk about a different point of view.
And they'll elevate the conversation so they won't do the ad hominem attacks. Because when you do that, it takes it into that. Now, not every time, it does not every time go into the gutter, and we all get upset and frustrated. And, depending on what the stresses we're going through in our lives and what we're dealing with. So, we have to be willing to say, hey, and forgive. If someone does it, now if they constantly are always popping off, that's one thing. Maybe they need to step back and go deal with things. But if it's a one-off, then you forgive, forget, go on, move on, because we've got a lot of work to do. I don't think people really realize these globalists and elitists are moving the chess pieces around on the chessboard against all of us regular folks. I don't care who you are. I don't
right
care
or left.
what you do.
Yeah.
If you're a regular tax-paying individual, they are moving the chess pieces around on us, and it's going to take all of us.
Yeah, anybody that thinks the government's actually running shit is delusional. It's not the government.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's the corporations. It's the multi-billionaires. It's it's the Bill Gates
bankers.
and it's all the high-end people that have all the money in the world that are running everything. Yeah.
All wars are banker wars, right?
Yeah.
Do you know that guy, Robert Kiyosaki? He wrote the book Rich Dad, Poor Dad. Have you ever
No,
read
I'm
that
not
book or
familiar with
listened to
that
him?
one.
I listened to an interview with him, and he has invested in cattle in, I want to say Wyoming, but I'm not sure it is Wyoming. But he's very interesting to listen to about what he sees, where things are going. And, you know, it's this is definitely, I keep telling my son, I keep telling him, I said, son, you need to just take all of this in, because you are living through, like when I remember my grandparents telling me about the Great Depression. They lived in exactly the same town I live in right now. They worked at the shipyard. My granddad worked at the shipyard. And they told me about what it was like during World War II, living in this town during the Depression.
Yeah.
All that stuff. The gas being rationed, having to carpool, you know, maybe having one potato for the two of them. They only had one child at the time. But, you know, I remember he said their biggest treat was every once in a while they would have a little bit of extra money for one of them to go to the cinema in town and watch a movie while the other one stayed home with the kid. And they would trade off.
Yeah.
But they could only do it like once every however it came up. So
Yeah.
we're in for some interesting times. I mean, we've obviously seen, I think the biggest thing that people need to really realize, and I don't know if both sides will see it this way, or if all people will see it this way. I know a lot of people do, is that they got to realize the globalists made an ultimate move on our health. This was on our health, on our bodies.
Okay.
On the whole world. You know what I mean? It's pretty big.
You're talking about this whole, talking about the
yes. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we got to use code words. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that's what you were talking about, and we're on the same page. Yeah.
I mean, when you've gone after humanity's health, I mean, just look what we got upset with Germany.
Well, I mean, okay, you know, if you really think about this, okay, though, okay, if you look at the Earth's population, you gotta know, you know, you have to wake up and realize that the Earth is getting overcrowded. You know, that we just don't have the farming, we don't have the infrastructure to keep, you know, the daily boom of people going. The government's gonna step in. They're gonna do some really sketchy shit to force population control. They're gonna have
I think there's a big problem with that in regards to the positive earnings in the quarterly fucking books, where these shareholders and corporations, as you alluded to, Eric, they want to see quarterly fucking earnings. And that's what it comes down to with agriculture, is they need to see some kind of profit, or I don't even know, in order to see it as effective. Or where if we, you know, not to sound whatever, but like if we went back to a bartering system or whatever, where we could barter our services, etc., like it's that almighty dollar, and the middleman has to make a profit, and everybody has to make a profit, and the quarterly, like there would be enough. Like, look how the vastness of Canada, you keep on wanting to invade us. Like, we have a huge fucking country. Like, our fucking population per square kilometer is way the heck out of whack, right? Like, we have more space than we know what to do with. Like, we have lots of space, we have lots of resources, not just we as in Canada, but we as in a world population.
It's Canada. Nobody wants to live
I'm
in
talking
Canada.
we as in a world population have a lot of resources available to us, food and otherwise, energy, etc., that, you know, nobody needs to starve, nobody needs to be going cold and freezing to death in winter. Like, but it's all about those quarterly profits and earning that dollar. And if people have to suffer in order for these fucking mega rich to show that profit, then so be it. They don't give a shit about us, right? Like George Carlin said it. Like, they don't give a shit about you. They do not.
They don't.
Like,
they don't give a shit
we're
about
cattle.
you. They don't want to do anything to sit here and elevate anybody. School is only about getting you smart enough to be able to work a factory job and, be part of the machine. It's not about propping you up to make you better than they get you to a certain level. They make you just smart enough to be a worker. I mean, George Carlton was very good at that stuff, and he was very
Yeah.
insightful in a lot of things he said.
Oh, he told us.
I mean,
he told us what was
yeah.
going on. He really
No,
did.
yeah, he was very.
A lot
he
of
was
people
very
didn't
straight
listen,
about
but
it.
he told us exactly what was happening and going on. Like,
I see here and I look around and I kind of laugh. There's all these places. McDonald's is constantly, oh, we don't have enough workers. Applebee's, Chili's. I'm starting to open up my eyes to the fact that I honestly don't think that these companies are looking to hire people. It's just an excuse. They put the help wanted sign out there. So then when you walk in there and you see there's like one waitress, you feel bad for her because you're like, oh, well, she's running this whole thing by herself, But in reality, that's how they got around with the fact that they had to raise the minimum wage. They just now have one woman doing it. And we just all deal with the fact that, we're getting shittier service because there's only one employee and the company's still, paying what they were paying and they're still making their money because the food's still going out. The customers are still getting served, but now they're doing it with less employees, and they're happy and they're not actually looking to hire anybody. I think all these companies are supposedly saying, oh, we're looking for workers, aren't actually really looking for workers. I think they figured out the compromise is, oh, well, we're just going to have less workers, but we're going to make it sound like we actually want more, And then that gets people to stop being pissy when they're not getting the level of service that they were used to. Oh,
So, Brett,
yeah,
what are you working on in your area? Like in our area, I'm kind of just focusing in my area, excuse me. I'm just kind of focusing on poll watching at the polls, because we had an issue in our last election for our city elections. So that's what I'm working on. But is there anything going on? Now, don't get me wrong. There's other things going on in my area. I'm just not aware of everything because my mom is battling cancer for the second time. So I'm sideways with that. But that's all I can focus on right now but what's going on in your area?
that was to me.
Oh, yeah.
that
Sorry,
was to you, Brett.
Yes. Sorry.
I actually wanted to touch on something Eric was talking about for a second, and it relates to what you're asking as to what's going on. Canada gets a big knock from a lot of places for our socialized healthcare. Our healthcare would actually work just fine if it was actually properly funded and sponsored and taken care of. Like, we all pay into it willingly. It's democratic socialism. That's what we live under here in Canada and US. The thing that Eric was talking about, we have a problem here with, we've had like doctors' offices and nurses like laid off and fired, etc. And then they use the propaganda to say, oh, we're understaffed. So you walk into a place and there's only, one nurse and one doctor that are running this fucking place that are overcrowded, and, they seem to be lacking, personnel, when in reality, it's actually the government that's cut all their funding and they can't fucking afford it. And it's kind of designed to fail, and it's used as propaganda. Like, that's the bitch about it, is that it's used as propaganda, where you're told, oh, the medical facilities are overrun and they're crowded, and yeah, they are, because you don't fucking staff them enough and look after it enough. Like, it's by design, it's not by accident. Like, and I think there's a huge problem with that, where a lot of people kind of succumb to that propaganda, where they're told, oh, you're overrunning the medical facilities. And it's like, if you'd quit fucking firing doctors and nurses and like actually looked after the medical system like you're supposed to, we wouldn't have any shortages like or problems like at all. Like it's a design thing where this is all being kind of set up to fail, not to succeed, if you follow what I mean.
So in your community, now I know this is happening in Canada because it's also happening here in the States. So in your community, have you been touched by this particular problem? Like you've got friends, family, is that something you're seeing in your community that maybe you could maybe help get the word out? I know you have a platform now with your channel. Is that something I'm just asking if that would be something maybe that is happening in your community.
I would ask for maybe some more information as to what you mean. Like, am I?
Because I know, like, it was an off the ball chance that I happened to meet the guy that runs the hospital here in my area. And I was like, what the heck are y'all doing? And he actually wound up getting fired. Well, they didn't fire him. They made him go into early retirement because he had always run this hospital. And I just happened to meet him through a chamber event. I don't know if your area has chambers. In our areas, we have these chambers of commerce. Do y'all have those?
Yep. Yep.
Okay. So I had gone to, a lot of times I'll go to chamber events, and I had gone there and he was there, and I happened to meet him, and they were getting rid of him because he was holding his ground on all the stuff we can't talk about. And it's, talking to him now, like I said, I got a lot on my plate right now. So, and I also help with my nephew. So I can really only focus on one thing. And my one thing is the poll watching thing, just because I saw firsthand what happened at the city level in a city councilman runoff, not runoff, but election. And so that's where I'm focusing. So I didn't know if you'd like taken on a project. I guess that was a really long-winded way to ask if you have like a project you're working on.
Myself personally, I actually was just bitching about that yesterday, where it's like, I don't feel like myself personally am doing enough, just because I know the system, and I'd like to think of lead by example and be the change you want to see. So yeah. Especially the be the change you want to see thing. I'm probably not doing enough. I've had some issues going on in my own personal life that have kind of taken some priority as to how much effort and time I'm able to put into things. But I felt very strongly the past little bit where it's like, I'm not sure. I'm like, I could be doing more. Like, I'm all for digging up things on the government, and I did a video. I went down to the border protests, etc., but I couldn't live stream at that point. I didn't think. Really new to YouTube. That's the only reason I ended up on YouTube. And
so that right there is an accomplishment, because now it's given you a platform to reach out to others. I don't have a channel. I don't have a platform. So that's something that you offer. And like you said, now that you're going to start turning it more to what can we do? So if maybe you just have a platform that has two people that can connect with some information because they happen to be involved in the community doing something with other people, and you happen to have a panel that they kind of connect and they help each other figure out, hey, I'm in this area, what are you doing? And share information. That's helping. That's a big help.
Yeah, that's the whole reason, actually, I left my panel up from yesterday, because it dealt a lot with solutions and what the average person can do, and just kind of how they set it up, where it kind of was proactive in the sense that they didn't allow necessarily for a lot of infiltration, where they had their I's dotted and their T's crossed before they took everything public. And it was like, that's really smart. Like, there was a lot of discussion as to positive, proactive things that we could be doing and actually doing, not just talking about, but actually fucking doing. And yeah, I definitely, not gonna lie, have felt guilty the past little bit, where it's like, I know how this shit works. Like, I've studied it for, years, decades, where it's like, I could be doing more and I'm not. Like, I fall into the little trap that Eric was talking about, where I'm having these panels and I'm feeling like I'm doing something, but it's like, no, I could be doing more. Like, I really could. Like, I know how this shit works. Like,
I'm trying to figure out what I can be doing right now. I mean,
yeah,
I was hoping that, I'd be able to, when I got back to Wisconsin, I'd be able to join something that was going, maybe give it a kick in the ass and, help motivate it. And, I mean, love Soup Mama, love Polish. I mean, love what they're doing. But again, really they're going to like these unity parties, where they're going, they went to Michigan and they went to New York. But what really is that accomplishing? Again, these flag exchanges. I mean, it's a handful of people that show up. They do a little driving. It's not making the news. 99% of people on the planet don't even know they're going on. Hell, the TPC, as big as it was, I walk around and I talk to people wearing a The People's Convoy shirt, and they don't have a clue. They didn't hear about it. It's like, and it's like, I don't know. I'm still just trying to figure out what I can do in my state to make a difference, and that seems to be the daunting challenge. Is nobody knows what to do. We all come on these panels, and we all talk about this, and we talk about that, but then there's just no follow through.
Well,
Nobody can figure out how to follow through to what.
Well, one suggestion I can make is my mom called me because we talk a lot, and my mom is very informed, very awake. She was one of the first ones that would embarrass me when I was a teenager, when credit cards started coming out, or store credits, and they would ask, hey, do you want to open up a store credit for 10% off, yada, yada, yada. My mom would launch into a major lecture over credit card debt, how you're not supposed to use it, yada, yada, yada. So I was talking to her one day, and she's been sick, and so she's had all this stuff going on, and she said, well, what can I do to help? Like, what is there that I can do? And I said, well, Mom, honestly, I said, really, probably just calling your representative. So I made her a list of the representatives. Like, one of them I was really ticked off at, which was Mike Rogers, I think is his last name. I think it's Mike Rogers. I may be getting that last name confused, but I think it's Mike Rogers.
It's okay. We don't
Anderson,
have to hang up on details.
Yeah, of Anderson, Alabama. And I called him because I happened to be watching. Oh, so okay. One of the things, remember when TPC, I think it was the same day that they went in, and I think it was Brian Brazzi talked to Ron Johnson and Ted Cruz. Well, then there was another group talking to Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz. And I heard them talk about something, and they were like, we really need people calling. We need people calling. And then Mike Gaetz was saying, well, yeah, I was on the committee for the veterans, and Mike Rogers, he's the one who pushed for the veterans to have to take the what. And it ticked me off. And I immediately got on the phone and called his office. And then I called people I knew here. And I called my mom, and I told my mom to call. I told my dad to call. I told everybody I knew to call. But then after that, like, more things, I kept learning more and more things in different areas. And so I just started making a list of people to call, for my mom to call. And, but all of us could, now I know most people hate this. So, but this is another idea, going door to door for a candidate that you really back. Like, you have to do your vetting. And like my friend that I was telling you about, literally, we just had a property tax situation come up, and the next town over had to vote on it. And our town had already adopted it. We were already doing it. So, because our property taxes have gone up every year. So we're already used to paying for it. The next town over was having a vote for it. My Democrat friend calls me and he's like, I'm pissed at your brother. I mean, your brother-in-law. And I'm like, what, what did he do now? And so he's like, well, he was against the tax thing for the schools. And I was like, well, I'm like, did you call him? Did you call him and talk to him and get his perspective? I said, I was really ticked at him one time when he voted for a shopping mall to go in. And I said, I was ticked. And then he finally told me about it. And I said, that actually had to do with schools, but it was going to benefit the schools. He held out and kept telling them he was going to vote against it because they wouldn't give him what he wanted to go to schools. And he was like, oh.
Okay. So he was manipulating. He was playing the long game.
He was playing the game with the developers that wanted to put in that doggone shopping mall. And there were two things that John wanted. He wanted them to not take down, not clear cut. Do not clear cut the land. That was his major thing. Do not come in and clear cut that land. And of course, they were going to come in and clear cut the land because it's easier for a developer. Sure. And the other thing was the thing for the schools. They needed a new ball field. And he kept telling everybody, I'm not going to vote for it. And then the night before the vote, they pulled him aside and said, we're going to give it to you. And he said, then I'll vote for it. Well,
he was playing strategy. I'm going to run inside real quick. So I'm going to mute. I'll let you and Brett hold the conversation up. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Yep.
Woohoo!
Woohoo! Party! We need snacks.
Hey, I'm trusting you guys.
I need some chocolate raisinets.
Big mistake.
Get some chocolate raisinets.
Just kidding here.
But anyway, where was I going? Now I lost my train of thought. Doggone it. Shoot, I lost.
They were going to give it to him.
Oh, the shopping mall. So then when we had to go campaign, oh my gosh, going door to door, everybody was cussing me out. My son was small at the time, so I have him in a stroller. My sister-in-law is with me. She has her kid in a stroller. We're going door to door. It's blistering hot. We're going door to door. People are dog cussing us out. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So finally, this one guy was just tearing me up and I was tired. It was the end of the day and I was tired. And I said, look, he is here. He's walking the streets with us also. I said, are you willing to talk to him? Are you willing to have a conversation? I don't want that SOB coming to my door. Called him every name in the book. I said, okay, well, fine. Great. Are you still will you talk to him though? And he just kind of looked at me and he was like, you're being awfully persistent. And I said, because I was mad at him too. I said, but I'm not going to explain it. I said, because you're going to have more questions. And if I try and explain it of what I know of it, because you're so mad, I'm not going to be able to answer your rapid fire questions that you're going to drill at me. But John can. He can do that. And so he said, fine, I'll talk to him. So he went in there, spent 30 minutes with him. Came out and the guy shook his hand. They were laughing. He said, you know what? I don't agree with it, how you handled it, but I understand why you did. And I'm actually glad that we had this conversation and you have my vote. I mean, it was that big of a turnaround because of a conversation that was civilized.
Yeah.
People have to vent, and I understand venting, but if you're venting 24/7 and not ever being a solution, I was part of a group one time, and there was a situation, and everybody was complaining about it, and I said, okay, we've sat here for about 30 minutes and complained. Does anybody have any solutions? And one gentleman said, well, I don't, but I'll look into it. I said, okay. He came back. He said, you know what? It turns out everything we were complaining about, it's actually the responsibility of our group. We thought it was another group's responsibility. And when we went and pulled out past files, it was technically our responsibility. So then we got down to problem solving. So it just takes really good civil discourse without.
Well, there's another point to be made there about, sorry, excuse me. about being the change that we want to see. My goodness.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it definitely is difficult. Uh-oh, I lost both of you.
Sorry,
right?
excuse me.
No, that's
Oh,
okay.
I was having a hoot.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
it's there's a very big thing there about being the change that we want to see.
Yep.
It seems I notice it more and more. I was actually noticing it just like 2 days ago, where people in chat were like blaming leadership, and it's everybody else's fucking fault. And it's like, motherfucker, like, be the change you want to see. Like, if you don't like that, that's cool. That's fine. Get that. But like, don't sit there and bitch about it and expect other people to solve your problem. Like, pick up your fucking bobby socks and do something about it. Like, you shouldn't rely or depend on everybody else but you. Like, and then bitch and whine and complain and moan about it. Like, what are you even talking about? Like, I've had people give me a hard time, and it's like, not the last provincial election, but the one before that, I was asked to run for, to be a fucking MLA, to be part of the government. Like, and if it wasn't for time constraints and all the legal hoops you have to jump through in order to do it, my name would have been on the ballot. And I was totally okay with that, because it was like, be the change you want to see. Like, yeah, absolutely. Like, I will definitely take that on if it means the betterment of my fellow citizens. Like, if I can help make a positive impact towards that, yeah, I'll take on that responsibility for sure. But it's a very humbling thing. And, again, be the change you want to see. If you want to see that change, you can't just always rely on somebody else to do it for you. Like, oh my goodness, like, how old are you? Like 45, and your mom still cleans your bathroom? Like, take some responsibility. Like, head down, ass up. Like, it blows me away how many people just want to, like, oh, you're not doing it right. Well, cool. Fucking show us how it's done then.
That was
right?
a great time for my earbud to kick back in. Ass up, head down. What the hell? I literally I get in range of my car, and I hear head down, ass up. I'm like, okay, Brett, what's going on? Please fill me in. What the fuck, dude? I mean, that's literally what I came into was, head down, ass up. That's the way we like to. That's the only thing I know is how that song goes, man. What the hell? I know it's after dark, anything goes.
That's a nice banana you got there, Eric.
I could have swore we were on the banana. Normally I don't eat bananas on
that's great timing, really. Head down, ass up, buddy.
Yeah. I'm like, what the hell? We're talking about political things and how to sit here and call in and do all this stuff, and yeah, and head down, ass up. I'm like, what the hell is going on in my car?
As he peels his banana.
Hey, I like bananas. What can I say? All right, come on. Go ahead, Phil.
Sorry, I'm probably laughing.
I want to hear how the hell that conversation came up. I'm sorry. You said it. I want to know how
we were just talking about how. No, it was, about
Yeah, I'm not
participating.
I'm not saving you. It's all you. This is all you.
No. It was about like participating and people bitching and whining about, oh, you're not doing enough, or you're doing this wrong, or lots of, like you say, armchair critics, where it's like, get in the fucking game, like get your ass down and fucking head down, ass up, like get fucking your elbows dirty and like be the change you want to see. Like, you can't just criticize everybody all the time. Like, get involved or fucking shut up.
Yeah, we honestly, we don't have time to sit here and criticize people. We really don't. I mean, we need to build, it's, you can support every group out there, but we've got to get to the basics and get the connection, because we're all really fragmented. And I think we came together. I think the Canadian convoy showed how many people could come together and how many people needed to come together. They needed it. If all was perfect, that would have done what it was meant to do, and it did a certain amount. And we've got a lot of groups out there, but we have to make sure that we all stay connected. One, now y'all having this platform and streaming like both of you do, and I think both of you know, like I do, people on the right. I know you don't like the term, Brett, but we know people from different perspectives that are extreme perspectives, differing extreme perspectives, let's put it that way. And people on both sides. What if y'all had held a panel with, now how many people can you have on a panel?
10.
Okay, so if you can have 10 on a panel, what if you had, say, the two of you? Who else? Let's see. Let's think back. What about
It's
if you
already
have
doomed.
Jeff from Travel Fund 69? He's game for anything, always.
Well, okay. I take that back. You could probably do more if you were using multiple platforms, but using either StreamYard or Restream, I think it's only 10. There's probably a way you could do it more, but
well,
on
I
average,
think
it's 10.
7 to 10. I think 10 is getting up there because so much crosstalk happens. 7's usually a good number. Your first one, you might only want to do 5, but have say, because Eric, you didn't stream during the convoy, but you were very much part of that convoy. Now Jeff streamed in Ottawa. That he wasn't a trucker, but he was streamer. Brett, you've been moderating on different.
I was at the border blockade.
Okay, you were at the border blockade, so there, and you've moderated online for different groups, I think, right?
Yeah.
Because you're moderating, so
Yeah.
I know you're having issues, but I mean, now I don't know. Do you moderate for people of very diverse perspectives?
I actually moderate
That's
for
an
a lot of
understatement.
channels.
That's an understatement.
Okay, so you do. Okay, so you have experience with that. So you guys, Jeff. Okay, who else? Who else would be another? Maybe okay, Polish Agnes. That would be a good one to have.
Well, who do we get from the left? That's the question.
I don't want the right or the left. I want all the fucking center. Those are the people we need to fucking reach. The people on the far right, the people on the far left, if that's how you want to classify them. I refer to them as the people that identify as right wing. I'll play into the whole fucking
I agree with you.
Let me tell you, I let it go
Lola
one
would
time.
never be a person.
What'd you say?
There's a person by the nickname Lola. She was on a panel once I was on. She just dominated the entire panel and just did her rhetoric.
No, we can't have that.
It was completely unproductive. You couldn't say anything. It was just pointless, and that's what's not going to work.
There's actually, I had to wind up reading a book because I was so involved in the community and the school and politically and yada yada yada, in the Chamber of Commerce and stuff. And I literally had to read a book on how, when I'm conducting any type of meeting or even just a part of a meeting, and how to control that person that dominates a conversation, every single time. How do you deal with them? And it gave you all these pointers of how to try and deal with them.
See, the problem is we really need to reach out to some of the bigger streamers. I mean,
Jeff's the big streamer.
Who is?
Jeff with Travel Fund 69.
Travel Fund? I don't know how many
60,000.
60,000. So somebody like Jeff, okay? we need to reach
Anthony
out to somebody like
Aguero
him.
would be good to have. Anthony Aguero, that's down at the border. He would be
Yeah.
excellent to have.
Yeah.
Excellent. If you got Jeff and Anthony Aguero
Yeah.
and the two
But
of
then,
you, how many do I
okay,
have
so
now?
those are the right sided people. I would actually duck out of this. You know,
I think Jeff.
I
is
would
like,
leave a
Jeff,
position for somebody
I
that
think
maybe has a little bit more knowledge.
Jeff's pretty liberal. I mean, he's conservative.
I would actually agree with that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what
I said I would actually agree with that.
about Jeff?
Yeah.
Yeah, but no doubt. I've watched him. You have to be
Okay.
willing to accept. Now see, Telescope is great, but not when he's drinking. You can't have him when he's drinking; it won't work. And he likes to do the philosophical debate, which is what my friend,
Yeah.
my best friend, she loves to do that philosophical debate that never really leads to any clear solutions. You just keep debating like historical facts,
Yeah.
or current.
Yeah.
It's I don't
Yeah.
know how to explain it, but y'all know what I mean.
It's just
So-
a debate to debate.
But
Yeah.
he's great
Yeah.
to have
100%.
because he does have that philosophical mind that a lot of people do have. My best friend has it. She's exactly that way. Like, she drives me nuts because
But it's not productive.
many people tell me I'm not very diplomatic, but it's not that I'm not diplomatic. It's that I'm like, look, I'm busy. I got stuff to do. Let's cut to the bottom line. Let's get to the bottom line. I ran a business. So when you run a business, it's like, give me the bottom line, because that's food on my table. However, whatever my bottom line is, that's what food I'm putting on my table. That's what clothes I'm able to buy my kid. Like, you know what I'm saying? So, okay. So how many people do we have? Would y'all agree to those people so far? Do you think that would bring good conversations that might bring about?
I've got no opinion on Travel Fund 69 because I've never really watched any of his content, and I don't know anything really about him. So all I consider and tell you about him is Polish Agnes speaks highly of him. That's all I know. So I'd have to research it more before I consider and say, yeah, that's the guy I'd want to, on this panel. So unfortunately, I can't put a vote in for him because I really just don't know him that well. And same thing with Anthony. I met him as part of the convoy. Seems like a nice guy, and I mean, I watched one or two of his things down in New Mexico where he's doing his thing. But again, I really don't know.
What about?
I'll chirp in.
What about first?
I'll chirp in. Really?
Who?
No, really.
Wait, I'm sorry. What'd you say?
I said I'll chirp in.
Okay,
I was only
go
going
ahead.
to going to chirp in to say, it's one thing to have people talk, and it's another thing to have people walk. I would say Travel Fund 69 would do the walk, just based on my observations. And
Okay.
honestly, Jeff and I butted heads when we first met, and I don't necessarily, we haven't always necessarily seen eye to eye. That said,
What about
he would do the
Dave?
walk, and
What
that's
about-
what we need, is for people to actually walk the walk
Okay.
instead
What
of just
about Dave?
talking whatever.
What about Dave, live from the shed? Dave,
Oh, Dave is amazing. Oh my goodness.
maybe him.
Yeah, Dave is incredible and he tries to be pretty neutral and hear all sides, and these are the people we need, like Dave, Eric, Agnes, these people that are in the middle or neutral or not playing favoritism towards left or right. Like, Telescope, while great, has his leanings. I got him to admit, and Eric was on the panel. I got him to admit that he is absolutely, totally for mandated vaccinations. He said that outright. I got a timestamp and everything. He totally said that. So it's like, is that a neutral person? Absolutely not.
Who said that?
Not in my mind, anyways.
Telescope.
I love the guy. It's just that's not a neutral person.
Oh, okay. So all right. So then it's the two of you. If you don't know Anthony, okay, so two of you, Dave. What about if you don't know Anthony that well? What about first responder Taco Joe? He's got a young family. He would bring that perspective of having kids because he has kids in school. So he would bring that perspective.
He's
He
biased. I'm biased too.
well,
I'm
we're
going to
all
remove myself
biased.
because I'm biased.
Everybody is biased. I mean, my best friend Paula, who I mean, she's more biased on things than I am. I mean, it's funny because she's the liberal, and it's funny the things that I'm liberal on that she's not liberal on. It's so, you know, to do that, it can be weird. But if people are willing to talk and
I
not,
get it. I have that relationship with some people as well.
yeah, and just not be so firmly planted because we all learn. But okay, so who else is there? I'm trying to think. Who else can we pull from? That would be like, so you're saying, Brett, moderate, like not neutral, because none of us are neutral. That's what makes us us. Let's see. Well, we know Polish for sure would be great because, you know, Polish would be great starting her own group in her area where she is. She could get with like the singles group. You know, the chambers in your areas are always great places to start. And she's one of those with that personality that she has, that she could come on panels and say, okay, guys, I'm going to go join this group in my community. Because I'm telling you, once she found that group in her community, she would bring so much knowledge back and be able to spread it to people and help them get involved in their community. Because she's ready to go. Like, she's ready to see some results.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I
That
actually
and, Chinese Americans, and it seems like
Yes.
all these other
You know what?
foreign
There is a live
countries.
streamer. I don't.
Yeah.
There is a live streamer that goes down to the J6 that's Chinese. That comes from that Chinese church.
Yeah.
That was helping down in DC.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a couple. I always see a man and a woman together. Now that would be an interesting perspective.
Yeah, I saw.
But I don't know her channel.
Yeah, I was staying at a hotel one night, and I mean they were there, and I mean they had their shit going on. They had their channel. They had signage on their vehicles. I mean, you knew exactly what the hell they were about. They had a web page. I mean, they were all set up, and you know they're taking this shit serious. You know, we're seat of the pants. You know, whatever sounds good in the moment, and that's what we do. It's
No.
an embarrassment in a sense. I'm talking about how the whole convoy thing kind of went on.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not
I
talking
see.
about your Brett.
Yeah.
I'm
Copy.
not talking about
You
Yeah,
know
I copy.
who would be amazing to have on, but I'm sure never would be Sparrow.
Ha! That's funny. That was actually the name I was thinking of as far as a neutral personality would go. Ant was actually referencing them today.
You know,
that would be amazing.
I spent quite a bit of time with Sparrow, and I'll tell you, I can't get a read on him. He definitely. I wouldn't want to play poker with him.
Nope.
I'll tell you that much. I mean,
nope.
You know, I don't know where he lies. I mean, we spent what?
That's good. That
days?
means he never became part of the story. He never became part of the story.
Yeah. So I mean, I honestly couldn't tell you which side of the fence he'd be on, or if he'd even be interested. I mean, I've got his number. I have a way to get a hold of him. I've got his personal number and stuff.
And somebody would definitely have to be a moderator.
Ant was referencing him tonight, saying that out of all the characters in this story, he would be somebody that was very neutral. Because when we were talking about Ant and WYSIWYG going head to head, but Ant didn't want to go onto WYSIWYG's stream to do it. He wanted a neutral ground. And a neutral ground that Ant referenced was Sparrow. There was other names that came up, but that was one name that came up with Sparrow. And I'm not familiar, so I can't comment. But the fact that Ant and Eric and, you know, there's a couple of people saying Sparrow is a neutral character, maybe they are.
Yeah.
I'd like to reach out to them, but
Yeah, I honestly, I don't know. You know, like I said, I don't know where he lays. You know, I'm
Which is good.
thinking, I mean,
That's
I'm
good.
thinking he's pro the movements and stuff because that's kind of what he's covering. You know, I would think that's what he's doing a documentary on. He'd be pro for it, you know.
He might have gotten hired to cover it. You never know. Hired to go do the footage.
Yeah, some people have said that too.
You never know. I mean, but he would be neutral. Just some people like that.
But I've asked him, and I don't.
You know what?
I don't think he is.
Yeah, I'm not inclined to lean that way either, based on the fact that if they were hired to cover that, there would be a lot more propaganda and a lot more like spotlight, if you will, where there'd be a lot more attention drawn to it than there actually is, because I'm not familiar with that person. I've never ran into them in chat. I've never seen any of their videos. And like, I'm pretty like, you know, I mod channels, I like bounce around, I see shit and whatever. And like, this person is not really bounced on my radar. So I don't really think that they're a heavily pushed propagandized element, if you will, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. I mean, I just think starting with some people, and instead of having it come on and be a, complaining festival, have it be, okay, what can we do in our communities? Like, does somebody like to make phone calls? I mean, a lot of times you need to make phone calls right, like the week of a campaign. So if you had a candidate out there, there are candidates that need help with people making phone calls. Now, most people don't answer their phone. You have to leave a message, but nowadays we can text and all that other stuff. So candidates need help doing that kind of stuff. Like, I remember when we just had for our city stuff, and I called the one girl because I had forgotten to ask her where her campaign was funding was coming from, because there was a group in our area that was representing all the land developers. And we had tried to put a moratorium on the building permits because it had just gone crazy. And we weren't successful. And we found out who was funding them. Well, they were actually funding the candidates. And we were like, oh my gosh, this is terrible. So I called the one girl to make sure where her funding was coming from. But not everybody knows to ask those questions. I mean, I guess I could come on and give a political perspective. I mean, I'm not trying to like interject myself. I was just trying to come up with ideas, but now.
Well, I guess I'm trying to. I guess I'm a little confused here, because I mean, you're sitting here and you're talking about, calling the representatives and doing a panel and getting people. It seems like you're a little all over the place a little bit on what we're trying to accomplish.
Basically,
I figured.
the first thing
I figured if we
be,
tried to do, okay.
Because you're saying come up with solutions instead of having panels where everybody comes on and complains. Yeah. Have a panel where you have what Brett was talking about, what he's trying to do with his channel now, is move it towards the direction instead of having these panels. Well, Brett, you were talking about it, but instead of having the channels be nothing but a complaining session, but have it to be, okay, what is the solution? What is something you can do in your area and get active?
Yeah, that's something I've been kind of sparking Brett about. It's kind of where that's kind of something I've been doing. So that's what Brett's been getting it from. But
yeah,
that's beside the point. No, like I said, I think we just need to, in my opinion, I think we need to figure out a topic.
Absolutely.
The topic that we need to try to unite on. So that would be the thing. And then then the next thing was, then what would we do?
Yeah.
Honestly, I feel the system's broken. So, you're sitting here and telling people that they need to call these people and call this and call that. I don't think it's going to matter. That's my
opinion. Then what would be the topic?
Because I think unfortunately, I just think that the system's broken.
Okay.
Right now, I think there are corrupt people on the right and the left in government. I think the government itself is corrupt.
Eric,
yeah.
I think that everybody, not everybody, the vast majority would 100% agree with you as to a corrupt and broken system. The
So, I mean,
huge, the huge main question is, what do we do about it?
well, and that's
Like,
why I was sitting here
that's,
saying when she was talking about the calling your representatives, I'm like, you know, I don't trust my representatives. I mean, I can call them
I
all
don't
day
either.
long. I don't think
Yeah.
I don't think that's accomplishing anything.
Okay, can I give you an example?
Well, I mean, at the minor level, you know, when you're talking about like school board people and things like that, but when you're talking about like your senators,
I can give you a bigger example.
you know, what?
I did I went to the protests, etc., the border protests. I came back. I did a video. I did some research. I did a video about our standing orders of the House. For our members of Parliament, they have orders. They have rules that they have to abide by. One of our, well, there's more than one, but one of our members of Parliament, Chrystia Freeland, who was our Deputy Prime Minister, sits on the board of the World Economic Forum. Her sitting on that board is a complete conflict of interests to the Canadian people. That's in their own standing orders. I have it all referenced in a video. I'll actually, maybe I was actually thinking that earlier. I'll make that one public again. It's my most viewed video. I got a shout out from somebody that went viral in Ottawa, whatever. We have to like draw that sort of attention to that, and people uniting and vocalizing all of that. Like, we cannot do anything without numbers. And for the past like couple decades, I've been like shouting from the fucking mountaintops, it's all a numbers game. We can, you know, without numbers, we can't change anything, whether it's a violent revolution or fucking through the democratic process of the ballot box, or none of anything even matters if we don't have the numbers, and we have to draw and attract the numbers. Like, it really is what it all comes down to. And we have to talk solutions in order to do that. That is why I left up that video yesterday, where it is addressed the solutions, and like, you know, raised what you were talking about. I do want to kind of take my channel that way, and I've been trying to, you know, I've talked about it on a number of panels where I hear people like, after a half an hour or whatever, it's like, fuck, all I hear is like problems. Like, we all know the problems. We need to crowdsource solutions. And that's, you know, I've vocalized that I like talking to Eric and Agnes and people that are encompassing and see, you know, as you guys both have said, like, I hate the right left thing. I fucking hate that. And they kind of, you know, Eric and Agnes look beyond that, where there's more to it, and it's about everybody. And we need to crowdsource the solutions. And it still bugs me that fucking Eric called me out earlier, not directly, but saying like, you know, these people that have their panels and shit where they talk, like, great, you talk, but like, solutions and action, like, definitely need action. Without it, we are not accomplishing fuck all.
I would agree. So what is a topic that we could come together on and take action?
Well, that's the thing, is that we have to have that conversation with some people from the left or right. We literally have to sit down and say, okay, here's a couple ideas. You know, are we talking about the six-year presidential term limit? Are we talking about voter ID? You know, what are things that we can agree on, and, you know, just kind of figure that out. That's the first step. It's figuring out what topic is going to reach out to enough people in both parties that aren't open-minded, that are left and right, but can still get on the same page on this topic. That's the thing, is we can't just sit here and hope to hit the ones that are more in the middle. We have to find something that people that are far left and the people that are far right can still sit here and say, yeah, I could see that, you know. and that's where it's
Yeah.
got to start. And it's what is that topic? You know,
Food.
what is that topic?
Dude.
What are we voting on?
Sorry,
food?
I know it was a
What
serious
are you
point of the
talking about?
conversation.
I know, but you're like food, and I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? Go eat your maple syrup.
I will explain. I meant food in the sense that, you know, there's a great number of people, whether I can even use the US as a fucking example. You have a number of people in the US that will sit there and have tailgate parties and have barbecue and fucking beer, and it doesn't matter if you're right or fucking left as long as you fucking cheer for the same football team, right? So it's the same kind of
Just
thing
went to the
where
college a couple weeks ago. Yep.
what's that?
We
Sorry?
don't care. I said I just went to a college ball game a couple weekends ago, our opening game. Yep.
Yeah, where it's like you're coming together, you're having beer and barbecue over a fucking tailgate, and like it's not, you know, necessarily about your neighbor or whatever the hell. Like you're uniting on that common ground where you have that same, you know.
Okay, I just nominated somebody. MT, I'm nominated him. He likes ACB, OTR, Saznak, Dom, Trooper, Eric, Telescope, Lori, Ant, AP, and he thinks he might be bipolar. That sounds like the perfect candidate for this thing. I'm just kidding. Sorry.
Well, you know, I'm gonna have to call some bullshit
hilarious.
there because your name is in there, my name is not, so there's clearly biased. Just saying.
Oh my God, Brett. Such a fucking drama queen. Go eat your fucking maple syrup.
Oh, now you're sounding like Telescope.
What?
Anyways, the point was
food.
food.
I'm telling you to go eat your maple syrup.
Oh my goodness. This isn't my panel, so I can't mute you, but
no, you can't.
The point was food, and that there are common grounds that we can all come together with. Like, you know, whether everybody loves a good burger or steak or good salad, or I don't even know. It doesn't matter.
But,
like pick something.
Like I said, that to be all serious for just a second.
Okay.
That is the real question. Is just we really need to figure out what is that topic that's gonna draw the most traction with both parties. You know, and that's what we need to focus on first. But then the question is once we figure out what that topic is, here's the biggest problem: is we may agree, we may sit here and we'll just hypothetically, let's just say it's voter ID. What do we do about it? Nobody has an answer.
Well,
nobody can figure out.
I do, but nobody likes it.
Somebody would have to go research it and see. Go ahead, Brett.
Is that your answer, Brett?
What's that?
Go to war?
No.
Then what's your answer? I want to hear it.
Political organization.
Okay, how?
Well, it's actually kind of based on a little bit what you said about engaging on municipal and state level, or here in Canada, provincial level. Excuse me, and taking control over institutions through the democratic process. Like, if we want to solve it all non-violently, then the only way that we can do that is through the democratic process.
Okay.
And we need to, my idea is form a new political party out of our protests and get into those buildings via the vote and have people like put us in there to enact those changes that we want to see. Like, that is a logical solution to me.
So
and I've had people
party that's trying to develop here in the United States that I was talking about in Madison.
I can only just speak to my own thoughts, where I've called it the Citizen Alliance, where we it's kind of about the citizens, where it's we don't have those kind of career politicians. I saw somebody in chat ask me earlier, I'm not sure if they're still here, but they asked me what I thought of Pierre Polivet. And at the end of the day, he's a career politician. He started into politics in his early 20s. He worked under career politicians that were corrupt. Stephen Harper, Stockwell Day, gross ties to foreign lobbies. So as far as he goes, he talks the talk, but at the end of the day, he's part of a very corrupt political party with the conservatives. Not going to be the answer. What they're doing is working for them. They're framing the liberals as the enemy, same as the liberals frame the conservatives as the enemy, and it's just a tag team. They blame each other when both are responsible.
Yeah.
We need to, in my mind, again, my opinion, out of our protests, politically organize. And I've had other people from the other side, even though there shouldn't be sides, say that that's actually a good idea, because we can live stream waving flags outside of government fucking buildings all day long, and all they're going to do is laugh at us. We're not enacting change. We're opening eyes. It's at the end of the day. Don't get me wrong. At the end of the day, it's a numbers game.
There's got to be a consequence. That's the thing.
Yeah, we need the numbers.
At least with the truckers convoy, the whole idea was they were going to shut down DC. That was a consequence. That was going to affect DC. They were going to have to deal with it because there was an action being done. Standing there and holding flags and singing Kumbaya isn't going to change this country. It's just not going to make a difference. You can fly your flag as much as you want and play music and be all the patriotic that you want. You're yelling in the wind.
We're not going to get the changes that we want. We're just not
making a difference. There's got to be a tit for tat.
It is making a difference. It's making a difference in the sense that it's a numbers game. So we're not going to change anything, whether it through democratic process or violent revolution, or it doesn't fucking matter what it is. Without numbers, you're not going to change anything. So it is good that these things happen, that we get the numbers, but you have to take it kind of a step further.
Have you really seen
like
the
you
numbers,
said,
though?
well, like you said, we can stand outside the buildings and wave flags and fucking live stream it all day long and, cry into the fucking wind, and it's not going to make a difference. It really isn't.
No, because
unless we politically organize and cast votes and ballots to get people inside the buildings to write the legislation and write the fucking changes that we want to see, we're not going to make the difference. They just laugh at us. To make the difference, you have to change your vote. That's non-violently. It's the only way to do it non-violently that I can see. If there's other ideas, I'm all for it, but I don't know how we can do it non-violently any other way through the democratic process. And I've had people support me from the other side saying that's a good idea. I don't agree with you, but that's the way to get things done right there. So
the democratic process takes time. There's
100%.
Honestly, there's quicker ways. I think the train union people sitting here and saying, okay, we're just not going to work. That they're going to affect if enough of America just says we're done, and just says, okay, we're just done, and makes a pact that we're not going to take it. We're not going to pay taxes. We're not going to do whatever. And we just all sit here and say, we're done.
Stop. You're giving me a hard on.
That's going to affect change a hell of a lot faster than trying to vote in the correct political people and get this person to work his way up the system and eventually become president in 20 years and blah, blah, blah. What?
No, Eric, you're 100% right. You're totally right. And you're totally giving me a hard on. That would be fucking fantastic
Brett, my shoes are on. Stop trying to imagine my feet.
No, really though. Like if every construction worker laid down their fucking hammer and every truck driver turned off their fucking truck and like all those people did those things, you would see fucking change overnight. Realistically, that ain't gonna fucking happen.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
I mean, it'd be great if it did. If we could convince them all to do that, that would be fantastic. But it's really realistically not going to happen.
We sit here and we say that, but isn't that kind of what they did when they shut down the country? And did that make change? So now the question is, would that even make change? Because they did it. They shut down our country. They sent everybody home. They made everybody sit in their house. They basically effectively shut the country down.
We're not the bankers or the government or the propaganda we call media. We can't make those changes overnight. Like the government, the bankers, the people that own the media, those are the ones that can like produce that kind of reaction overnight. We can't do that. We need patience and
Brett,
perseverance
do you get what I'm
and
saying?
persistence and.
But do you get what I'm saying? Is that we keep talking about like, you know, shutting down the country, but the government did that, you know, and they didn't blink an eye. So if we now came and did it, do you think the government would still even blink an eye?
Oh, they'd lose their fucking shit. If every fucking truck driver out there tomorrow didn't turn the key to start their fucking truck and make their deliveries, they would lose their fucking shit. But the fucking the whole key to that is to get them all not to do that.
Yeah, and
that's the hard part, right?
Nobody's gonna do it. There's just too many people that see. Nobody gives a fuck. That's the biggest thing we're up against. Is there's so many people that just don't give a fuck.
Well,
you know what? I think they do care, but there's another portion of the population that they have, you know, whatever reasoning they have and aren't willing to sacrifice and will do it for the dollar. You know, they have a family and it's if those assholes over there, they won't deliver that load. I'll go deliver that load for that money. Fucking rights I will. Like I'll put the fucking they're not willing to sacrifice. They're not willing to sacrifice. They're not willing to admit the problem. They're not willing to deal with the problem. Like they're oblivious.
They care just long enough, you know, until it starts to affect their wallet, and then it's like, well, you know, I got to do this.
Yeah,
everybody's a slave to money.
One thing would be get people off corporate media. If we could get all people to hold corporate media accountable, then that holds the government accountable. Right now, they're working hand in hand.
Yeah,
that's a top. Well, see, and I don't know if that's a left or right topic that we could unite on, but that's definitely, you know, unbiased media. Oh my!
Well, I mean,
God.
look what happened to Glenn Greenwald. Now he is a liberal, and they canceled him, and then they tried to cancel him off his own platform.
Yeah.
I mean, so media might be another topic.
Yeah, unbiased media. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, I don't care whether you agree or you disagree with
I think Ace said that
the whole people's convoy and stuff. That should have at least been newsworthy. You know what I mean? You know, it should have been at least something that was reported. You know.
Yeah.
But it shouldn't be something the government can control.
Like the environmental shutdown when they shut down the highway, the environmental activists and the guy that was on parole was late to his job or something.
I didn't hear about it.
That happened literally the same day that the convoy was on the road. One of the same days the convoy was on the road on the Beltway. It was both of them were on the Beltway, and I think both of them were the same day. If they weren't the same day, like one was one day, one was the other day.
Okay.
One made the news, one didn't.
Well, the activist one did, but the TPC didn't.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's just, I mean, we're playing from such a position of the system's so fucking broken now. You know, it's just, where do you start? Where do you start? And that's it. And that's the thing, is it's so daunting, you know, to figure out where to start, because
That's actually an easy question, because people can't solve a problem until they know the problem exists. So
that's the same thing about
the easy answer to that is making people aware that the government and media are lying to us and providing examples.
Yeah.
That's the most obvious place to start, in my opinion. And if you can even prove one example where the government and media have lied to the people, then they're going to start to question everything else. So to me, all you have to do is kind of just plant that little seed of, and just recognize a topic or point where that person might start to doubt, and plant that little seed of doubt, and just, you know, kind of let everything else work itself out. Like, the universe has a funny way of working itself out. So those little seeds go a long way, my opinion.
Yeah. I was just reading to see what some of the people in chat were saying, because we were neglecting them. I try not to neglect my
I
chat,
wasn't.
I know. I think it was ACB that talked about the media,
Yeah.
social media,
Well,
and media.
yeah, and MT was talking about no coverage and YouTube and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I was kind of hoping Trump's Truth Social, and, you know, I was kind of hoping that he would start his own TV station that would have been a little bit more, you know, out there and whatever. And I don't know, but whatever. Yeah. I don't know.
See, and I have
tonight,
the
again, this
I
is
have
gonna be
the
one of
other
those.
side and the other perspective, where I've seen Trump as nothing but a puppet right from the word go. Like,
Yeah.
all I've ever seen him as is a puppet. Like,
Okay.
just from an outsider with different political perspectives from a global agenda that's been going through, I
Yeah.
see him as a puppet. And I saw him as a puppet way before he was ever mentioned as the president. Like, just,
Okay. So who did you feel he was being a puppet for?
I'm not sure I want to bring that kind of heat to your channel.
Okay.
I'll bring that to my channel, but I'm not going to do that to
Okay.
you.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah.
But
There's ask Carl. Carl will tell you all about it.
okay.
Did y'all just
I
had
don't
a
talk
vote?
to Carl, so
Did y'all just have a vote in Canada, Brett? Did y'all just have to vote for something? Like, because I know I heard a lot that
Nope.
Pierre Poilievre was in the news a lot, and
Oh, that was the conservative leadership. Yeah, fuck that guy.
okay. So what is that vote? Like, what? So it was only the Conservative Party voting. It wasn't all the other parties. How does that work?
Right. Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, it was for the Conservative Party leadership, and only Conservative Party members were allowed to vote for that. Yeah, I view Pierre Poilievre as a total puppet. He worked for more than one of my ex-members of parliament. Yeah, I'm familiar with him.
Gotcha.
yeah, like I
He's
said,
corrupt.
I mean, from my aspect, what I liked about Trump was he wasn't a career politician. You know, he pretty much knew he was going to come in, do what he was going to do, and he was going to go back to being a billionaire and enjoying his life, and that was going to be the end of it. So I don't know. I definitely will pretty much always look seriously at somebody that's not a career politician that's coming into the political arena, because honestly, I feel that's how the country was designed to be run. So I mean, that was the thing that interested me about what he said, and he seemed to have that, let's get shit done personality, and if you don't like it, well, we're going to do it anyways. And in all honesty, at least from what I've seen, he tried to do everything that he said he wanted to do. He just was getting cock blocked on every fucking thing he was trying to do. So a lot of politicians, pretty much, they get in there and they don't do anything they say they're going to do. So I mean, that was at least something I liked about the guy.
And that's fair. That's totally fair.
I definitely liked the fact that he had his energy independent. It makes no sense for us to be in the energy situation that we're in.
Oh, it does. It makes plenty of sense.
Well, yeah, exactly.
No, it makes plenty of sense for us to be in that position, because in this situation that we're in now, somebody is getting a kickback.
Yeah.
That's why we're in the situation we're in.
Yeah.
Every fucked up deal.
Yeah.
Everything that's wrong
Well, the
with
main
this
ones
country.
were the tech, big tech, and pharmaceuticals. I mean, if you look at it, those were the largest growths.
Yeah.
You got Zoom. Zoom exploded.
Mhm.
Like what was the best thing that could have ever happened to Zoom, that
Yeah.
company.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
No, I get you.
So,
But yeah, like I said, anything in the country that's screwed up, I guarantee has got somebody that's got a dirty hand involved. I mean, what was it? Somebody was sitting here saying that we were selling our oil to another country to buy oil at a higher rate from a different country. It's like,
yeah, and from my
what?
understanding, that oil is not as clean as our oil.
It's like, what? We're exporting oil just so we can buy somebody else's oil? What? Okay, that's just stupid. And somebody's getting a kickback off it. That's it. The government can't be that stupid. It's purposely that stupid because somebody's making money off of it. It's all a fucking game. It's all a fucking scheme, so somebody's getting money and somebody's getting kickbacks, and that's the problem with this country.
Welcome to Canada.
Well, yeah.
Canada's the worst for that. We fucking bitch and whine and moan and cry about fucking pipelines to export oil, all while we import oil from fucking Saudi Arabia. Like, what?
MT's
How do you
talking about he took Roe versus Wade away? Trump didn't do that. That was the Supreme Court that did it.
Wait, who said that?
MT. Trump didn't take it away. The Supreme Court took it away. And technically, it's not really away. It's at the state level now. The state's
I was gonna say it went to the state levels.
So I mean, maybe in your neighborhood it's getting affected. On a national level, it's not. Roe versus Wade got overturned, but I mean, it's still up to your state to decide what the hell they want to do with it. I mean, the one thing that's a little bit different is, at least if your state doesn't like it, the state next to you probably does. It's unlike when it's a national thing, then you're affected one way or the other. It's either yes or no, on the entire national level. At least in this way, well, maybe this state doesn't like it, but your neighbor does, so you can still get it done over there, or you can not get it done, or whatever. I don't know. Hey, Katie. So, I don't know. Sorry for the subject change.
No, that's okay.
I just saw that, and I'm sitting here going,
well, Trump didn't do that, though. Yeah.
Well, I mean, he did vote in the that Supreme Court justice.
Oh, right. Okay, I gotcha.
So, yeah. I mean, in that aspect, he voted in a new Supreme Court justice. Right. And there was a lot of debate on whether or not he should have voted it in, but technically he's the president. He was the president at the time, and it was his job to do it. Wasn't, that's what his job is at that point in time, to do it. So he was all within his rights to do it. Granted, again, the other party would have preferred that he left the seat open for their party, but it was his presidency. It was his time to do it. So he filled it. That's the game, unfortunately. It's when it goes down. Why the hell we have lifetime appointments to the Supreme Court? Fuck if I know. We got some people in there that probably remember when the first cars were around.
Yeah.
Why do we have lifetime appointments to the Supreme Court? That's another one that just doesn't I just don't understand.
Probably they were thinking, one of the things they would be thinking, of course I don't know, this is just a guess, would be continuity of the law of the land.
I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know. I still think at some point you just got to sit here and you got to go, God, are these people fit? At what point do you sit here and you have to make fitness, requirements, mental fitness requirements? Are these people capable of making rational decisions? Are they in touch with reality?
There was a person on my panel yesterday that brought up having essentially the relinquishing their paycheck for serving, and it's like, if it's not about the money, then they have good intentions. And I rebutted with the idea that these people that are trying to push the agendas through, they're already well funded enough that the money is not the fucking issue. They are already bought and paid off. They're put in these positions to push the agenda, and that's what they've already received money to do. Like, to think that there's the politicians are ear fucking us, right? Like, I agree with what Raised Country was saying earlier, as far as having that business and owning it and running it. And I would even take it a step further to say that you've worked in it, and you've worked that janitorial position where you've scrubbed the fucking toilet. Like, you're not going to ask your employees to do something that you haven't done yourself. Like, those are the people that we should be putting into those positions where they have that kind of understanding and insight, that they're recognizing what is best for not only themselves, but for everybody else, right?
So Brett,
that's idealistic. I get it, but
you're telling me that a political family member that just is coming out of college and knows nothing about life and has only been in mommy and daddy's from getting paid from mommy and daddy and gone to college, probably on mommy and daddy's money, and has never held a job, is not a good candidate for office? Is that what you're telling me? Really?
Maybe.
Don't believe
God.
anything I'm saying.
Wow.
Do your own research.
Wow. God, that just blows my mind.
Don't believe a word I'm saying, people. Definitely do your own research.
I always thought that somebody that has no life experience coming right out of college is the best person to run the country, because, oh my God, they're so full of fresh ideas. And they know exactly, they're a clean plate. They know exactly how to fix everything, because they haven't been tainted by the real world. They're not burdened with how the world actually works, right?
That's
so
what
they're
made
the perfect candidate.
Yeah, that's what made my brother-in-law good at his city council job, because he had run a business. He had 3 yogurt shops. He had worked at the shipyard over in Mississippi. They carpool every morning, have to leave at 3 a.m. to get there. It's hard work when you get there. So he was a great person to run. But you got to have people that'll back you, because look, it takes a lot of money to run a campaign. It just does.
And that's a problem too. Is that
and you need people helping you. You need volunteers. You need a lot of volunteers that are reliable volunteers, not all talk, but their
Yep.
action.
Yep.
And you need backers. You need people that are going to be willing to donate to your campaign, because you're going to have to pay for signs. You're going to have to
Yep.
pay for advertisement. You're going to have to pay for travel around just in your area, because you're going to be going everywhere with all the people. So like, you don't pay
Yep.
your volunteers, but you'll, like, if you're saying, hey, I need Saturday morning we're going to go knock on doors, well, you're going to need to not pay the volunteers, but you're going to need to get them lunch, and you're
Yep.
going to need to pay for their gas.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So
Yep.
there's a lot that goes into it, and you need a lot of people backing you. You don't get into office by yourself. You get into
Yep.
office because of the people.
Yep. But no, touching on two topics that I've brought up before is, one, that was another topic that I had brought up with the left, was a minimum age requirement, saying that so that way you eliminate this having people come up right out of college, and going into office.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
ridiculous. I
yeah,
mean,
we were
they
sitting here and we had been talking about a minimum age requirement to hold any branch in office. So you can't be like 23, just freshly out of college, and just be like, oh yeah, I'm going to be mayor of this or governor of that or senator this. It's like boom, because you got to go and you got to at least have a job at fucking Subway at one time in your life or something.
what would you put that age at?
I'd have to do a little research on it.
I'm all
You
fucking
know,
muted talking to myself. Damn it.
I'd have to do a little research to sit here and figure out exactly, what would be. I kind of would want to say probably somewhere in like around 30, because you've been out there in the world a little bit enough. By about 30, you've pretty much kind of figured out, what your life's going to be. You're kind of settled in. You've had some years. You've had about 10 years experience in the real world in most cases.
You know who I liked?
You've gone to college.
You know who you're kind of remember the guy, Eric? Shoot, was it Tyler Lee? The guy that was from North Carolina that spoke in Hagerstown, that was running for office, North Carolina. Was his name Tyler? No.
Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about.
Now, he was kind of young, but he had been in business for himself.
Yeah. I don't know how old he was, but I'm if it's the same guy I'm thinking of, I think he was at least in his 30s.
Okay.
I don't think he was like 25, 26,
Okay. Okay, I didn't know.
I'm pretty sure he was at least 30 or damn close.
He was very spoken.
Yeah. I think I know who you're talking about. That annoyed the hell out of me, though. It was when those people came in there. A lot of them, it was just a campaign thing for them. It was
clout.
That's all it was. Yeah, they were
clout
just
chasing.
They were just campaigning. You know.
Yeah.
Here's some of our followers. Hey, when it comes time to vote, you should vote for me, because I'm gonna do a good job.
I know, right? I'm ready to have
Yay.
debate. I want to have Oxford-style debates with our politicians. I think that's what we need.
Yeah.
With some research that you do, and they're, to vet them yourselves. Oh, looks like we have someone from Portugal. Hello, good morning, everyone from Portugal.
Well, good morning from
Jorge.
Portugal. Yeah. So minimum age requirements was one of them.
If somebody said minimum age to be senator is 30.
Yeah.
O'Keefe said that.
Yeah. And I don't know if there's. I know there's a minimum age limit on presidency, but I don't know if there is on other branches of the government. And again, that may just be my naiveness. Like I said, I'm just going from kind of a common sense. What is common sense type things. I'm not that guy. I'm not the and you know, and a lot of people from the left are very good at it. There's a lot of book smart people from the left that sit here and they just, you know, they read and they just retain all that information, and they're great with that. I'll give them more props. It doesn't make them street smart. I'm a very street smart person. I've got very good common sense. You know, I grasp reality. You know, it may
Right.
not be book smart, you know, but you know, I'm definitely street smart. I understand common sense. I've got very good common sense, you know. So yeah, if somebody wants to sit here and throw this little debate up and throw all these facts and figures and you know in this versus that, you know, in 1776 and this one in 13, I don't know. You're gonna win. I'm not. I'm just getting into this, you
Right.
know. So I'm still learning it. I'm still trying to figure it out. There may be a minimum, you know, age limit on different positions, but you know, if there isn't, I think there should be, you know. So again, if there is more than the presidency, well, then now you know I'm naive to that situation. You know, there may be, but if
Yeah.
there isn't, there should be. But I think there should be in other branches of government too, because I think a lot of people, a lot of these lifetime politicians, they leapfrog. They may start off in something that's a lot smaller, spend a couple of years there, and then as they age up, they
Yeah.
move into these higher things.
Yeah.
I think there just should be nothing.
Right.
There should be no branch of government that you can get into until you hit a certain age, so that you are forced to go and get a job in the real world. You know, I don't give a fuck. There's nothing in the political career for you till you're 30. So from the day that you turn 18 to the day that you hit 30, you better go figure out what the hell you're doing for them 12 years of your life to get some real world education and understand how the world really works, so that when it's time for you to decide that you want to go into the government, you actually have a clue how the world actually works. You
Right.
know,
Right.
that's my opinion.
Yep. I think that's reasonable.
Most people
You know,
don't know how the world works.
yeah.
Clueless.
I don't
Well,
know.
all we can do is educate. I mean, reach one, teach one, you know. We just got to
100%.
keep reach out teaching. I mean, my niece is, you know, she's busy. She doesn't have time to take in all the news that I can take in. And so I can give her a perspective. But then I always say, this is from my perspective. So you need to go and talk to other people as well that you trust have done the research. Because she knows if she comes and asks me, I'm either going to say, honey, I don't know. I'll have to research it, or I'm going to say, yeah, you know what? I was just looking at that, and let me tell you what I found out, but I don't know all of it, or here's where we are with it. You know, go ask other people and do your
Yeah,
research.
yeah, Thomas. I believe I knew the president one was minimum was 35. My question is there any other minimums for any other branches of government? Sorry, I was just responding to the chat.
Yeah, yeah.
Second responder media.
What?
I said I was in Joe's chat, and I had mentioned something to some of his people in chat about that. When
And I
Joe,
checked in on one of his one night. I happened to check into his stream one night, and somebody had hit like a fire hydrant, and the thing was just gushing everywhere. I
yeah,
mean, it was so sad to watch all that water go to waste, because I know California's having issues with water, but somebody a drunk driver went right into the hydrant and I guess hit it just right, and boom, that thing was gushing.
yeah, no, when Joe was broke down, I don't know, or when he was traveling, or it was one of the times when he just wasn't streaming or whatever. You know, I decided to go stream late at night like this, and shits and giggles, I just decided to like install the local scanner app, and I'm like, okay, so this is second responder media. We're here to see her and check out what's going on in the area. So we're going to drive around. We're going to figure it out. And we're just like, do. Oh, look, there's police lights. All right, well, over there's police lights. Okay, let's keep on going. What, you want me to go over there? No, this is second responder media. We just point it out. We don't actually investigate it. That's first responder media. you know,
That's
so
funny.
stuff. I was, well, I missed Joe, so it was just kind of homage, just kind of playing around. I didn't want to sit here and actually steal his thing because that's not my thing,
Right,
and I
right,
didn't want him. I was doing a parody,
right,
and I
right,
wanted people to understand it was a parody. It wasn't.
right,
I
right.
wasn't trying to, because everybody, he's worked hard to sit here, and that's his thing. So that's his thing,
Yeah,
Granted, I'm not in his area. It'd be a lot more dickish if I started doing it here, or like I went to Milwaukee and I started doing it. Okay, that's not affecting him as much as if I went to Bakersfield and started doing it.
right,
You know what I mean?
right,
But
right.
like I said, it's not my thing. It's that's Joe's thing, and I was just trying to do a parody and just be kind of like hey, so you're missing it. So welcome to Second Responder Media. We're out here. We're gonna find some criminals,
Yeah.
and just play around. And it was a very boring night, but I can take you on a tour of what we did see. Let's see. We'll go there real quick.
Hey, Brett, do you
Well,
follow Viva Fry at all?
Not really.
No.
This stuff moves a little too fast. Like to try and concentrate on anything that's a word said in his chat is next to impossible. So, not really.
Gotcha. I like listening to him because he brings the law perspective. Like whatever is happening. There's another guy that breaks down literally the briefs. Like he'll go line by line through the briefs. That's a little hard for me to take. But what Viva does, I can handle that. And he's in my home state right now, Florida. I hope he's enjoying it. It's hot as heck. I don't know how he's going to survive because you don't get the season changes really. We're just going into hurricane season right now. Of course, where he is, if I think I know where he is, I think he's okay on the side that he's on. I'm on the bad side.
You're on the bad side of Florida?
On the bad side of the Gulf Coast.
Oh. I lived in Florida for a year.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I lived in Fort Lauderdale. Tourist trap.
Yep.
It was okay. I figured I found out everything you basically added a 1 to. What was $4 here was $5 there. What was, $400 here was $500 there.
Yep.
Pretty much everything you just added a 1 on top of the first number and you were pretty much good.
Yeah.
If it was $10, it was 20, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what I figured about Fort Lauderdale.
Yep.
But, it was a good place to be when I was 19 years old.
Yeah.
It was kind of fun. I was 19, but I looked old enough that they didn't card me going into the bars.
Ah.
I was a good kid because I don't know if they caught on, but I never drank. So even though I was there, they never got mad because they never could have gotten busted for me underage drinking because I never drank. I only had sodas. So I was just there to pick up checks.
You had to stay focused.
Hey, you got to go where the girls are, I mean, hey, it is what it is. It was Florida,
Right.
Some of them Canadian girls that came down, woohoo. it's all that damn maple syrup up there.
I'm telling you. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I told you.
Yep.
I think there's marijuana in it.
Oh,
right,
wow.
Brett?
Yep. Oh, we lost Brett.
We lost Brett. He's trying to get back in.
There we go.
Sorry, wrong button.
Right,
know.
Brett?
Buttons.
Wrong button.
Did you hear what I had to say?
Wrong button.
Did you hear what I had to say about those Canadian girls and the maple syrup down in Florida?
Oh, that's not what you were talking about, but whatever.
That is what I was talking about.
Actually, that is what he was talking about. He was
What?
talking about Canadian girls with syrup all over their bodies down in Florida. I don't know. He took it a weird way.
Yeah.
No, I was
Really?
talking about how I lived in Fort Lauderdale for a year when I was like 19, turning 20. But I looked old enough that I could walk into the bars and not get carded. So I used to go in there, but I wouldn't drink, so I never could get the guys in trouble. I think some of them caught on that I was underage, but I'd been coming there so long, and they knew I didn't drink that they just let me keep coming in. And I'd just go there and, pick up chicks. And, Fort Lauderdale was definitely a Canadian hotspot. There was quite a few Canadian girls that came in through those bars.
Really sounds like I don't want to know.
Yeah. They really had a thing for us gringos,
I bet.
Once you go American, you never go back.
Oh, fuck my life. Go ahead, Reese. Curious what you have to say.
I'm just saying,
Hey,
once you go American, you never go back.
I say, I had some pretty wild times at the Floribama. So, I don't even, let me just say, I'm really glad there weren't a bunch of cameras everywhere and cell phones everywhere. And, we had some cell phones. I mean, we had, but we didn't have it like it is today where it goes all over the internet.
Oh, yeah.
So, being at the Floribama, hell yeah.
Uh-huh.
Give me a hell yeah down here in Bama.
Not sure what that means, but hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, baby. That dog will hunt.
Yeah. No, them Canadian girls, when they came down to Fort Lauderdale, they were looking for more than a vacation.
Dude, let me tell you what I would love to go do. Now, this has become a problem. I grew up in Florida, as I said, born and raised there. I clicked on this guy's video on YouTube where he's a python cowboy and he goes and freaking gets the pythons that have invaded the Everglades, invasive species to our Everglades, because people get the damn snakes, which I'm all for snakes. I'm not against snakes. But then they release them because they get big, those pythons. And then, of course, we have an issue. So he goes after them and did not know this, but the iguanas have become an issue. Like, I knew the pythons. We've had that for a very long time.
Yeah.
But now it's out of control, granted, but we've known about this. Scientists have been saying this is going to be terrible one day. This is going to be terrible because they saw the signs years ago. And now it's the iguanas. Same deal. People get them, think they're going to be cool, and then release them, and apparently they reproduce abundantly.
Hey, you want to know a cool fun fact about Wisconsin?
Yeah.
I can legally have a kangaroo.
Dude, love it. Get one. Freaking get one. Get one. Get one. Dude, get one. You gotta get one.
Priorities.
Totally gotta get one.
In Wisconsin, you can legally have a kangaroo as a pet.
Dude, you gotta get one.
And between the people I see on my stream and Brett, I'm pretty sure I could put the word out and probably have one shipped from Australia.
Dude. Okay, so what all would it cost permitting wise? Because you're gonna have to get through customs and all that stuff. I wonder what that would cost. That would be so cool.
Yeah, but you'd have to get them as an infant, because you'd have to train them right, because once they're bullheaded, you can't do anything. All right, so we were investigating.
Where are we?
We're in Biden's voters territory.
Oh.
Okay. And then we discussed. Our biggest discussion is about how when you die you lose your voting rights. So we fully respect all the people that have lived in America, but
Dude.
unfortunately, you know, just like with marriage, you know, your voting rights are gone. You know, it's death to you part. You know, when it comes to voting rights. So that's where we're at. So now every voting season, we're gonna have to lock the gates to these sanctuaries, and we're gonna have parties. They can come up, they can hang out with us, we can party on. They can tell us how it was before electricity and all that stuff. But yeah, we now have to enforce the no voting after death. You know, unfortunately, it's you know, your voting rights are gone. You know, death till we part. So yeah.
Someone in the chat,
Interesting.
Lee Mossman once said, F Florida, it's so damn hot and humid with lunatics on every corner and you I'm not gonna read the rest. I
And
hated
what?
living there. Oh my god, he hated living there. Okay, yeah. You know, and you forgot the mosquitoes. Like the mosquitoes are the worst. That's the worst.
In Fort Lauderdale, the humidity was bad. I mean, it took me almost a year to adjust. It literally took me a year to adjust to the whole situation. But after that, I was fine. You know, but it literally took. It was sad because by the time my body got adjusted to the temperature and the humidity and stuff, I was going home.
Yeah.
I don't really being on the ocean.
Yeah, you
being
won't
right
get as
there
many
on the ocean.
mosquitoes on the
I don't
ocean.
really remember. Yeah, I don't remember the mosquitoes. I really don't remember the mosquitoes being on the ocean.
Yeah, if you're right on the ocean, yeah. Now I grew up on the lake, so we had them on the lake.
Yeah.
I mean, you're just not gonna not have them around the lake.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, if you're at the beach, because I had family in Daytona and Ormond Beach and Daytona Beach, and yeah, over there, yeah.
Yeah.
Different.
Well, Daytona Beach is still the ocean. It's on the
exactly.
East Coast.
Yep.
You know, I don't know. One of these days, I'm going to go to Daytona Beach. I mean, I've been to Daytona Beach, but not during the whole crazy bike week thing. You know, one of these years, I'm going to go do it.
Bike week is freaking awesome, man. It's rad, so rad. You're gonna see so many different people. Like it's the things you see. It's awesome, dude. It's awesome.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah,
it's really cool.
I mean, I just missed out. Well, I chose not to go. I'm so bored with it.
Did you go to Sturgis? Have you been to Sturgis?
No.
No.
Yes, no. Yes,
wait.
no.
Yes, no. What the hell?
Well,
you either did or you didn't.
It's catch-22. I've been to Sturgis. Just it was
Not
a day after. It was a day after the rally.
Ah, gotcha.
So I was literally on a family vacation, and I just decided, hey, what can we do coming from the West Coast, going back to Wisconsin that would be fun? And I'm like, well, fuck it, let's go to Mount Rushmore. Well, guess what? Sturgis is just south of Mount Rushmore. So I was like, oh yeah, Sturgis is there. Let's go check that out. Oh shit, we just missed the rally by a day. So we still got to go see Full Throttle Saloon before it burned down. We got to get a lot of the
freaking
we
love Full Throttle. I mean, that place was so awesome.
Yeah, so I got to see it before it burned down. I got to hit up a whole bunch of the vendors for like shirts and shit, and yeah, I got to check out the town, and it was cool, you know. But it wasn't the rally, you know.
Did you get to see the one chick at Full Throttle? What was her name? Like Angela or Angie or something?
No, there was really nobody there.
Oh, okay.
We just, you know, there were some girls at the bar on the inside, and you know they were serving a couple of people. They were just kind of there, but the town was like dead. It was literally like the day the vendors were just there cleaning up, you know. So like I said, I could still get in there. I could still get some T-shirts and stuff like that, but it wasn't the experience.
Right.
So when I sit here and say I've been to Sturgis, yeah, I've been to Sturgis. I saw it, I just didn't experience the rally, which,
Right.
you know, I don't know.
Right.
I mean, I actually missed Tomahawk, which is mini Sturgis that's going on this weekend right now up in Tomahawk, Wisconsin, just because I'm so freaking burnt out on it. I mean, I've gone for like the last 6 years, and I'm just kind of done with it. I just want to go. I want to go do a Daytona, or I want to go do a Sturgis or something. So I don't know. Maybe next year I would do one or the other.
In our area here, we don't have those kind of rallies, but we do have a rally one weekend out of the year, and it's called Angel Ride, and it's for one of the children that he's grown now, but that my son went to school with, and they do a ride to raise awareness. He has muscular dystrophy.
Okay.
So they do a ride every year and have a concert. They have a ride, a concert, because they can ride. They kind of all come to a farm, and they stage at the farm, and then they ride down to the beach and do this whole route, and then come back and have a concert, raise money. It's pretty cool. I mean, it's not anything like Sturgis or Daytona by any means, because it's obviously more family friendly. But yeah, Daytona I've never been to Sturgis, but Daytona, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
All sorts of stuff.
Yeah, Tomahawk's not like a planned ride or anything. It's like a mini Sturgis. I mean, it's people from all over the country coming to Tomahawk, Wisconsin. There was a guy that started it called Bubba. You know, he's got a campground where a lot of people actually show up. You know,
now, is that for
just,
like a week, or is it a weekend?
It actually goes, well, it's technically just a weekend. But people have started to kind of go they'll go the weekend before, and then they'll stay that weekend before, the whole week, and then the weekend of the event. And that's kind of what it's turned into. So it's kind of turned into a 10-day event. But it really doesn't kick off till about Thursday, Friday.
Right.
You know, before it really kicks off. And then tomorrow, today is the cleanup day. Today's just everybody's cleaning up, going home. There's really nothing, there's nothing going on Saturday. Everybody's pretty much just getting ready to go. So,
right.
Okay. So second responder media officer was sitting here on the side of the road with his lights on. He's now taken off, going southbound, and that's what you get. Now you know. Okay.
Now you know.
Now you know. Yeah.
Thank you. Hit the like button and subscribe, please.
Yeah, like, subscribe.
Welcome to
share.
Second Responder Media.
Welcome to Second Responder Media. Yeah.
Yep. Hit that like and subscribe.
Yep. You know you like this content.
Your
don't be
donation
shy.
will keep me out on the road, bringing you this second-rate content.
Second-rate content. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. Let's go down. Let's go down to Bar Alley and see what's going on. See if we got any gang fights or prostitution or what the hell's going on. Because
Ooh, we're gonna
if it's happening.
Excitement.
You never know. Sometimes we get a fight. Usually, what time is it? It's after bar close, so it should be shut down by now. If I came down here at the right time, you'd have cops in every corner.
Now, do you guys have an after-hours bar?
No. Well, technically, the MC, the motorcycle clubs do, because they're not actually a bar. They'll run their shit late. They'll run until 4 o'clock in the morning, but that's invite only. You can't just walk in. But yeah, this whole area here is all the bar area. So these next couple of blocks, and when it's hopping, the cops will be out here. Here's a cop right here. We're passing on the right. Up, yep. It's shut. I guess it's still going. There's the taco truck on the left. So we got some people out of here.
Back when I was in college, there was a bar that we would always go to. We'd go to the beach, and then we'd come back and go to Judge Roy Beans and the cops always hung out because they knew that's what the college kids did.
Yep.
Man, they were always out there nabbing people.
Yep. So we got another police officer here on my left.
Yep. Yep.
They're looking for the drunks. They're
Yep.
looking for the drunks.
Yep. Yep.
We got a big line in front of the taco truck. So if anybody wants tacos, you're gonna have a wait.
There you go.
Yep. That's the kind of reporting that you get from me.
Get some food, get some grease, soak up that alcohol.
Oh, I'll tell you, I like that taco truck. It's actually pretty damn good food.
Yeah.
I mean, it's authentic Mexican, tacos. It's definitely good stuff. I mean, 4 tacos, rice and beans, $10.
Yeah.
No tax, just straight $10.
Yeah.
Not a bad deal.
Nope.
Yeah.
Tracy Cooper asks, Ray's Country, do you have a channel? No, I do not have a channel.
Why don't you have a channel?
Oh no, that's not for me.
What do you mean?
It's just
You're out here talking on a panel.
I'll talk on a panel, but I'm not going to have a channel. No.
Technically, hold on.
Technically.
Well, if I sit here and if you said anything in the chat and I clicked on it, I could go to your channel. You have a channel. You just don't use it.
Yeah.
So you technically have a channel.
True.
You just don't have anything on your channel.
I stand corrected. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Very true. Very true.
I mean, you could start your own platform. I mean, hell, if the Canadian foot fetish guy can sit here and have a channel, you can.
The Canadian foot fetish guy. The sleep channel, like I didn't know that was a thing, and that's a thing. Like having a channel and all you do is sleep. It's when you sleep. That's when your camera's on.
It's funny. I mean, you find the right niche. There are people, if you can reach out to the right people for whatever the hell you're doing, there is something that everybody will watch. It's amazing. I'm pretty sure there's a channel where people just watch somebody pick their nose all the time. I mean, I guarantee you. No, I'm dead serious.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. Yeah, I've watched those like strange addiction channels. Have you ever watched? I think it was on, I don't know, the Learning Channel or something, and they'd have the people that had strange addictions.
Yeah. So yeah,
what I really like to watch? Those channels where the I Shouldn't Be Alive, where people had these encounters or was lost at sea or something. I love listening to those.
Yeah.
Or watching those.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, I'm still trying to figure out what my content's going to be. After leaving the convoy, it really has been kind of, I don't want to stick, on the whole convoy stuff. I do want to kind of do something in the political range because, like Brett said, I kind of feel bad. I have this platform. I could do something with it. I'd like to try to motivate some people and do something, but, whatever, but then again, there's other stuff I'd like to do too, like I'd just like to start getting into some projects. People really like watching me invent things or, figure out ways to make stuff. So that was kind of fun. Here's our fishermen guys.
Ooh.
They're going to go out on the pier.
There you go.
They're out here a lot.
Yeah.
They're going to walk
right down from my house. And, that was kind of the great thing when my son was young. Him and his friend could just go down to the pier and fish. Of course, you can't catch what you used to be able to catch there because we're a port city. So being a port city, we get all the ships and all that. And over the years, it's gotten busier. And then we got the cruise ship, so that made it even busier. So don't catch the fish that you used to be able to catch. But they can still...
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just saying they could still go down to the pier. So I love talking to people fishing out on the pier. They have the best conversations you're going to have.
Yeah, I've just never been slow paced enough to sit there and just fish because
Yeah.
I don't drink.
Yeah.
Seems like a lot of people like to sit there and drink while they fish.
Well,
And
down here at our pier, you can't drink. I mean, the police patrol it. Like they patrol it as in they come out and talk to people. They're not like coming out and being like all like they come out and talk to people. You know, it's a lot of fun. People bring, you know, their carts with all their stuff, and the kids are out there.
Yeah. Trying to see. I think that sailboat's going to be in the way.
I guess Polish. Does she ever get on the road? I wonder. I know she'd gone to a rally and then
Yeah, she should be. She should have been home by 1.
by 1.
Yeah,
Okay.
she was leaving at 7. She was leaving at 7, which was 6 my time, I think. So she should have been home by about midnight my time, and it's now 2:38, so she should have been home plenty of time. She said she was going to go live. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah.
Good. All right, where are we now?
We're at that same marina. I was just driving a
Okay.
different way. I was trying to get a spot where you could see like the red light out in the distance, because that's how far the wall is out there. But because I'm not going to walk out there for some reason. Oddly enough, even though it's over the water, as soon as I walk out on that pier, I lose cell service.
Oh,
I can't explain it.
right.
I lose cell service going out on that pier.
Yep. Yep.
I don't know. I'm still trying to get this whole. I need to get another phone service. I think AT&T and Verizon, between the two, would give me good signal coverage, because it seems like wherever Verizon's weak is where AT&T's strong, and then go that way. But I just haven't ponied up the bucks for that second line. So I don't know. Brett. I wonder if he fell asleep again. He has a habit of falling asleep on streams. He does. Visions of maple syrup covered feet that he considering sucked on toes.
Yeah, I haven't watched his panel. I know he was saying he just had a panel where, they were talking more about solutions versus the problems, and but I haven't seen that.
Yeah, like
What
I said,
temperature there tonight?
What'd you say?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
No, I didn't hear what you said because I had a little digital break.
Oh, I was just saying, what was the temperature then? But you were going to say something about Brett, so I said, just go ahead.
Oh, I don't know what the temperatures. No, Brett. Brett kind of was coming into my channel and kind of polishes a couple of the other panels I've been on where we were just kind of talking, or just channels where I've been talking to people, and I kind of been pushing this whole hey, we need to sit here and get on this common idea, uniting the left and the right. So I'm glad that he's decided he's going to do that with his channel, but you kind of get that inspiration from me. So that's but it's cool. It's cool that he's trying to do it. I don't know how, up in Canada, it's a completely different issue than what we're dealing with in the United States. So, having him involved in, a United States panel, is kind of like, yeah, okay, it's, it's nice, but, you're looking at it from, this is Canada, I mean, some of the things you're talking about doesn't apply. Like he was talking about this whole thing that, they were dealing with up there, where it was a conflict of interest, with that one person he was talking about. And it's like, yeah, but that doesn't relate to us. So I don't get, what are you trying to explain to me? I'm glad
Right.
you're excited about it, but it doesn't relate to us, so I
Right.
don't get it. Brett, are you back?
I don't think he is.
Brett?
I think
I don't
gentlemen
know.
are taking a rest.
Well, he probably is. He does that. He falls asleep.
Yeah.
He falls asleep. It's okay. I probably should end up ending this thing fairly soon, anyways.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
already
No.
it's already 2:43.
Yeah. It's getting late. For sure. For sure. I've got some laundry to go do anyway.
Yeah, but it was definitely nice having you on here, and
Yep.
I'm
Appreciate
gonna
it.
get Brett to make sure that that's not his background. Yep, that was his background. All right.
Okay. All right. Well, look, it was good talking to you, Eric.
Yeah, it was good talking to you. Like I said, unfortunately, it's just another one of those things. It's like, we need to get the right players involved, and I don't know anybody that's got that clout that could really get somebody like Travel 60, 69 involved, and get some of these bigger streamers that would want to get involved in that, and then, we're naming off people from the right, but I don't know who the people that would be equivalent to somebody like Travel 60, 69 or Taco Joe or Saznak or whatever that are left that would be still open-minded and want to have a conversation, you know. So I need to get involved with more of the right panels, panels like BTM, figure out who these other panels are. Where are these people from the left going? Who are they talking to? Where's their group? Who's their guy that is open-minded enough that would want to have a conversation, that would come out and talk, that's got the clout that enough people would listen to, that if his audience and somebody like Travel 69's audience were to talk about something, or these two people are talking, then their audiences would follow them, and real effective change might actually happen with these two people talking. We got to find those people, and that's really this first stage, is we don't know who the left people would be,
Right.
so unfortunately we got to figure out who those left people are to see if they're even interested and want to have that discussion, and then we've got to find out who's the right people on the right that want to have those conversations too. And unfortunately, I don't know. Like I said, it's all fucking complicated. So, every night we have these debates, and we sit here and talk about, we should do this and we should do that. But again, we're ending the stream, and what really has overly been accomplished, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, well, that'll kind of be up to each individual person to make change. I mean, you don't start a ripple in a pond until, either a frog jumps or a pebble's dropped in the water, and then it
Yeah,
causes many ripples.
yeah,
So, but the more discussion, the more education, the more we listen. You got to be
yeah,
able to listen. You got to be able to understand, communicate effectively, and and then each person will just have to find their area. Because there's so many issues. I mean, I could take on
yeah,
a lot of issues. I mean, I literally, if my son had been in school during all of this, I mean, he was in college, but if he had been in high school, I I I probably would have wound up in jail because I would not have been able to keep my mouth shut.
yeah,
And my nephew he's in third grade, but I did the fighting I could do for him as much as I could because I know the person that sits on the school board. So, you know, fighting it at many levels, but you can't take on every level. You'll burn yourself out, you know. So you just got to find what impacts you, and then that maybe will be an interest of you or of someone, and then they from there that person can say, hey, I'm interested in this because it impacts me directly, so how can I find out more about it and share it with others, and that kind of thing. I mean, none of us have the answers because we're living under the globalist agenda. So, you know,
I don't know.
and there's a
I'm
lot of
just
good people out there fighting in the court systems too that are trying to get stuff changed.
yeah. I'm just glad, because I did go into like the Doe Show, and I did go into like BTM and some of the other channels that I do have people from those channels that are in my chat, that were in my chat tonight. That I recognize, that I know are not, not the convoy people,
Right.
that aren't, that weren't, like-minded,
Right.
people, but they still come into my chat because they recognize that I'm open-minded, and I'm willing to have those conversations and try to talk
Right.
those topics, and they do come into my chat. So I mean, I've made some impact at least in getting some people that aren't complete, super left
I'm
to
going
come
to
in
tell you,
here.
one of the things we can do for most people, I think, is just anybody that isn't aware of maybe what's going to happen after the midterm with prices, the way the shipping is going, the ports. I mean, you got everything from trucking, the ports, and the railways. I mean, I never figured the railways, and now we got the railways. And I don't think
Yeah.
people really realize what's going to happen over these next couple of years. And we got to get our community strong and be there for one another. It doesn't matter what side you're on. Doesn't matter if you're apolitical or extremely political, one way or the other. We're going to have to help each other get through these hard times because there's going to be some rough roads ahead. This economic situation, it's going to get pretty interesting.
And the fucked up thing is it's an economic situation, that's made by our government. It's an artificial economic struggle that's just artificially being made.
Yeah,
They're doing it. They're making this happen.
exactly. And we got to
This.
strengthen our communities and just be there for each other, share as much information as we can, and do the best we can to make change. If everybody's working on something, but the biggest thing is social media error. We're so quick to use these, venomous one-liner statements to cut people down, and we just got to stop that. I mean, we got to stop. We got to come together. Things are going to get rough economic-wise, and we got to help each other. That's the bottom line. I mean, I know my grandparents, when they were going through the depression, trust me, they worked out things like my grandmother, she could cut hair. So people would come to her because they couldn't afford to go to the barber shop. So she would do their hair. Another person, they were really good at sewing. They would, make clothes for people. They all pitch in together.
Yeah.
And that's what we're going to have to do.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, unfortunately, that's our unfortunate future, and I don't know.
Yep. Well, I'll let you go, man. So
Yeah.
I hope you get
No,
some.
thanks for coming on the panel. I'm actually kind of surprised that I'm on so many freaking panels left and right. I literally had to like twist Brett's arm to get him on here, and I was actually kind of surprised more people didn't pop on. But thank you for coming on and being having some commentary and something to talk about, and that was much appreciated. And hopefully, I don't normally do panels, but it seems to be the new thing that everybody's doing, and I'll probably embrace it a little bit more because it is kind of nice not having to be the chicken on the hot plate the entire time.
Right.
to generate entertainment and content. So
Right.
I may
do it
Well, and
a little bit more.
I think people are longing to connect with other people and to seek out information, because I think unless you are just in complete denial, which some people are, and that's okay, I get that. But over what's happened over these past couple years with what we can't talk about on YouTube, I mean, people have got to be at least waking up to the media is lying. We got to seek out information from other people that we can trust, other sources, and start, just talking. I think people are longing to talk and find out, you know, how things are and what they're doing. So,
Yeah,
but anyway,
yeah. I mean, I think there's a lot of people that just realized that Biden was the wrong choice, and I joke, and people sit here and they freak out whenever I say this, but Biden is literally the best president we've ever had,
yeah, I know what you
and
mean.
people sit here and they freak out when I say that, and they're like, "What do you
I know
mean
what you
Biden's
mean.
the best president we've ever had?" Well, because he opened up all the corruption and really opened up everybody's eyes, and I mean to how corrupt the government was or is, and then people sat here and went, okay, this is our government. We voted a vegetable in. I mean, I there's nobody except a true power leftist that is going to sit here and say, oh, Biden's a great president, because they know they're full of shit. I mean, they know they're full of shit. They
Yeah,
voted the party line, and they
yeah,
got a vegetable in office, and they're
yeah,
accepting the fact that they have a vegetable. And it
yeah,
is what it is. So I
yeah.
mean, that really opened up the eyes. That's how fucked up our government is that we voted a vegetable
Well,
in.
and look, I give them credit. They played an excellent chess game with that, because under the conditions we were under, him being in his basement was that was pretty good. I got to hand it to him. I mean, that was pretty slick.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that was masterfully played. I mean, on top of all the ballot stuffing and all the other stuff that was done, I mean, it's just whatever. But
Yep. There was a great
I
guy too that deals with nothing but statistics, and he kind of went through everything that happened statistical wise. Like, he could literally break down counties, cities from East Coast to West Coast. I mean, he must be a savant with math, but it was pretty cool.
yeah.
So,
I
all right,
mean,
man.
and the sad thing is, we got all this proof and all this information, and nothing's being done with it. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You could literally catch somebody red-handed in the government, and it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
There is no consequence.
yeah.
You can do anything. You could be Jeff Epstein's best buddy and was at his place
Oh
every
God.
day with video of you doing
Please.
something there, and you're gonna get away with it because you're in the
Hmm.
government.
Yeah, why wasn't that whole thing in the media? Like, that should have been the client list exposed. Like, that should have been a major, like, that
Because
trial should have been,
everybody's
aired.
in the government. They're all government cronies.
Oh,
They're gonna cover it up.
because he had gotten busted before. That's the thing. Like, he had gotten busted before in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, babe. All right, man. You
All
have a
right,
good one.
I'm gonna unmute Brett to see if he's awake.
All right, we'll talk.
Brett, are you awake? Brett. There's a girl with suntanned feet with, like, maple syrup on it. She wants you to suck her toes. Brett. Okay. So Brett is a no-show to the show. He's dying here. So, all right, we're gonna kick poor Brett. Move him from the stream. Brett, go bye-bye. All right, so I have made it back to my house. I am at home. It is couple minutes to 3 o'clock. Brett in Night Land. Yeah, Brett is in Night Land. I didn't get to show off my shirt. It says I have, and then on the bottom it says issues. Let's see if I can pull that up. Issues. It's Deadpool. I like my shirt. I have issues. So true. CBD maple syrup, yeah. So, very good panel. You know, like I said, it's super salty. You know, it's nice. I don't mind having these panels and having these conversations, but it just gets so repetitive. It's, you know, unfortunately, sorry for turning off the light. It just gets so repetitive because of the fact that, again, you know, we keep talking every panel. We keep talking about the same thing, and we keep talking about the same issues. And, you know, I don't know what the next step is. You know, we keep talking about that we need to do this, we need to do that. You know, we need to have viewers go out and tell us, hey, what, you know, because I do have some viewers that are from these leftist pages. I need them to come to me and sit here and say, hey, you know, I need to know what other leftist pages you watch. You know, who's somebody that you listen to that's from a leftist page, you know, that isn't super left, you know, is gonna be willing to actually have an honest conversation, you know, and how do we get in contact with them? That's what I need. Who needs one more subscriber? You need one more subscriber? I think I already subscribed to you, Salty. I'm waiting for it to load. See, I'm already subscribed to you. So I can't help you. I'm already subscribed. But I can do this. Let's see. Salty needs one more subscriber. Give me 1 second. You just need one more subscriber? No, you don't. You've already got 69. I thought you only needed 40 to get on to Prism. There we go. So that's the link for Super Salty. If you guys want to subscribe. About 10 years ago. Yeah, you know, if we start doing a panel, I know like Polish does her panel like every Friday. I mean, it's good to have a schedule. If you got a schedule and people know to tune in. Yeah, I subscribed to you over. I already showed you. I'm going back in the chat. Sorry. Yeah. Well, Italian Princess, Brett, I like Brett, but if we're trying to do a panel on American issues, as much as like Brett, he's Canadian, so he's worried about Canadian issues, and you know, he kind of goes off on Canadian things. So I don't know if Brett in an American solution panel would be right. Does that make sense? Because you know he's one of them syrup suckers. He's a syrup sucker. You know, So, I mean, I think, if we're looking for American solutions to solve American problems, we need to kind of focus on it being Americans. I mean, I don't know. I guess I'd have to pro and con it. I don't know if there'd be value in having Brett. If there's only 10 people, I'm not, like I said, I'm not opposed to it. I just don't know if it'd be a pro or a con. Does that make sense? That's what I'm trying. That's, I guess, what I'm trying to figure out. Well, no problem, Super Salty. Glad you got your 2. So, all right. Well, I'm gonna call it, I guess, because I'm not doing my 48-hour stream. At least not right now. I'm not. And yeah. So I don't know, but all right. Well, you guys have a good night, and even though this is like my second, third panel, whatever of my own, thank you guys for all kind of showing up who did. My loyal about 40 some viewers, even though I've got like 4,000 some subscribers, I've got like 40 of you guys that are my loyal viewers. So, thank you guys for coming along, and you guys have a good night. And I plan on doing, weather permitted, I'm probably going to do the motorcycle video tomorrow. I'm probably going to do it as a video and then premiere it, because I'm just having too many issues trying to keep the stream stable and get good content. So I think it's just going to be better to record it and then do it as a premiere, so that way you guys can do the live chat while you're watching, if that's what you guys want to do. That way it's kind of like doing a live. You guys still can chat and while you're watching it, and so on and so forth. And I think I'm getting better. I'm not 100%, but I'm working on it. So, and then we'll figure it out. Hey, Kimberly, and we'll go from there. So, all right, you guys have a good night. I'm gonna pop out of here, go see what's going on, see who's on, shake on, make a phone call maybe, or do a text or whatever, and then I'm gonna go to bed because it's 3 o'clock or damn close to it. So, and Brett fell asleep on me thinking of, sucking maple syrup off of somebody's feet. I don't know whose feet. I'm not. I'm hoping it wasn't mine. God, that's just. I don't need it. Brett, I love you, man. I ain't going there. So, all right. Good night, guys. Catch you later.